Like the roots of a thriving ecosystem, our foundation is knowledge. The future isn't waiting, it's accelerating. To keep pace, we must push beyond expectations. We are the builders of progress. Learning shapes our world, layer by layer, skill by skill. Every new insight fuels our growth, turning curiosity into action and action into limitless possibility. It's a journey that lifts both individuals and societies. But growth doesn't happen alone. Like intertwined roots beneath a vast forest, our connections strengthen us. Across borders, across cultures, through generations, we build a shared legacy. True belonging, however, demands action. Change is never born from stillness. When knowledge meets action, it ignites progress. Momentum builds, impact multiplies. To act is to turn today's ideas into tomorrow's reality. To act is to shape the future. Right here, right now, in Riyadh. Let's shape what's next. Let's learn without limits. Let's build a future of shared purpose. Let's act with conviction. The future isn't coming. The future is now. Welcome to HCI 2025, Beyond Readiness.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Day 2 of the Human Capability Initiative. I do hope that you had a chance to rest and reflect on the powerful conversations that we shared here yesterday. You know, there was such a buzz during the networking reception. I could really feel this whole community coming together, united by a shared purpose, which is unlocking human potential. So yesterday, we did ask some big questions. What defines human capability in the 21st century? How is technology reshaping that definition? And how do we make sure that those benefit not just the few, but everyone?
Yes, everyone. And Your Highnesses, Excellencies, honored guests, it is going to be a fantastic day too, because today we're going to turn those thoughts back into action. Because we're living, aren't we, in a time of incredible transformation. Artificial intelligence, biotechnology, digital platforms are fundamentally changing the way we work, the way we live, and the way we connect with each other. So, of course, as we've heard, these things carry huge potential, and they also carry risk, Anjali, if we don't keep putting humans right at the center.
And that's exactly why the Human Capability Initiative exists, because we do believe that progress should support human flourishing, not replace it or surpass it. And innovation has to open doors, especially for those who've been historically left out.
So today is all about inspiration and getting hands-on. So what you'll see throughout this arena and around this incredible venue is a space for collaboration. And that means across sectors, across disciplines. So what we'll find is governments, businesses, educators, and whole communities building real-world partnerships. That's what this is really about.
Absolutely, Ollie. And you know, one thing that I heard over and over again yesterday is that technology on its own is not the answer. Yeah. Breakthroughs happen when we pair innovation with deep human wisdom. And when we uplift qualities such as creativity, empathy, with problem solving.
And it's that balance, and that's what we heard again and again yesterday. It's that balance between the technological and the human that really has become our North Star. So let's keep navigating in that direction, because looking around this extraordinary arena, that really is reflected in each and every one of you here at the HCI Summit in Riyadh. So as we dive into day 2, if you're ready with me, Anjali, I encourage us to stay ready, to stay bold and grounded, but also, and this is the most important thing of all, honored guests, why don't we keep learning from each other? Anjali, you up for that?
I think I can manage that.
Good. Well, here's to that. Our first speaker needs actually very little introduction, because they are the Minister of Human Resources and Human Development here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So, of course, they bring huge insight into how policy can really support national scale capability building. Please give a tremendous HCI welcome to His Excellency Al-Rashi.
Shukran. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, distinguished guests, it's my great honor to be here today as we come together to discuss the most valuable asset of our economy. It's people. Throughout history, progress has been driven by those willing to adapt, to innovate, and to embrace change. Today, we find ourselves at a time when human capital is not a subset of economy and fiscal policy. It is the defining variable of global prosperity. The rise of artificial intelligence, automation, and the fast evolution of the 4th and 5th industrial revolutions are not distant trends. They are here, completely disrupting industries and changing where and when and how to work. We are challenged with preparing the future that is unfolding faster than we ever imagined. With every wave of technological advancement, disruption comes. By 2030, over 92 million jobs will become obsolete. As automation and artificial intelligence change the way industries and people operate. At the same time, entirely new industries and roles are emerging at an unexpected rate. The global skills gap is widening, with nearly 40% of skills expected to change, and 63% of the employers already identifying their biggest challenge in finding qualified talent. The question we must ask ourselves is not whether we are ready, but how can we make sure that our workforce is empowered to lead this wave of change. Industries are transforming faster than we expected. Traditional channels for training and skills can keep up with. In some sectors, the challenge is not a shortage of jobs, but a shortage of the right skills. The global cybersecurity field, for example, alone faces a gap of 3.4 million workers. AI-related jobs remain unfilled with 50% hiring gap. The demand is there. We must respond through strategic workforce planning. In Saudi Arabia, we have activated a demand-driven approach. We have set up 13 sector skill councils consisting of over 240 million members from public and private sector. These councils are responsible for identifying skills and job requirements and how best to address them. Already we have produced the Saudi skill taxonomy and sector skill framework that include career paths and trends with an existing skill. Together with our work on establishing over 300 national occupations, Preparing our people for the future of work needs a shift in how we approach education and training. Traditional degrees are not longer the sole gateway to opportunity. Employers are looking for experienced workforce. In partnership with the Human Capability Development Program, we have launched the Skills Accelerator Initiative to equip more than 300,000 individuals with expertise in high-growth sectors such as energy, healthcare, finance, and retail. We do this by analyzing what the market needs in collaboration with businesses, educational institutions, and experts. Then we give access to this training to every individual possible, regardless of their location, by blending virtual learning with hands-on training. Technical expertise alone is not enough. Leadership, strategic thinking, and adaptability are equally important. And skilling and reskilling for the workforce is a national priority that all stakeholders should engage in. Hence, we launched a national campaign for training pledge. In Arabic, we call it WAD. Through WAD, we are investing in the promise of human potential. WAD has already achieved its first phase target with more than 1 million training opportunities achieved. Last November, we launched stage 2 of WAD with a 3 million training opportunities target with 16 partners from the private and public sector. As we grow leadership and adaptability, we must also make sure that opportunities extend across the board. An inclusive labor market is a strong labor market, increasing workforce participation, particularly among underrepresented groups in economic necessity. We have taken a proactive approach to create solutions for a more direct pathways to meaningful employment. We have launched a parallel training initiative for women with a clear goal to connect women with opportunities. These initiatives align industry-specific training with real employment pathways through partnership with over 70 training institutions and over 45,000 businesses. At first, we have a target of employing and training 100,000 women, but the program has exceeded expectations, training and placing 22% more women than our goal in the private sector, with 92% retention rate. Today, we are proud to take another step forward and announce a new initiative, the National Skills Platform, designed for further empower our workforce and strengthen our national talent base with essential skills for the future. The platform represents a milestone in our journey that offers a unique and simple, agile journey, ensuring that every employee is equipped to meet the changing requirements of the labor market. We do this by leveraging artificial intelligence to enhance training pathways, skills classification, and alignment with global trends in the skills. This is part of our responsibility in providing accessible, high-quality training opportunities for all to drive personal growth and national development. This progress is not an isolation of efforts. It is one that it is global in nature by aligning education, skills development, and employer needs. We built a system where talent is an opportunity and accessible to all labor markets. We extend our talent enrichment program globally through the professional accreditation program that's enabling professionals in 160 countries to gain globally recognized credentials. Our aim is to enhance global workforce mobility and competitiveness with over 1,300 accredited professionals. This initiative recognizes globalization, and it is a demand for global talent development and integration. As we look ahead, 3 things will determine our growth as a united global labor market emerging stronger together. First, agility. Labor market must be able to pivot quickly, embracing innovation and proactively updating workforce policies ahead of any unexpected change. Second, inclusivity. A future-ready labor market is a labor market that ensures opportunities are open for all, expanding access to education, training, and employment, regardless of the gender, location, or the socioeconomic background. Third, collaboration. No single entity, government, business, or education institution can grow a workforce alone. A collaborative approach where global change makers, industry leaders, and educators work together is essential in growing talent that is both competitive and resilient. The future of work is unfolding now. The choices we make today will determine the livelihood of millions, the stability of families and societies, and the opportunities available to future generations. By investing in our people, strengthening skills, and creative pathways to meaningful careers, we'll create more than just a strong workforce. We create opportunities, security, and progress. We don't wait for the future of work to happen. It is a future to create together. Thank you.
Wonderful, Your Excellency, thank you. Now, Your Excellency, if I may, can I persuade you to stay for a few moments on the stage, please? Why don't we have another round of applause for His Excellency's powerful words on collaboration, on inclusivity, and on a global mindset as well. Your Excellency, the reason I've asked you to stay just for a couple of minutes is because we have a very special prize giving, and I'd love you to bear witness to that. Everybody in this arena remembers the impact that a special teacher had on their lives, and that's what we're about to recognize. It's the Varkey Global Teacher Prize. So the person who will step up shortly should be congratulated and quizzed, I think, by all of us to understand the secrets. We're also in the presence of the Minister of Education and the Chairman of the Executive Committee of the HCDP here in Saudi Arabia. So joining us in the arena, and I asked them to join us up on the stage, His Excellency Yusuf bin Abdullah Al Benyan. Thank you, Excellencies. Welcome. Now, please, if I ask you to come just over here, thank you. Now, the stage is set. This is a highly prestigious global prize. There is one winner this year in 2025. The winner of the Varkey Global Teacher Prize 2025 is Mansour Al-Mansour. Well, please give Mansour Al-Mansour a huge round of applause as he joins us on stage. Amazing. Congratulations, Mansour Al-Mansour, off with his trophy. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you very much indeed. Enjoy the rest of the HCI Summit. I hope that our media partners will be interviewing our winner for their top tips. Now, His Excellency trailed and announced a couple of very special initiatives in his address, and a couple particularly caught our ear, I know. One was the Sector Skills Accelerator platform, and I know that, like me, you will want to hear more about what that is all about. Let's have a look.
في عالم يتغير بسرعة، أصبحت المهارة هي عملة المستقبل، والمستقبل يبدأ من هنا. مبادرة مسرعة المهارات بالشراكة مع برنامج تنمية القدرات البشرية تسعى لتعزيز كفاءة موظفي القطاع الخاص في القطاعات الأكثر تأثيراً في الاقتصاد وفرص التوظيف، كما تهدف لتأهيل أكثر من 300 ألف متدرب في 7 قطاعات رئيسية عبر ما يزيد عن 3000 برنامج تدريبي. رحلة تعليمية متكاملة تبدأ بالتوعية وتنتهي بقياس الأثر. بعد إتمام التدريب يحصل المتدرب على شهادة معتمدة من وزارة الموارد البشرية والتنمية الاجتماعية. كل ذلك يتم عبر المنصة الوطنية للمهارات بإمكانات متقدمة وخيارات تدريبية مرنة. استثمر في مستقبلك المهني اليوم مع مسرعة المهارات، بوابتك إلى عالم الفرص، حيث تلتقي المهارات بالاحترافية.
Fantastic. So this is world class because this, honored guest, is the connective tissue that joins together the parts of the ecosystem. On that note, another very special announcement put out on this stage by His Excellency is to be titled the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, and we'll find out a little bit more right now.
With confident strides toward a safer and more efficient professional future, the National Occupational Safety and Health Institute is set to be launched at the 7th International Conference on Occupational Safety and Health. This milestone initiative emerges from a strategic partnership between the Technical and Vocational Training Corporation and the National Council for Occupational Safety and Health, positioning the Institute as the national reference in promoting a culture of safety and advancing its standards. The Institute offers specialized programs in occupational safety, occupational health, and risk management, with an ambitious goal to train over 35,000 individuals within 5 years. It delivers high-quality services, including training and assessment, accreditation, consultancy, incident investigation, and occupational health services. Through its efforts, the Institute plays a vital role in cultivating a sustainable safety culture that enhances quality of life and safeguards lives. The National Occupational Safety and Health Institute, where safety practices begin and professional competence is forged.
Well, our congratulations and our best wishes to all involved in both of those very special announcements. So we've had an award already for the greatest teacher, but let's just think about the challenge of what is to be taught. I think about that conundrum as a father of 2 young daughters practically weekly at the moment. So think about that in every school around the world, but also in every government ministry of education. What is to be taught to pass on a body of knowledge and to prepare our citizens for the world of work and the world around them? Let's ask each other a question today. What's the sort of thing that no AI, however intelligent, will ever be able to replace? What are the qualities which make us most human? That's the sort of question we'll be asking on this stage in the next few hours. Also, how do we close the gap? How do we connect the disconnected? That could be different parts of the world. It could be those in danger of being left behind. Now, imagine having to contemplate that from the perspective of a government ministry. Well, that's what this next conversation is all about. And you will see before your eyes that it is an international, a global panel of ministers wrestling with some massive opportunities and challenges on a daily basis. We have got a very safe pair of hands in the chair. So as she comes out with her global ministerial panel, please welcome your chair, Laura Buckwell.
Well, a huge thank you to Ollie there. And yes, as Ollie mentioned, we are going to start our dialogues here at HCI 2025 Day 2 with a global perspective on human capabilities as an economic catalyst. And I'm absolutely delighted to be welcoming our esteemed panel. So first and foremost, please give a very warm welcome to His Excellency Khaled Al-Sabti, Advisor of the General Secretariat of the Council of Ministers and Chairman of the Board of Directors of the Education and Training Evaluation Commission for Saudi Arabia. A very warm welcome. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm welcome to His Excellency Wamkale Mene, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area. A very warm welcome. Absolutely delighted to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. And now please give a very warm welcome to the Honourable Dr. Zambri Abdul Qadir, Minister of Higher Education for Malaysia. Wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much. And now rounding out our panel, please give a very warm welcome to the Honourable Professor Adolf Mkenda, Minister of Education for Science and Technology for Tanzania. Thank you so much. Please be seated. Wonderful to have you all here. And yes, what a fantastic way to kickstart Day 2 for us with a global perspective, as mentioned. Now, when we think about the future of nations, we often hear the words like innovation, technology, and infrastructure. But as the minister earlier so rightly said, what truly drives progress is, of course, our people. So investing in human capability is one of the smartest and most impactful moves any country can make to boost its economy. So, as I mentioned, really fantastic to have you all here. Now, Your Excellency, I'd like to start off with you, if I may. Now, as we mentioned, the only way to move an economy to an advanced one is, of course, quality education. So how can strategic investments into the quality of education really help in this knowledge transfer and this knowledge economy here in the Kingdom?
Let me start by saying it's a pleasure to be here again in the second HCI conference. Organizing this conference for 2 consecutive years show Saudi Arabia's strong and ongoing commitment to human capability development. It's part of our Kingdom strategy for sustainable economy and knowledge-based economy as well. This effort is reflected, this commitment is reflected in a major national programs such as Human Capability Development Program and the allocation of significant resources to education in the national budget, as well as the efforts of many entities such as Ministry of Education and others. These efforts represent more than just investment. They signal strategic shift towards building competitive, innovative, adaptable national workforce for the future global economy. Within this context, EdTech, the Education and Training Evaluation Commission in Saudi Arabia, plays significant role in enabling and assuring the education quality across the entire ecosystem. We at EdTech, we lead and push the quality agenda through evaluation, assessment, accreditation across the entire ecosystem. And also we do the assessment at the different levels, teachers, students, programs, and institutions. At EdTech, our vision is to become leading, globally leading, and high-impact Saudi model for quality and contribute directly to the national development and economic prosperity. Addressing your question more specifically, at EdTech we partnered with international global organizations to study the impact of education quality to economy growth. And currently we are finalizing a study with the World Bank, and the findings are very encouraging and promising. The results show that if Saudi Arabia raises the education quality to the international average or above, it could achieve a huge gain in the economic growth, especially the GDP annual growth. Traditionally, education measured by the years of schooling has been seen as a major driver for economic growth. However, recently studies show that there is a shift from the education quality, education quantity to education quality. Cognitive skills measured by international exams such as PISA and TIMSS has shown that it's more important and critical for driving economic growth compared to simply years spent in the school. Cross-country studies show that the differences in the quality of education explain, it's the strongest factor explaining the variation in the economic GDP of the countries. International leading organizations such as IMF, World Bank, and OECD emphasize this. Yesterday in the conference, Professor Hanushek from Stanford, who spent a lot of time in his research trying to explain and identify the correlation between the quality of education to economic growth, he reached to a conclusion that the differences in the PISA score among countries can explain 3/4 of the variation of the economic growth in the country. So that almost 73% of the differences between the GDP of countries can be attributed to the differences in the PISA score, and this is so huge. In EdTech, we are committed to advance the agenda for quality, for the education quality agenda, and our model is to become globally leading high-impact Saudi model for education quality that contributes to national development and also economic prosperity. We are in a partnership with international organizations, and OECD has documented and shared our quality model, and now is considered to be one of the leading quality models globally. Ultimately, what we are trying to do at EdTech is to push the agenda for quality education in the country, and we are committed into achieving that. And also, we showed, and we will continue showing with the international partners, that the impact of quality education, the impact of education quality to the economy and its prosperity and growth is real, and our government is committed in advancing the quality education quality agenda. And our also goal is to empower the Saudi citizens to be globally competitive, innovative, and to drive the transition to knowledge-based sustainable economy.
Very, very well said. It's very impressive to see what's happening here. It really is, especially with that Vision 2030. And as you mentioned, it's very much about empowerment and making sure that everyone has these lifelong skills as well, in fact, which is what we're going to be talking about a little later on. So thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you. Moving on to His Excellency Wamkale Mene. Wonderful to have you here. Now, the African Continental Free Trade Area very much looks to strengthen intra-Africa trade and investment across all sectors of Africa's economy, of course. So tell us a little bit more about the role of multilateral institutions, including yourselves, in all of this, and how they can better support countries in order to make sure to sort of align human capital with economic integration?
Well, thank you very much. First, let me appreciate the invitation by the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for this very important dialogue that we have yesterday and today. Our mandate really is to build an integrated knowledge economy, an economy that is based on digitization and digitalization. And that means that as we create the single digital market, we will require a particular set of skills to power and to drive that economy. We have a protocol on digital trade, which is the legal anchor that will create this digital economy. The continent of Africa has an advantage. We have over 60% of our population, that is 1.4 billion people, over 60% are below the age of 30. If you take, just by way of an example, a country like Liberia, over 55% of people in Liberia are below the age of 30. And this demographic shift, it requires us to adapt how we train people for the workforce. It requires us to adapt the character of our economy. And so that is why we are placing a very, very strong emphasis on the digital economy, mobile banking enabled functionalities, digital learning. All of these different areas of the digital economy will require a specialized workforce, specialized skills, as Honorable Minister was saying in his opening remarks. Now, the skills that are required for that to power this economy that I describe will they determine that they require that we collaborate with the private sector. The private sector has got to be absolutely at the fore of co-training with governments, co-training for this digital economy that I am describing. There are foundations also, the MasterCard Foundation, for example, the Gates Foundation, that are partnering with multilateral institutions, with ourselves, with individual governments to offer this specialized training that is required. In the protocol on digital trade, we have very clear provisions on digital inclusion, particularly of young people. And second, we have provisions on skills, digital skills acquisition. The digital economy, as I keep emphasizing, has very, very peculiar demands. We have payments platforms, mobile banking platforms, data sovereignty, movement of data across borders. We have artificial intelligence. We have a range of different digital economy functionalities. And that's why this emphasis on skills development for the digital economy is so absolutely critical, so that by the year 2050, when the continent of Africa has the youngest working force in the world, we are capable and fully equipped to be able to respond to the demands of that particular economy. And you can't make that leap to the fourth industrial revolution or the fifth industrial revolution without the requisite skills force to drive and power that transition into the digital economy. So by emphasizing on this issue of the digital economy, we're addressing Africa's imperatives for digital inclusion. At the same time, we're building a skills base for this economy. And third, we're creating jobs on the back of innovation. So we are very much excited about what the future holds for us.
Yeah, very exciting indeed. And of course, the next generation has got completely different demands at the end of the day. They're working in a very different landscape, a digital landscape, as you mentioned as well. And the opportunities with youth, especially, you know, it's very similar to here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, of course. The opportunities within the youth are very inspiring and hopeful indeed. Over to the Honourable Mr. Dr. Zambri Abdul Kadir. Wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much. Now, Malaysia, speaking of the digital age, Malaysia has very much been strengthening its education systems to very much align with future workforce demands as well. So how is the ministry ensuring that university curricula is very much aligned with training programs, equipping students with the right skills needed for this new type of workforce? I know you're doing very incredible things. Do tell us.
Thank you very much, Laura, for having me. Let me take a moment to congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for organizing this very remarkable and visionary program. It is, for your information, my second year coming here. By the way, as we see from the economic perspective, if we look at the transitions that has been happening around the world, that is the shift from the resource-based economy to capability-based models. This has been unraveling everywhere, that we have to embrace into it. And Malaysia also come along this way because we are being part of the global community at large, and then being an open economy. And for the next 5 years, digital economy will form about 25% of the total GDP. As such, speed is the essence for us to change the entire fabric of our education today. So what we have done for a couple of years, in fact, we keep on doing it, keep on changing our structures of education. First, we have come out with our new national higher education blueprint. This is the planning for the next 10 years, from 2025 to 2035, focusing on the purpose of higher education by looking into the entire spectrum of education development, because we cannot simply pick up one aspect of education at the expense of other areas of education. So as such, we're going to give emphasis on the humanity-centric and purpose-driven, with the ultimate aim is to build our nation for the next 10 years ahead. So looking at this shift, we have identified 10 shifts from internationalization into sustainability, as well as giving special interest in the whole fabric of society that we want to produce. So that's one aspect of the entire roadmap that we are moving forward. That's one. Another area that we are working on is to unbundle our current education system. It seems to be a little bit rigid. Therefore, as we've been talking about the need to be more adaptive, more current in our approach. Therefore, we are looking all the necessary steps. For example, we cannot simply lump everything together into one, as far as the higher education is concerned. Therefore, we have to really separate the technical education, the higher education, and also providing a seamless pathway to technical education. As we know, in the many parts of the world, you have education in the technical education, vocational educations, for the secondary schools, for the high schools, but sometimes they have to end up at that levels. Therefore, we have to relook into the entire system, that is to provide opportunities for all to go into higher levels of education, to upskill their capabilities. This is one of the areas we are looking at. In fact, for your information, the Malaysian government has formed this National TVET Council, chaired by the Deputy Prime Minister, bringing all 1,345 TVET institutions under one strategic umbrella to work together, to move into one direction, to provide the digital facilities and to train our generation. And we also have been working with the high-tech leaders and also high-tech companies such as with Amazon Web Service. We are aiming to provide about 400,000 students to be able to communicate through LLMs models. So that's part of our overall planning. And as far as the university curricula is concerned, as a minister in charge of it, we have reviewed everything. In fact, we have formed what we call the university consortiums, or we call Nexus program, where we bring all universities, all professors, all experts in the field of AI to sit down together. You must not work in silos, because all knowledge is quite widespread. So it's time for us now to bring everybody together to think ahead about what next to be done for the country, especially from now onwards until 2035. Those are best, briefly, some of the programs that we are doing for the country. But of course, we must also look into the very purpose of having this, program. We may have our noble purpose of creating new countries where people are connected, highly connected. But at the end of the day, we need to also build a prosperous country, harmonious country, for not only for the society and then for the whole over. So basically, those are the whole entire ecosystem that we are trying to create for our country, vis-a-vis our region as well in ASEAN. This is also in line with the position of Malaysia for this year as an ASEAN chair. Thank you.
Very impressive ecosystem you've got set up there, very much with this global mindset that was spoken about earlier, making sure we've got those international connections as well. So thank you so much to the Honourable Dr. Zambri Abdul Kadir. Thank you so much. Moving on now to Professor Adolf Mkenda. Really fantastic to have you here as well, Minister of Education for Science and Technology. Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, as I understand, Tanzania has also very much been investing in education and skills development. And there was actually in 2003 a whole educational policy reform as well. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about that, what's happened sort of 2 years on as well, and also how you're very much aligning your education system with economic transformation.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me express our appreciation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the hospitality and for this wonderful initiative, of which they made us part of it by invitation. Yes, Tanzania gained independence in 1961. When we gained independence, almost over 70% of the population did not know how to read and write. We didn't have any university. Education was a luxury that only very few could afford. We have made progress since then in terms of making sure that you have access to education for all, fee-free education up to high school, and highly subsidized higher education in Tanzania. And the literacy rate now is over 80%. And over 75% now make transition from primary education to secondary education. However, this linear progression is facing new challenges. 3 things very important. Number one, the demographic dynamics of our country, of which I think before 2050, the population is going to double, creating huge challenges in terms of employment opportunities. And secondly, a globalization. which is a huge opportunity, but also can be also a challenge in terms of competition from the rest of the world. And the last one is the explosion of technology, including AI, which once again can be a huge opportunity, but can also create huge dislocation in the labor market and create huge, not only economic challenge, but also political challenge. Because of that, therefore, this linear progression now, we are making a radical review in terms of a new education policy in the country to try to address all of those. Number one, we are increasing the number of years of compulsory education in Tanzania. However, more critically, we recognize that it is not true that everybody has the same aptitude to academic. There are those who are more proficient in terms of skills and those who want to follow liberal education and so on. And because of that, the primary education, once you finish in Tanzania, we have decided to create two streams. One stream is for general education, where those who are interested in general education, academic and so on can pursue. The other stream is skills-intensive education, which is both technical and vocational education, where our youth can learn not only technical education, they can do agriculture, they can do hospitality industry, they can do music, sports academy, and so on and so forth. And then they will continue to progress up to high school, of which the general education will just continue with normal 2 years and wait to go to either university or other colleges. But for skills-intensive vocational, the vocational segment of secondary education, they will go for 3 years and earn diploma, which will afford them an opportunity to gain employment, or they can also continue with higher education. So that's one of the major reforms that we are making. And the reason we are doing that is to prepare youth with requisite skills. And we want to progress from, right now we are starting progressively, but we think down the road, maybe 50 or more than 50% of the youth who go to secondary school will go through TVET kind of secondary education and proceed. We are reintroducing polytechnics. Globally, polytechnics have been disappearing in favor of higher education in universities and degrees, but we are reintroducing it as part of the higher education for those who are going through the skills-intensive stream, so that they can acquire requisite skills for globalization, for job opportunities, and so on. But in terms of, now let me talk a little bit about AI, which is the currency across the world. You hear people talking about how we can use AI in education. So that's the main discussion going on. And we are also discussing that. We are introducing things like coding in our curriculum to make sure that students are starting to think in terms of programming and so on. Computer science has increased and so on. But apart from using AI as a device, as an instrument for education, we are also asking ourselves, how can education increase our AI capability in the country? That we should also be in the frontier of production of AI rather than just being consumer of AI. And through that, we have increased funding and scholarship for STEM in the country. We have introduced a campus from Indian Institute of Technology in Zanzibar, where the main focus will be AI and related sciences. We have Nelson Mandela African Institute of Technology in Arusha that draws students from across Africa. It's a graduate university. The focus is science and technology, and AI will be one of the areas that we're going to do. But this budget, we are going to set aside a fund that will start to send youth abroad to study in areas where they can both study their degree in AI, but at the same time get an opportunity for apprenticeship so that they can, again, because AI itself is going to create a number of job opportunities of which our youth must be prepared, and we should look at the entire world as an area where our youth can seek employment, but at the same time we should have capabilities to handle and produce AI knowledge apart from just making use of it.
Very impressive indeed. And as you mentioned, we've got to make sure that we instill these lifelong skills at the end of the day. So very impressive to hear what you're doing over in Tanzania as well. So sadly, we are running out of time, but I wanted to throw over to His Excellency. Maybe you could leave us with a call to action here today in terms of what we need to do to promote human capabilities as an economic catalyst. What would you like to leave us here with today?
I think, as mentioned today and also yesterday in the session, in a number of speeches and panels, there is a growing consensus that education quality is the foundational and the main driver for economic growth, not only in this country, but in all the countries. So we need to focus on the quality. We spent too many years and maybe decades on quantity, spreading the education services across the cities, villages, etc. But now we need to focus on the quality, and this is the role of EdTech. EdTech, which is the Education and Training Evaluation Commission in Saudi Arabia, is to perform the quality assurance, quality control on the entire ecosystem, K-12 education, higher education, and vocational training. Today in Saudi Arabia, it's a very special day. We started the 4th cycle of measuring the learning performance on all the primary and intermediate schools in the country in mathematics, science, and reading. This is the 4th cycle. We started this program 4 years ago, and we will test in 2 weeks 1.5 million students in all the cities and the villages, more than 20,000 schools. And then we will issue every year a performance card. We will publish it through a platform, IT platform, and it will be all that school, they can access that platform, and it has the KPIs. Each school, they can see their performance, how they compare themselves to other schools, to other directorates at a national level. It's similar to the international exam, but international exam, they focus on a small sample, but we going in all the schools to test 1.5 million students. And then we use that output in the school evaluation program. We started this also program with collaboration with the Ministry of Education. And we are also finalizing the first round to evaluate all the schools and issuing a classification for all the schools. We have 4 categories. And also this week is a very special week. We enable and empower the parents. We have almost 2 million parents in the country. We empower them to access to the school evaluation report for their kids. So they can go into a mobile app, we call it Mustaqbalhum, through the iPhone or the other mobile. They can see for each of their sons and daughters small reports, what is the quality of their school. Is it grade 1 or grade 2 or grade 4 or grade 5? We have 4 categories, and also what are the sub-scoring for each subcategory. And then hopefully within 2 weeks, 4 weeks, we will have it in the public domain so that each Saudi citizen, expat in the country, they can identify the high-quality schools and the mid-quality schools and the low-performing schools, so that they can. We are trying to enhance the decision-making at the family level, because we believe that the quality of education is the future to everybody, to the kids, to the students, to the families, to the nation, to everybody. And nothing is more important than the future of our sons and daughters. So this is why we are enabling the parents. We are trying to re-engineer the partnership between the parents and the school to make it more positive and collaborative, to enhance the quality of education to their sons and daughters. For the school evaluation program, we are using data intensively. We generated 1.7 billion data points using the different evaluation schemes and 360-degree evaluation. We engage the parents. We ask the parents, we ask the students, we ask the teachers. We engaged 10 million participants, and we sent specialized individuals to visit all the schools. We spent almost 5,000 trips to the entire nation. And now we have detailed performance report for each school. It's in the IT platform. And we reached to this classification based on 1.7 billion data points. So in average for each school, we use almost 60,000 data points. So we think it's very accurate, and we will improve it as we go. But this is only part of our program and strategy. I know we are running out of time, but we believe that this is the future of the nation. We need to, this is why I said in the first reply to your question, the government of Saudi Arabia is committed to advance the quality, education quality agenda. And the aim is to empower the Saudi citizens to be globally competitive. And we believe that we are in the right path with the Human Capability Development Program and the collaboration among the different organizations. I can go more. I can go for more if we have time, but
sadly, I think we are going to have to wrap up quite soon.
Okay.
But please do say your final comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
My final comments, we would like to congratulate the teacher, Mansour, for the Global Award. And this is why we believe that teachers, they are the most important factor in the education. And there are too many studies that says the quality of any education system cannot exceed the quality of the teachers. And this is why we started the teacher licensing program 4 years ago. Now we reach 70% of our teachers in the K-12 system, they are licensed. And the Ministry of Education has issued a directive that each teacher must be licensed before they join the profession. And this is why we believe that they are the main ticket for bringing our education to the quality phase. Thank you.
Very impressive indeed. I think that deserves a round of applause. Very impressive to hear what you're doing here in the Kingdom. However, sadly, we have run out of time. Never enough time. I have so many questions for you as well. But in the meantime, thank you so much. A truly excellent panel there with a global perspective on quality education as an economic catalyst. Once again, please give our panel a huge round of applause. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you to all of your excellencies and to our formidable chair, Laura. Let's give them a round of applause as they leave the stage. Well done, thank you. And this is just the start of our second day here at the HCI Summit, because some of these principles are very easy to say, but hard to do. How do you upskill at scale if you're working with organizations and citizens around the world? What does that involve in practice? And what is on the minds of the leaders of some of the world's best companies and organizations? Well, I'm going to introduce you now to the Secretary General of the Digital Cooperation Organization and the Chief Executive of the Boston Consulting Group. Please give a warm welcome to the stage to Dima Al-Yaya and Christoph Schweitzer. Welcome both. Welcome, Christoph. Welcome. Good morning, Dima. Thank you for being with us. Please. Welcome both. Well, Dima, if your organization didn't exist, we would all say it should exist. This is about prosperity. It's about digital transformation for your member organizations. Just give us a glimpse of who those members are.
Oh, definitely. Well, these are...
I want to make absolutely sure we can hear you. We may just have to wait. If you carry on, can you say? Okay. Okay, don't worry, we'll send. Christoph, just remind us of the footprint. Roughly how many colleagues around the world?
34,000.
34,000 in roughly how many cities and countries?
In 103 offices in 60 countries.
Okay, so we've got two global leaders here. Dima, your member.
Well, we represent, as of now, 16 like-minded nations from Asia, Europe, Africa, and the Middle East, representing more than 800 million in population, with 75% under the age of 30.
Amazing. So thank you both for being with us. Dima, let's start with you. A big question on the minds of some of those nations is, how do they not get left behind? So if we're thinking about closing that impact gap, what does that mean to you?
Well, that's a question that keeps us up at night, especially in DCO. And if we look at digital economy right now, last year alone, 16% of the overall global GDP was digital economy. But if we look at that percentage, it was only a handful of countries that represented that percentage. And that gets you thinking, who is participating in the R&D, also expenses? We see only 100 firms from the US, from China, that is contributing to AI R&D. So therefore, we see not only are we struggling with a digital gap, but now that gap is increasing. And we're looking at an AI gap, where not only we are suffering from infrastructure and imbalance when it comes to computing power or the right connectivity or the right reforms, but also skilled talents. And this is where we're looking at how can these countries flourish and prosper in that digital economy if they don't create their local content.
Right. So it is about connecting. It's about cooperation, learning from each other. Christoph, you and colleagues have the ear of leaders, not just in the private sector, but across sectors. What are they telling you? What's working, and where are the real problems that need solving?
Well, it's a very interesting period in the kind of S-curve of AI adoption at this point in the corporate world, and also in ministries and government bodies. We just surveyed 1,800 leaders, top executives across 19 countries. 75% of them say that AI is one of their top priorities. Only 25% of them say that they are meeting their impact and financial objectives. And then you double click on that and you ask why. And the answer is overwhelmingly that technology is not the constraining factor, but that the human part of your organization is constraining it. How do people actually embrace the technology? It's a question of skills, it's a question of incentives, processes, organization, culture, leadership. That is the reality at this point in time, and I think that's what we all collectively need to overcome.
Right, so that's the thread we should pull on then. Right, so Dima, what's your sense of that? Because we can talk about technological readiness, but it's actually human readiness. That's what Christoph is saying. So talk to us about the fundamentals of how you see us preparing our workforces, and you're learning from your members all the time on this.
Well, I think the first thing is that we have to look at technology as a tool at the end of the day. So it's not enough just investing in the technology itself. We should be investing in the human capital that will utilize that technology and will build innovations on top of these technologies. And therefore, if we really want to look at digital sovereignty or to look at digital resilience of any nation, we have to look at their human capital that will create and generate these innovations for them to be self-sufficient. So therefore, it's not also, I would like to add, it's not also just upskilling them, but providing them with the right policies and regulations that will enable them to prosper and innovate and serve the country in the right way.
So here is a knotty challenge for you both then, because Christoph, 99% of organizations, certainly companies in the UK, for example, are small, medium-sized. Let's talk about much larger organizations, because these principles are sound. How do we do it at scale? How do we upskill with potentially hundreds of thousands or millions involved?
Well, I think, as always in life, when you try to change what a large number of people do, you have to come at it from different angles. I think, especially now when it comes to AI, there is what I would call the playfulness angle. You want people to experiment. You want, in our case, the 24-year-old college graduate who just joined us to play and bring all the use that they had of the technology in their education days into BCG. And they do that with incredible passion and incredible drive. But then, at some point, you need to take it from the individual examples to 34,000 people. That means you need to then, I mean, as I said before, upskill and train, but you also need to have the leaders in place who are willing to encourage the use. There is a top-down responsibility to embrace technology and encourage your team to embrace technology and make good use of it. I think that is something that's widely underestimated. So I think educating the executives, educating middle management is fundamentally important for corporations. It's also fundamentally important, I think, in the public sector and in the social sector. I think there's a lot to be done.
And Christoph and Dima as well, presumably we need safe, inclusive spaces where we can have honest conversations about how it's going, what's not working. We're not always going to be mic in hand on a public stage. I mean, how do you see that challenge? Because if we miss that chapter, we haven't really learned anything. Christoph.
Well, look, as a leader, you can always play the mix between encouraging positive outcomes, but also not rewarding negative outcomes, so penalizing to some extent. I think in this case, you need to lead with positive example, positive reinforcement, demonstrating that you use it yourself. Also showing vulnerability and the reality of how you do it yourself, and the things that work and sometimes the things that fail. And I do think the most advanced organizations have a culture where from the CEO or the president down to the entry-level people who joined, to the day-to-day workforce out in the field, there is a common acceptance. We do this, we are excited about the progress, and we learn from our mistakes.
Dima, it's a powerful point, that role modeling, that being the example.
Oh, definitely. And we see DCO itself is a platform, as we believe that cooperation is the essence of scalability and acceleration. Why should we reinvent the wheel? If there is a competitive advantage in one country, let's share it with the other countries and vice versa. A competitive advantage could be a solution for another country. And we don't want to neglect the fact that we need to incorporate the private sector and the innovators in the discussion. So we need to bridge that communication gap between the public sector and private sector.
So on that, a final thought from you both, because Christoph, as Dima says, there's an immense opportunity in all sectors, but let's think about the private sector for impact. When it comes to your clients, how are you making sure that they and you don't miss that opportunity?
Well, what I find important in any big change process in corporations is that you set clear targets and you measure progress. That is adoption targets, that's operational outcomes, like, for example, in a call center, the efficiency of the call center people or the coding of your IT department. But it is also financial targets. And I think you need to make sure that you have a well thought through set of KPIs and that you manage against those. By the way, if I look at the kingdom here, I mean, one of the things we find in our surveys is that the kingdom is actually quite advanced in many ways. And if you look at this mix between playfulness and then systematic scaling, if you look at the AI Olympiad that happened here in 2024, I think it's a great example. If you look at the 11,000 school teachers that have been brought into AI, I think it's fantastic. You need exactly that.
So this
and then it's the 1 million Saudi initiative. If you take all of that together, I think that's the mix that you need to play.
Right, well, Dima, we have a new champion here, as if we didn't know it already, in Christoph in the region. These are practical examples. So let's stick with that challenge, if you like. A practical step, a message for our audience here at the HCI Summit on how we can all move beyond readiness when it comes to our next chapter.
Embrace real collaboration. Embrace real collaboration. Be open to accepting dialogues and working on creating partnerships, more partnerships with other public sector or other countries, as well as private sector. Open the borders to more cross-border talents to be easily expanded and create the right opportunities and environment for them to collaborate together.
Right, so opening those borders, cross cross-pollination, talent connecting across the world. Dima, thank you so much, and Christoph, thank you very much indeed. Dima Alyaya and Christoph Schweitzer, everybody. Thank you very much. Well, as our guests leave the stage, we reflect on that challenge, please, as we connect across our arena and across 2 very busy days. And it'll be very interesting to think over time how those collaborations play out. Please let us know who you've met here. Have the seeds been sown for those next cooperations and collaborations? And of course, over our coffee breaks, perhaps we can confess to each other where our playfulness hasn't worked out, where our experiment has taught us a valuable lesson. Well, we've now got a town hall, so a range of opinions on the theme of venture capital. So show me the money, as they say. Our host is the managing partner of Red Salt Advisory Company. He's also the host of the 2030 podcast. So with his guests, please welcome out Lucien Ziegler.
Welcome, everybody, and thank you very much to our wonderful organizers here for HCI 2025. It's been an amazing show. It's about to get more amazing with this great panel. Joining me on the stage here, His Excellency Dr. Nabil Koshak, CEO and board member at SVC, Saudi Arabia, Dr. Dongsu Kim, CEO of LG Technology Ventures from California, United States, and Jonathan Ortmans, president of the Global Entrepreneurship Network, also based in the United States. And I'd like to start off with you, Your Excellency, Dr. Nabil. You've done so much to build this ecosystem, really from the ground up. And the work that you've done has really been patient work and one that's involved a lot of labors of love, but the results are in front of us, they're tangible. And I want to start by talking about, you're both an investor, but you're also a fund of funds investor to jumpstart the ecosystem. How do you assess whether SVC's strategy aligns with national priorities here in Saudi Arabia around talent development and also workforce transformation in Saudi Arabia? And then actually, if we may do sort of that in a 2-parter, I think if we could also learn a little bit about how SVC assesses the impacts of your investment beyond financial returns, which are also important.
Sure. Thank you. I think I will start by, it's great and honor actually to be part of the Human Capability Initiative. And I'm glad that also venture investment is highlighted through this event with great leaders in this ecosystem globally, not only locally. But I think the interesting thing about venture capital, how Vision 2030 has highlighted the importance of Vision 2030, the importance of startups and SMEs, and the backing of innovation and great entrepreneurs for many reasons. For the diversifying the economy, job creation, and multiple, I would say, developmental impact, but also the financial returns that could happen through this experience. Since the fund size is $3 billion, since inception, we invested in more than now 56 funds. We are across multiple sectors, multiple stages. Sometimes we act as a gap filler in the ecosystem to make sure that there are enough risk capital investing in innovative ideas and backing entrepreneurs and innovators. And luckily, I think the outcome since inception started Q4 2018 to today, the multiplier effect is almost 4x. So each dollar we fueled in the market actually stimulated money from private investors, high net worth individuals, corporates, family offices. And that's actually an indicator how now lucrative is the venture investment actually happening in Saudi Arabia. And then also these developmental KPIs like the number of jobs, the gender diversification, the equity, and all other developmental KPIs has been set, and among the targets what we measure on annual basis to make sure that we are doing this in a disciplined, patient, continuous, and persistence is very crucial for venture capital. I like that this is a patient capital. It's a long-term game. But the results also, out of these funds that we backed and through our direct co-investment activities, the total portfolio reached 800 plus startups actually. And definitely EdTech is part of the sector that we are keen to back indirectly through the funds or indirectly.
Yeah, and the fund has now, what, 4x since you started, so that's amazing, and in size. And you mentioned sort of, I want to move over to corporate venture capital with LG Technology Ventures. And I sort of want to ask about you're investing, really from LG's side into technologies that, will benefit your company sort of long term.
Mm-hmm.
But you are a venture investor as well.
Sure.
And I want to ask a little bit about how you as a corporate venture capitalist and just as a venture capitalist in general, how can we sort of invest in technology, and how do you invest in technology in a way that drives returns but also doesn't have as much risk at underfunding capabilities and talent and making sure that talent and capabilities keep up with the investments that you're making?
Sure. So all venture capital, is a very active investor, right? You invest and then you help your portfolio and all that. Being corporate venture capital, we have another additional angle that we can tap into. So we invest in promising startups, and then we help them get connected with the right people within LG, promote partnership. In many cases, we advise on our portfolio companies on how to work with a big company like LG, because it's just very different cultures.
Yep.
Many times there's also different language problems, or you name it. There are a lot of things that makes a collaboration very difficult. We try to facilitate that so we can accelerate the growth of the startups. So.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Jonathan, you've been quite active in Saudi Arabia. We've shared the stage recently together, in fact.
Yeah.
Tell us about what you're doing in Saudi Arabia and all the work you're doing currently here in the kingdom.
Yeah, so I think we've seen, I think Dr. Nabil and I have had the great privilege of watching the growth and the emergence of the venture capital, and particularly in our perspective, the angel space emerging. And in our context, we've had a nice snapshot vision every year for the last 6 years, initiated by the MISC Foundation, now led by Monshaat. We've had the privilege of hosting the Entrepreneurship World Cup, where we've actually been able to attract up to 100,000 startups from around the world to participate in an exercise of getting down to 100 that we bring to Riyadh, for example. And that finals at Riyadh has been a very interesting snapshot for us for where funding is flowing and where the startups are focusing. And I'd noticed that we had, for example, last time at least 3 of those 100 companies operating in the human capital space. And we're seeing a growth of more than 30% of those companies entering the field. So I think from an HCI perspective, it's really important to see that there is experimenting going on the actual startup level. And I'll just add, briefly, the very exciting thing about this conference, and one of the reasons that I love to participate in this, is that it is on the cutting edge, I think globally, of thinking about how we rethink human capabilities in the workplace. And what I mean by that is, it used to be, we're all familiar with companies like Lattice and Gusto and some of the people that have entered the space in terms of, what it used to, where capital was going was investing in companies that facilitated back-end operations. And what we're seeing now is startups coming from a younger generation who care about more than the return on investment. We're seeing startups getting created, where it's the experience of the employee, it's the human development of the employee, and of course it's things like inclusion, it's things like what's my work experience going to be like. And I think we've got a new generation of innovators who are creating great opportunities with venture capital support for, I think, a new generation. And we'll come to it, I'm sure, in a minute in this conversation, that will be fueled by AI, and which will equally transform it, but a new generation of what it means to be a company in this space.
Okay. Well, moderating is still non-AI, so I'm still here, maybe for another year, as we joked. Dr. Nabil, again, nobody really has their finger of the pulse on the ecosystem quite like you do.
Sure.
With your role with SVC, I'd love to ask you about a company or two that is really exciting, is a success story, and is one that has really impacted the ecosystem in an outsized way.
Yeah, I think it's good to highlight or to shed the light on actually amazing entrepreneurs and startups actually being launched here in Saudi Arabia and now going global. And also the companies that are starting globally or regionally and also expanding to Saudi Arabia. We're keen to support these two types of companies because that kind of enrich the whole ecosystem when it comes to education technology or EdTech. And the first company I just want to highlight, I'm so proud of, which is Classera. Started years back. Now they are operating in more than 40 countries. I think 50% of these countries, they are doing regional, actually, impact or national impact on these countries. And what's interesting about this platform, as they claim to tag it or name it, it's not only a learning management system, it's a learning super platform, where it includes a learning management system, ERP, and financing, payment, and multiple modules, and also a platform actually for education-related services and products. So I think this is one of the interesting startups actually started here in Saudi Arabia and went global. The company now actually also we are so proud that their latest round, which is around $40 million, almost the top actually round in terms of size in the region when it comes to EdTech. And 5 of the funds that we backed, they invested in company. This is the highest number of funds that we backed and invested in a single company. So that's another interesting distinction where it's showing how the ecosystem has evolving. Amazing entrepreneurs here in Saudi Arabia and around the globe actually joining the scene to found companies in Saudi Arabia and going global. I think they reach now around 50 million users globally out of this platform. And their growth potential is amazing. I think this could be one of the potential Saudi unicorns actually that's going to be focusing on EdTech in Saudi Arabia. The other company is also known. They're also participating in the exhibition, so feel free to get more information and know more. And they have a sample, actually, they call it a future classroom or a smart classroom in a way that is more engaging. I think that's going to solve a lot of challenges where governments are actually facing globally. One is actually the privatization of school system. The second thing is actually how they can provide quality teacher in remote areas. So these classrooms are conducted with one teacher, but multiple physical classrooms. So they started as a purely online platform. They moved in being a hybrid model where it's actually combining the physical classroom with enablement of technology. So that's actually connect quality teachers to be available in multiple schools, and especially challenging actually to have these quality teachers available in remote schools. They now also operate in 5 countries, so they're going global. And I can't talk a lot about this, sorry, I don't want to take much time. But these are samples of the great stories of great entrepreneurs that are local and regional, that are building companies that are attracting international investors to invest in, but also disrupting the educational system locally and regionally and globally.
Those are great examples, and they're also in the EdTech space, which is particularly relevant to what we're doing here at the HCI. And it's always good when many of your portfolio funds validate the idea. It's always a good feeling. So I want to talk a little bit about, and I want to ask you as well, Dr. Nabil, after I get to Dr. Dongsu, but I want to talk about trends. Everything in VC is seeing trends as they are now, but sort of looking forward in trends. And I'm wondering if you can talk about some trends that are happening in not necessarily even education tech or the future of work, but trends that may impact that and things that you're looking at from LG's perspective that may have an impact on that.
Sure. So, like everybody else, I have to mention AI.
Yep, there it is. Okay,
really transforming even on the education and also training side. I mean, we invest in companies like Deepal, which uses AI to help train new workers, and it's just become a tool for both structured training, but also a lot of young people just go and use AI to train themselves. I mean, there's so many resources out there that you can use to learn using some of the platforms that's already out there. But I also would like to mention that stepping back a little bit, that the role of venture capital in terms of developing human capability is not fully appreciated. I think for a young person to increase your capability, there's no better tool than starting your own companies, because you will learn so much about everything else that happens in business, right? I mean, you could be a good engineer, but once you start your company, you'll have to learn about how to manage people and sales and marketing and finance and everything else. So I think and because of that, a lot of governments are now promoting entrepreneurship and supporting, the venture capital industry. Great. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the sort of hard skills and soft skills that you learn both in success and failure. Yes. So yeah, Jonathan, I want to ask you a similar question. What are some areas that venture should be investing in the next 5 to 10 years in that horizon? It's hard to say, right? Because everything is changing so quickly. But in your opinion, what are some areas that ventures should be looking at?
Yeah, I think taking the lessons out of this conference, I mean, we have our own conference like everybody every year. It's called the Global Entrepreneurship Congress. It was actually held here in Riyadh in this very building, and it's happening in June in the United States. And it's one of the topics that we're grappling with, which is how much should we predict, because it's happening so fast, for the entrepreneurs and the investors that will be present at that event in the United States? How much should we be focusing on where they should not be concentrating, because AI is going to make that area much less investor useful? So for example, if we put it in the context of human capabilities, I actually went back and crafted some notes to myself from what I heard from yesterday. And there's a very consistent and coordinated and common set of assumptions that's coming out of this conference. And I'll be very interested to read what the reports are. But one of the things I'm learning is that clearly there are some areas where AI will not be useful in the immediate future. And one of those is in what you're talking about, in terms of entrepreneurs have to learn to operate in unpredictable, uncertain environments. They have to deal, they have to have that risk-taking mentality that allows them to operate in the unknown. Whereas, generative AI technologies tend to operate based upon, what it's actually experienced and being able to gather and analyze in terms of past data. So I think, we're looking. So I think some of the areas that will be extraordinarily important for entrepreneurs to focus on is the more value-based elements of what it means to manage people as an organization. And then finally, I just quickly pick up on what was said. As you mentioned, I run the Global Entrepreneurship Network. We operate in 200 countries, and I frequently stand on a stage with an elected official, a politician, a minister, who stands up and says, "We're so excited to promote entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs create almost all the net new jobs around the world, and very excited to promote startups and new firms in our economy." And then privately, backstage, they'll say to me, I don't really know how many of our jobs are going to come from these new companies. Maybe we're lucky and we have someone good like Saudi venture capital and invest in the right companies and they grow. But they said, the reality is, I will never stop promoting this because of the educational value. So part of the value of what venture and startups do in their experimentation of trying to test ideas, collect data, go through that editorial process of building a company, is they're teaching in its own right. The whole notion of just innovating in the space is indeed, as you indicated, an educational experience. So at the end of the day, it is perhaps one of the best ways for citizens of a country to learn how to do problem solving, to learn how to be independent. Actually, I often talk to corporate venture guys and they say, well, at the end of the day, if that company doesn't work out, those people will be considerably more employable in our company than they were prior to them going out and experimenting with that venture. So I think there's some incredibly exciting spaces. And the only thing I'd say about the EdTech field, and particularly about human capabilities broadly, is that I just want to emphasize a point I made before. It is very, it's not tangibly clear what all of these elements are that will make us better at preparing our citizens for life and for employment and so forth. But one thing we do know is that they're a lot more value-based, and they're driven on what a younger generation of employees is looking for. And that's very consistent with the kind of demographic that's trying to create companies and innovate in the space. So I think the venture community should be extremely excited, because I think you're going to see some super innovative new ideas coming from a new generation of thinkers that are thinking in the ways that this conference is thinking, not just thinking in the traditional ways. We used to think of EdTech in terms of human resource management, particularly in large institutions.
I want to ask you a similar question, Dr. Nabil, but I want to sort of anchor it in Vision 2030. We're roughly a little bit over the halfway line with Vision 2030, and part of the vision is diversifying the economy. There's really no better way to do that than having a thriving venture capital scene. And indeed, you have made incredible accomplishments in this area. If you're talking about Saudi Arabia really emerging in the region and in the world as a leader in venture capital and entrepreneurship. And I want to ask you about how do we go forward and move towards 2030 and 2035 and 2040? What are you investing in now, and what do you see as very exciting and areas in the economy that you think can kind of bring the traction that you've had now over to 2030 and beyond?
Yep. I think in terms of I would tap into like sectors and stages, because when we started, we were sector agnostic, stage agnostic, and that's the nature of the game. Based on the global benchmarking, where we saw other countries launch the fund of funds program, this is where they started, because it's too restrictive. You start with specific sectors and stages. But as the ecosystem evolved, we're seeing how now specific fund of funds that we are now actually launched. NTDP, the National Technology Development Program, launched a fuel initiative, which is a fund of funds for deep tech. And then we're getting now an inflow from multiple government entities to do a fund of funds that are focused on specific sectors. Definitely, we witnessed in Saudi Arabia the evolvement of the fintech sector, where that represents 30% of the portfolio since inception. And then we have logistics, e-commerce, and then the next wave I would imagine would be EdTech and health tech. We already have a couple of companies on our portfolio, but I think that's going to evolve with the evolvement of the time. Now, filling also the gaps for funding, different funding stages. We started doing the early stage, pre-seed, angel support, investment support, but then we moved into series A and B, and now we're doing we did one pre-IPO fund now, growth funds, and private equity. There was another gap actually when it comes to venture debt. We also backed venture debt to balance the equity and venture debt. But I think monitoring the ecosystem continuously, that's the key for success, where we discover the gaps and provide venture investors, local emerging fund managers, as well as attracting international investors actually to join the scene. And this is where we invested in top-tier investors globally lately, and they are now already investing in Saudi Arabia. I can just highlight General Atlantic lately, TPG, they did one deal, General Catalyst, they did one deal. They won't come to Saudi Arabia if they don't see this growth potential for these companies in the future. We also witnessed two IPO companies actually venture-backed the last 2 years, and that's going to re-inject the capital getting out from the public market to the private market, and then keeping the right balance between the funding, that's very crucial. I can see when it comes to EdTech, I think that's very important to capture. I liked actually the Minister of South Korea yesterday, and when he mentioned that even governments should act as the public venture capital investor. And we have a discussion at the speaker dinner last night on how this is very important. And I'm sure through our interaction actually with the Ministry of Education, His Excellency Yusuf Binyan, the Minister, and also the Human Capability Development Program is leading this. The alignment also of, I would say, strategies and programs and activities is very crucial. We listened today to the Minister of Human Resources, yesterday the Minister of Investment, where everybody is actually trying to tackle this. How is this linked with Vision 2030? How these disruptions and technologies globally are affecting the educational system, and how can we capture this and be a frontier country when it comes to embracing, adapting, changing, pivoting, being agile and lean when it comes to technologies that are disrupting the many sectors. But definitely the educational sector is one of the, we talked about Gen AI, my colleagues at the panel here highlighted this, but I am sure that we are just scratching the surface. The pace of technology development happening globally and the disruption we need to capture with this space. And I believe Saudi Arabia, with all these programs and initiatives, are on top of it to make sure that we are keeping up when it comes to disruptions and technologies disrupting many sectors, mainly education in this context.
And that is a perfect ending note. I wish this would go on for another hour, but we're out of time. Gentlemen, thank you very much. If you would please give a round of applause to the esteemed panelists here. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much indeed to Lucien Ziegler and his marvelous panel. So we've just explored how venture capital is doing so much more than fueling business. It's really fueling breakthroughs in how we think about people. But while, as we just heard, that financial capital can certainly spark change, it's human capital, particularly our mindset, that carries it forward, and that is where we are headed next. Because the ability to adapt, problem solve creatively, and take thoughtful risks is so important and just as critical, perhaps, as any funding round. So let's take a closer look now with our panel, moderated by Professor Dominic McVeigh, MBE.
Brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, it's a pleasure to be here this morning. We are very excited to be talking about the future of entrepreneurship and that capability and mindset. We're blessed to be here by an esteemed panel of entrepreneurs and key thinkers in this space. It will be fast-paced. Unfortunately, we only have 25 minutes. And we won't be having any slides here today. So we'll quickly get into the introductions and into the conversation, of which I hope you all thoroughly enjoy. So my name is Professor Dominic McVeigh. Although I am not an academic, I'm an entrepreneur by background, having started at the ripe young age of 12, becoming one of the UK's youngest self-made millionaires by the age of 15, which was almost 30 years ago. So I'm very excited to be speaking about that mindset. Hopefully I can remember what it was like when I started out. But it's a huge pleasure for me to introduce our panel. To the immediate left of me, we have Ritesh. He's the founder and group CFO of Oyo, one of the world's largest hospitality platforms. He founded Oyo at the age of 19, so a very young starter as well, and became one of the first Asian Field Fellows, which is incredible. Despite massive disruption during COVID-19, he led the company to a fantastic recovery and full profitability in 2024, and Oyo now operates in over 35 countries and supports hundreds of thousands of small business owners globally, which is incredible. So looking forward to hearing Ritesh's experiences. To the left of Ritesh is Dr. Badr al-Badir. He is the CEO of the MIST Foundation, a non-profit established by His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Al Salman to empower Saudi youth through education, leadership and entrepreneurship. He has led large-scale transformations across public and private sectors and holds degrees from the incredible University of King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, the University of Washington at Seattle, I understand, and has completed executive programs at Oxford and Cornell. To the left of Dr. Bader is Faraz Khalid, who is the CEO of Noon. It is the Middle East's leading digital commerce platform. He has a background in engineering with an MBA from Wharton. And he co-founded Namshi before leading Noon's expansion across sectors like e-commerce and logistics. And Faraz is very well known for championing local innovation and building scalable, tech-driven ecosystems in the region. And lastly, but not least, Professor Fernando Readiness of the Ford Foundation, where he is the Professor of the Practice of International Education at Harvard University, a global expert in education reform. He directs the Global Education Innovation Initiative and served on UNESCO's Commission on the Futures of Education. Professor Fernando's work focuses on preparing youth to thrive through curriculum innovation and is very much aligned, like myself, with the SDGs teaching models across continents. So a huge pleasure. A quick round of applause for our panel here, please, ladies and gentlemen. And without any further ado, I want to prompt you all to a quick-fire starting question, and we'll go from my left. What personal experience most shaped your understanding of resilience and entrepreneurship? So Ritesh, go. You've got 90 seconds, please.
Thanks, Dominic. I'll try and be as succinct. Two experiences, I'd say. The first is, like you mentioned earlier, I stopped out of university right after my high school. And for me, that was a transformative experience because I grew up in a middle-income Indian family where university degree was the baseline of expectation. But I think the Thiel Fellowship's first page of the contract said, we never let university interfere with education. And that was my learning that entrepreneurship teaches you so many things. University is just one of the ways of pursuing it. And the second was, our company was growing rapidly. We had thousands of hotels. Even here in the kingdom, we had opened a few locations and we're growing. And right in the middle of it, COVID shows up and knocks the doors. Overnight, instead of growing 300% that we were before that as the growth, we declined our revenue by 70%. Most people said this company could not survive this COVID pandemic. A few years on, because we put our heads down and kept executing and spent time with our customers, we now not only have grown in this region with thousands of keys and jobs, but also in the US have recently acquired Motel 6 and have been growing again. So my sense is there's always light at the end of the tunnel. All you got to do is keep digging.
Indeed. I'm very focused by the sounds of things. Dr. Badir, please, to you, sir.
Sure. So let me start from an educational point of view. I was an A student in my high school at university, but I went for grad school. First year was so tough in a new environment in the US, in a new discipline, new way of education, I almost dropped out. So that was my first hit with reality and resilience, and I had to pick myself up. But then to go on and to complete my studies with flying colors. But then on, when I came back, I decided to go into business, going from academia after a PhD into business, starting internet service provider. We had high hopes, didn't go as good as we expected. Ended up selling the business at a good price, and then moving on to starting up 3 other startups. None of them survived. As you can see, I'm an employee right now, but I advise others on what not to do in entrepreneurship. Resilience is very important. It's not a skill that you need to learn. It's not a luxury. It's actually a strategic advantage if you have it. And that's my feeling, and that's what I teach my kids.
Very true, Dr. Badir, and thank you for that perspective. Faraz, please, yourself.
Yeah, no, thank you for having us, first of all. So I started my entrepreneurial journey with Namshi 13 years ago, and it's been sort of like the highest highs and the lowest lows every day. And I think my sort of general takeaway is that as a founder or as someone responsible for leading an organization, the secret, I feel like your success, and it's a cliche, but it's directly correlated to what the immediate team you can inspire. The blast radius of your vision is probably like going to define how successful you're going to be, and I really think that you don't really learn that. No one really teaches you. So as sort of people who are generally responsible for starting companies, running them, I think staying true to that vision every day is important, and it's hard. Like, you will have the highest highs and the lowest lows, and I think remaining committed and like sort of taking the big picture view is important. And I think the second thing really was around starting noon. Like, when we started, like on day 0, we were competing with probably the scariest company in the history of capitalism, Amazon. And so on the one hand, you were telling your investors that yes, we will get it done, but you're also dealing with a company that only inspires you. And I feel like just sort of that journey of collecting resources and competing and building something that we're very proud of has been sort of great for our team, and I think has been the ultimate kind of like school or university for us.
Well, I mean, speaking of university, Professor Fernando, please.
So there are two personal experiences that have shaped how I see the connection between resiliency and entrepreneurship. For the last 20 years, I have taught at Harvard a course called Entrepreneurship and Educational Innovation. And in that course, students come interested in solving a big challenge, educational challenge. And then they develop an idea to solve it and a business plan to launch an organization. As someone who has studied my own students, I've seen the difference between those who ultimately make a difference in the challenge and those who don't. And it really has to do with the commitment to staying the course in the face of many things that are not going to turn out the way you imagine. The second personal experience that has shaped that understanding, some years ago, I conducted a study of 6 programs of entrepreneurship education in the Middle East. And this is a program that brings to schools a business leader that works with young people, helps them create a company. And what I learned in that study is that I came to think of entrepreneurship as a competency that sits on a bundle of competencies, of which resiliency is one of the competencies. And I came to understand how powerful even a 12-week program to teach young people to create a company could be in helping them see themselves differently, not only as capable of action in solving a problem, but as people who gave themselves the permission to fail. Because if you are not forgiving with yourself in the face of failure, it's going to be very difficult to take the risk to try something.
No, it's a very good point, Professor. I often said to people that questioned my ability, what about all the challenges when you were so young? I didn't see them. If there was a brick wall, it didn't exist. I just charged right through it. The biggest challenge for me was that I was not of legal age to sign contracts, so convincing my mother, but slightly different challenge. But really, I mean, as you've all touched upon, that tenacity and the resilience and not stepping down from a challenge. We see it in exceptional sportsmen. I know there's been conversations around that today. But in entrepreneurs, if we stop, we don't succeed. Yeah. And there's no one there to pick it up for you. And having reflected on early lessons, I'd like to explore what you feel now, having all gone through a number of years in your entrepreneurial journeys of various degrees. What is it that now matters most? And Dr. Bader, we were talking about that leapfrog event. What can we do in education, in leadership and culture to think about that? And in particular to you, Dr. Bader, I'd like to understand what MISC's role is in fostering an entrepreneurial mindset. I think that's what we're really talking about today, and how it's building that long-term resilience, especially in this uncertain environment that we're here today.
You could definitely see that we're not getting less uncertain, and the uncertainty is accelerating day by day. We touch the lives of youth at different stages of their lives, from K-12 schools to early high school, joining university help, to helping university students, and then after jobs. And in all of these different touch points, one thing that cuts across is that we try to build the character. And building one of the most important things in building the character of these children or young youth who become young professionals is to make sure that they are mentally tough, resilient, stand up after failure. And we do that in different ways. If you look at, and you rightly said, entrepreneurship mindset rather than becoming entrepreneurs. So if you are to look at entrepreneurship as a mindset, as a way of thinking, it cuts across, even when we talk about social entrepreneurs or NGOs. We also help youth start their own NGOs and work on social causes. Yeah. But the underlying mentality there is also entrepreneurship, is that they need to try a number of ideas, they need to test them, they need to fail, probably fail fast, pivot, and start again. And we have seen, the good point here is that we've seen many of these young people go from different programs or go to the same program again with a different idea, which shows that they have absorb the lesson that failure is not the end of the road. And maybe I could come back again to the issue of failure and how it resonates in different cultures. But failure is fairly stigmatized in some cultures more than others. And that's something here where you need to prepare the person, but also work on the society being more accepting to that.
Well, I'm assuming one of the biggest challenges is understanding what failure looks like and how you deal with that and building resilience in individuals. So in that sense, how do you equip them on that journey to say, you failed, but don't worry, pick yourself up, we do it again, and you keep failing until you get it right? What does that journey look like at MISC? In experimentation and...
Sure, yes. So one of the ways we do it in a group environment where people learn from others' failures. So you fail, you learn from your own failure, but you learn from the failures of others.
Yeah.
And we make it fairly open to the extent that please don't worry, share your failure with others. They might point out some areas of improvement, but also the others will learn from your failure and how you correct it. The one other thing that we are very proud of doing is that some of our courses are taught by entrepreneurs who share their experiences, and those are the ones who scaled very well, some of them who became unicorns. And I could relate a list here of entrepreneurs who are on the pars of Ratesh and Faraz, who also been interacting with us on some of our programs that share their experiences and how they sprung from failures as becoming role models to these young people.
Incredible, incredible, Dr. Bader. Professor, we spoke earlier a bit about this, the failure and the cultures, and Dr. Bader alluded to that. But you were giving me an example earlier about that quick failure, that turnaround time, and what that looked like. I mean, it'd be great to understand how this works for us going forwards.
So I think that one of the great opportunities that entrepreneurship education gives education systems is that it provides students the opportunity to learn from action. As you know, one of the long-standing sort of debates in the field of education is what's the connection between knowledge and action? And the classical view says knowledge leads to action. But there's an alternative view that says knowledge follows from action. And I think entrepreneurship is a great example of that. And in most schools around the world, students don't really have enough opportunities to learn from their own action, to take initiative, and in particular, to learn from their own action in solving problems of their own choosing. So I think that obviously failure, the school has to be, the experience has to be organized, that it makes it possible for the students to learn from failure. I do have to say, however, that one of the downsides that I see from exclusively action-led experiences for students disconnected from deep study is that it may lead students to think that you can solve problems on the fly, that it may get them to skip the very important step of taking the time to understand what is causing the problem they are solving. And as someone who has studied a lot of the existing programs of entrepreneurship education, at least at the K through 12 level, I'd say that is a weakness for many of them. The failure to integrate and to connect with what students are learning in their science classes, in their math classes, in their language classes. So I think that is the opportunity to provide more students, as part of their experience in school, with the opportunity to actually solve a problem of their own choosing, but to do it in a way that helps them connect what they're learning in the different subjects in solving that problem.
I think you're spot on there, Professor Fernando. I guess to sum it up, is learn by doing. I mean, you don't become a great chef by not tasting a lot of meals. And this is something that we're not putting into practice enough in the education systems. I left school at 16. I was so frustrated with it, but I also had a successful business. That's not to say I didn't stop learning. But that entrepreneurial mindset, having an entrepreneurial society and colleagues and environment, I think is key to the success of any community. Whether someone, I think, as we've heard today, wants to go on and build a business or not, having that entrepreneurial spirit allows you to deal with challenges that life may not always prepare you for. I mean, talking about university and studying, Ritesh, you launched your company, Oyo, straight after high school. You didn't go to university, a bit like myself. Faced massive disruption during the pandemic. You got back to profitability. I'd be interested in that mindset and that entrepreneurial spirit that you have and how you see that replicated in your organization and the path you're treading in life. I think that's very valuable to hear today.
So, Dominic, I grew up in India, where majority of the population, India is the most populous country in the world today, with majority of its population in its 20s. And probably over a third of our population still in their teens and younger than that. So the young in our country, and I think a bit like Saudi, when I see young people, I think the ambitions today are to be the best in the world. I don't think people have ambitions of being the best in their city or in the town or in their location. They want to create great products, and internet has been a great leveler, which has allowed people to learn about opportunities such as these. I was telling earlier His Excellency that when I meet young Saudi kids, even in smaller towns, in Tabuk and smaller places, I think the dreams in their eyes are no more to build a gaming company which is great in their town. They want to build great products which are used by millions around the world. And I think that's the perspective which I had growing up. Thiel Fellowship in some way gave me the opportunity and exposure to think about it at scale. In our company, I think one of the things that we've been very focused on, we call ourselves Oyopreneurs, because our perspective is everyone that we bring together should have an entrepreneurial mindset. There are close to 1,000 companies that have been launched by people who left our company, because every time people join, we build or train them with what we call as our Oyo University, where we train everyone not just in their job, but also in the entrepreneurial way of thinking, which is when in doubt, ask, never assume, always question. A bunch of these things which have allowed us to become highly entrepreneurial, not just in Saudi, but around the world in our organization.
And picking up on that, Fawaz, at noon, we're talking about here at Oyo a future-ready entrepreneurship of a workforce, of colleagues. What do you feel is the role, expanding on that, of digital platforms in enabling a future-ready environment?
Thank you. I think, so just dialing the clock back a little bit, in 2012, I came into the region with a sort of backpack from the US, starting a company. At that time, there was almost no talent available locally. Nobody had worked on a consumer internet company. Most people who had worked in tech were working for very large telcos or system integrators, sort of things. There was no talent available locally to build anything digital in the region. And fast forward to now, in not such a long sort of period, and at the time we had to import talent from all over the world. We had to go beg university students in the US. We had to go beg sort of startup employees in India and the UK, all across Europe, to come work with us. And in many ways, that was the sort of limiting factor to the growth of the startup culture, entrepreneurship in our region in the technology space. Thankfully, there were a few wins. There were a few companies that did reasonably well. There was Namshi, there was Kareem. There were a few sort of standouts that allowed sort of funding to flow through to these young founders with a dream and a vision to build a gaming company. And now we've got probably one of the most thriving technology ecosystems and talent banks in the world. Our office in Riyadh, in Dubai, and Cairo, you have phenomenal mature talent that you can hire in the region. So there's no need to go outside. And I think in many ways, these kids are being trained to start new companies, and this almost compounding effect of successful companies will be seen in our region and will be seen in this country. And you see what's happened. The ultimate compliment a place can give you for building there is that I became Saudi last year, which is huge, so proud of it. And the fact that those things can happen if you do the right things also gives people courage that if you kind of start working independently, build companies that create value, it'll be recognized. And I think that's also a factor, I think.
Very, very well said. And Dr. Badet, I'm conscious we have a number of aspiring entrepreneurs of all ages in this room. Could you give us, not that they don't need inspiring more, but I'd be keen for the audience and myself as well, to the standout examples where investment in mindset has really led to that meaningful, scalable impact.
Of course. Let me take an example of, for example, Muhammad, Sabih. Mohammed Sabih started a company called Merin. Merin means flexible in Arabic, and it's a company that matchmakes opportunities for part-time and seasonal jobs with job seekers who are either cannot take a full-time job or want to take some time off to do that, or sometimes even gig workers. Been very successful since joining our accelerator program, which helped him shape his growth path through experimenting with a number of ideas. Ended up growing 66x. So, yeah, since then. He has matched about 350,000 to the equivalent of 2,000 full-time positions. There are many more, but if you sum them up, it's about 2,000 positions in many different companies. Many of them were startups. So this is just an example. And what I would like to, why I choose those examples here is that Mohammed has been very active within the community. So he is not only an entrepreneur who has benefited from the MISC Foundation, but he is also a mentor. He is very active in investing in startups, an angel investor. In addition to that, he's also taken our leadership, our executive leadership, Leaders 2030. So through the various programs of MISCs, he's very active and becoming a role model to others. We have Yara Ghoth, who came in at a much earlier stage in our Spark program, where she experimented with an idea, and now it's a marketplace for crafts. So there's many examples.
Incredible.
Yes.
Incredible, Dr. Bader. And I hope we can get to talk more after this. And you know, MISC is renowned worldwide, so I'm sure many people will be following online and in the audience to follow up with that. Unfortunately, I'm being told we have to move on to our conversation beyond the stage. So before we say goodbye to the audience, I would like just 3 words from all of you, and we'll go. Thank you. Professor Fernando, thank you. From you?
It's been a pleasure to be here. So my only final words would be think big. It takes as much effort and hard work to solve a small problem as to solve a more complicated problem. And I think that entrepreneurs can be not only architects of their own lives, but people who improve the communities of which they are a part. And I think that's the great gift of entrepreneurship to a country.
Thank you, Dr. One word each.
I'm excited. We're just getting started.
Excited. Excellent. Dr. Bader?
Rate of change, accelerating, beyond imagination, resilience is the key.
Thank you, Dr. Bader. Ritesh, the last word.
The cost of thinking big is 0. It's free of
Indeed.
cost. Might as well think big.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to our panel. Fantastic. The cost of thinking big is 0. Well, let's give our highly entrepreneurial panel a big round of applause as they leave the stage. I'll see at least one of them at that Global Entrepreneurship Congress. Count me in. I think it's first class. Well, speaking of thinking big, what about philanthropy in the mix? That ability for organizations, large and small, to make a really transformational difference to a system, to an organization. Well, that's the theme of our next discussion, and it really is another formidable group of guests. So why don't you join me as I welcome them out to the stage. Leading us out is His Highness Prince Mansour bin Saad bin Farhan Al Saud. Welcome, Your Highness. Following him from Dubai Cares, His Excellency Dr. Tariq Al Gurg. Welcome, Your Excellency. Out. Gracing our stage for the second time this summit, the President and CEO of the J. Paul Getty Trust is Catherine Fleming, rejoins us. Welcome, Catherine. And the individual who leads the Lehman Foundation out of Brazil is Dennis Misner. Come on out, Dennis. Hello, Catherine. Welcome. And by no means least, Jin Mok is the President of Advisory Singapore from, of course, Singapore itself. Welcome out, Jin. Honored guests, please have a seat.
So I thought, if it's okay with you, we'd do things a little differently. I've been particularly looking forward to this panel. Your Highness, I'll ask you to set the scene, if you like, to get us thinking in a moment from the podium. Before you do that, I'll just remind ourselves who's who. Obviously, I should say the Assistant Secretary General of the King Faisal Foundation. Thank you, Your Highness, for being with us. Dubai Cares, Tariq, has a particular focus on a particular demographic. Just remind us.
In developing countries, we do education A to Z. We're in 60 developing countries and benefiting more than 116 million children and youth into those countries.
Formidable. Thank you for the work that you do. J-Paul Getty, practically a household name, Catherine, but it's not just museums, is it? Just remind us.
We're also conservation, research, and a foundation.
Fantastic.
And we're the wealthiest private art organization in the world.
Well, I was corrected that it's not 7 billion, it's 9 billion. So that's my lesson from yesterday. Thank you, Catherine. Now, welcome. Tell us a little bit about, so this is, we're talking here, Dennis, about Brazil, I think an education theme too.
Exactly. We focus on helping Brazil to deliver high-quality education to all its 40 million students.
Fantastic, thank you. And Jin, you're not doling out the cash yet, but you are a recipient of philanthropy, the nub of your work.
Yes, we're a fully youth-led charity that empowers young people to make informed career and further education choices. We've worked with and engaged over 270,000 young people on the belief that every young person, no matter their socioeconomic circumstance, family background, or schooling history, deserves the shot at pursuing their aspirations.
Love that. So we want to hear from you about what makes an amazing donor as well. We'll be making notes. By the way, Ejin, why do you think that philanthropy and human capability go together? Why do you think they really do?
I think they go together very well because, in our view, human capital is an alternative and new form of philanthropy that fascinates us. And one of the things that shows us that is our flagship mentorship program, the Advisory Mentorship Program. We match students with mentors one-to-one, with mentors from their industries of interest. And when we talk to our partners, we don't ask them for money. Our partners are the likes of BCG, Citibank, and EY.
Yes.
All we say is encourage your staff to mentor with us. We've done 15,000 hours of mentorship, and we're convinced that human capital is a key part of philanthropy.
Right, so generosity takes many forms. I wanted to get that point in from you. Now, Your Highness, help us to think big, help us to set the scene. As you take to the podium, our honored guests, I know, will give you a round of applause. Thank you very much indeed. Your Highness.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, honorable guests, it is a great pleasure to be here today at the Human Capability Initiative Conference 2025 to highlight why philanthropic foundations and nonprofit organizations are an important pillar of social and economical growth. But why are they so important? By prioritizing sustainability or sustainable development over profit generation, they can lead change and they can provide new innovative models of human development, especially when there is a clear goal, efficient operation, and continuous oversighting. According to the United Nations Development Programme Report 2014, philanthropy was described as an emerging contributor to development cooperation. Saudi Arabia Vision 2030 set an ambitious goal to raise the nonprofit sector contribution to the GDP from 0.3% to 5%. While the target is bold, we are steadily achieving it with a significant progress already in place. The total number of registered nonprofit organizations in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in 2024 reached 4,721 and counting. Ladies and gentlemen, focus area of philanthropy and nonprofit foundation include many areas of social economic growth, such as health, education, poverty, and others. Philanthropy also has a role in human capability development, which is the theme of this conference, such as education access, skill development, and economic mobility. This panel session will discuss the importance of philanthropy and nonprofit organization, some successful models from Saudi Arabia, the United States, United Arab Emirates, Brazil, and Singapore. We will discuss significant challenges, examples, and will try to provide some pieces of advice for other foundations, especially the new ones. Then hopefully we will set some time for questions and answers. I will try in this session to highlight successful model of King Faisal Foundation as a philanthropy and nonprofit entity which has been leader in the field since 1976. I will pass the microphone now for Mr. Oliver Barrett, the session moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Welcome.
If we could just come back to that link that you expressed there. How would you say that the King Faisal Foundation supports human capability?
King Faisal Foundation invested more than 3 billion riyals since 1976, basically or focusing on education and improving education and research. So they build up schools, universities, provided a lot of programs such as scholarships and improving a lot of initiatives of training and models for education in the kingdom and abroad globally as well.
Thank you, and I'll quiz you a little later on what's next as well. Your Excellency, Dr. Tariq, how do you think organizations like Dubai Cares can shift the global agenda on education?
Well, look, Oli, it's all about working on a systems level. Transformation has to be done. If we need to fix issues, we need to change the systems. Now, our expertise is into education. What's happening with traditional philanthropy is that they do innovate programming into those countries. But the issue is those are short-term goals and short-term impacts.
Yeah.
We don't see the long-term sustainable goals that are being achieved. Now, I do agree that a lot has been done towards access to education. I remember when I joined Dubai Cares in 2009, the number was 120 million children who are out of school. Today we're talking about 80 or 79 million out of school. A lot has been done, but the learning outcomes is still stagnant. It has not moved, and that's a very big issue. So to look at it, there are three main components right here. First, philanthropies have to move away from implementation towards influence. When we go into a country, we have to work with governments to see what their needs are and help them to put the priorities together, co-design a program that can be sustained and scaled up in the future. Don't come to me in 5 years and tell me, I want to scale it up now, but it's not been designed to scale. So it's very important to do that bit in the beginning. And we did it as Dubai Cares, from early childhood development to primary to secondary, moving towards tertiary, vocation, skilling, and jobs.
So this is about long-term thinking, but fundamentally about systems change.
Absolutely.
About changing the way the system works. So Catherine, on how the system works, talk to us about the intersection here between the arts, culture, and education, and the opportunity you see if we can partner those together.
Well, there's a tremendous amount of overlap. Arts and culture belong to everyone, and the best way for people to be able to take advantage of and participate in the arts and culture sphere is to have an education that renders those spheres for them something other than distant and elite. I think a lot of people have the idea that art is for someone else or belongs to the elites. That's not at all the case. It belongs to everyone. We have a whole education division. We begin with kindergarten-age children and pay to bring 1 million school children per year up to the hilltop in Los Angeles, where we have one of our 2 museums, so that they can have an encounter with art that's completely unmediated. And then our educational programs go straight through the level of postgraduate researchers. But really, you want to get people when they're very young and help them understand that this belongs to them just as much as it belongs to anybody else.
Yeah, just shrinking
and I believe they
sense.
do it with dignity as well, so that's the difference.
Yeah, and shrinking that sense of distance. Thank you for that endorsement. Dennis, how do you square that challenge? Because there, we've heard from Dubai Cares about, long-term thinking, but frankly, you're helping people get into school and university today.
Yes, but I think these are not contradictory, right? And I want to build on what Dr. Tariq said. We have to think systemically. We have to move philanthropy from project-based to problem-solving. We need to be committed to solving a problem. And in Brazil, we have been committed to solving the literacy problem. Before the pandemic, 50% of Brazilian kids were illiterate by second grade. So school was producing kids who were not able to read and write. And this is not a problem in Brazil. This is worldwide. Goes back to the issue of you provide schooling, but you're not providing learning. So once you have a systems approach to that, and you put the whole system together with philanthropy, thinking about the long term to eradicate illiteracy in our country, we are able to make really, really important progress. So now, in the case of Brazil, we went from 50% of the kids literate before the pandemic down to 31%, a learning crisis that spread all over the world. And now we're back to 65%, reaching 80% by 2027 and eradicating the problem by the end of the decade. And I think this is critical. You commit to solve a problem, you provide the intelligent capital and the convening to reach with governments and local players the needed implementation to sustain a problem to be defeated in a short period of time. And I think it's more effective to do it that way than to be running after a project after another just because it seems more urgent.
Right, and just remind us, Dennis, for the foundation, the source of the capital itself and anything that perhaps the outsider might misunderstand about really what drives it, and because this goes back for a long time.
So the Lemon family, the Lemon Foundation is a family foundation. The Lemon family is has global businesses around the world, including Anheuser-Busch InBev and Kraft Heinz, Burger King, and many other interests. But they started from Brazil, and they bet on people from day one, and they became a global entrepreneurial successful family by betting on people, by believing in giving back to the country, and building human capital. And now they're trying to do it for the country in a way that it worked for the private sector. And I think success is coming.
And on that, Ejin, presumably, of course, you need resources, cash to deliver your work, but presumably also to upskill yourselves as well. I wonder whether the door is open from philanthropists for that kind of capital.
No, absolutely. And I think the big misconception sometimes when we think about implementers of programs is that we're looking for a blank check. And that actually couldn't be further from the truth. I think, as Dr. Tariq mentioned, it's about co-designing and co-leading an initiative. And I think an example of that for us would be Workforce Singapore, one of our donors. It is the Workforce Development Agency in Singapore. And they've sponsored our industry panels for young people. But we work together on this where they'll tell us, actually, there are a number of industries that we think are critical for young people to learn about. And we'll say, actually, these are the other industries that young people are interested in. And then we figure out together, not just through the resourcing, but also how we work together to bring in the necessary people and resources. So for example, we want to do fintech together, then my team will reach out to PayPal and bring them in and say, these are the experts and this is how we work together. So it's really about finding partners who are not just ready to put in the resourcing, but have an alignment and shared goals and ideals, and are willing to co-drive that with us.
So on that, and I will, with my honored guest permission, I'm deviating from the plan because Ejin has got us thinking here. And I'll turn the tables, don't worry. Ejin, what makes the dream donor that leads to a fruitful relationship for impact?
I think the fundamental is really an alignment on ideals and goals. And a donor that's really ready to put in resourcing, not just the funding itself, but also the human capital to make it happen. And I think I alluded to that at the start, but really it's the people who are willing to put in the resourcing. When we think about a human capital and human capability problem, mentorship and guidance for us in the work that we do, we think is the most critical solution.
Right. Now, on that, let's do like a 2-minute brainstorm. Team, what would we add if we're looking at amazing recipients like Ejin and his organization? What makes the dream recipient if the goal is to scale up human capability to deliver impact? Where would you go with that?
I would focus on the youth. I think the growth of any nation, the success of any nation will always depend on the youth. And it's how you prep those youth from schooling will depend on what kind of a super young person you would have in the future. And that person will determine the human capital. So human capability comes exactly in between. And once you have human capital, and the stronger the human capital is, that's when you achieve human development.
So what's, Catherine, anything you'd add? Or I'm intrigued to know who's doing that well, by the way, that upskilling of that next generation.
Well, I'm not going to name names, but what we look for in grantees are individuals or organizations that we know are in turn, cheesy as it sounds, going to sort of pay it forward, yes, who are themselves engaged in activities that are bringing others in or developing knowledge that then can be applied in other realms. I mean, in short, we're looking for grantees who are going to help us have the maximum possible impact through their own impact.
Yeah, it is about that, Your Highness.
I think it's about the environment. If you don't have the right environment for that kids or that youth, you won't be able to provide them with the right education and in the right development as well.
And it is that sense of belonging, that sense that they are invited.
Yes.
They're not excluded, back to Catherine's initial point. Dennis, anything you'd add to our list?
Yes, I think a lot of times when you're running a philanthropy, you want to tackle a complex problem. Yeah. But then we keep trying to find like the magic solution. And as the saying goes, every complex problem has a easy, cheap, fast and wrong solution, yes, right? And it seems that philanthropy from time to time keeps trying to find the next one. And I think we need to embrace complexity. We need grantees who are looking at the system level, who are thinking about how we're going to understand the complexity of the problem of delivering high-quality education, for example, and be able to provide like the different 4 or 5 components of this is intervention working together, yes, and then committed to results, measuring results. Everything is measurable, learning from the measurement and improving what you're doing.
And then moving. Your Excellency, did you want to build on that?
It's been covered. I mean, investing in research and measuring what impact is the most important thing. And you have to have a mechanism, as Dennis mentioned, how to measure your impact. So that was the only add-on.
I suspect also that you all have a role in almost inspiring other philanthropists as well. It's easy to assume that just because you've got the capital that we focus our attention in that direction. But actually, I think of the hidden philanthropists in this arena who we might inspire. What would you say to them, Your Excellency?
Again, I will always come back to system changes. If you can change the system in any issue, you would actually solve the problem. Oli, the issue with us, we are just in a firefighting mode. We look at an issue, we see where the issue is within these thematics, and we try to patch these issues as if we think that this is going to work. We cannot patch things. And I'll just give you a small example to this. Again, it's in education. Yeah. If we instill the right core competencies into children, into the curriculum, to get the skills that the children need so the government achieves its vision. If we understand, we ask the government, what is your vision for the next 10 to 20 years? And work backwards and put these core competencies like skills into them. Get the values, yes, such as empathy, such as religion, anything gets into there. In government schools in developing countries, do they speak to them about persuasion, about goal setting? And if we can get them all into the education system,
and join it up.
Ask government to speak to the private sector to see what are the future jobs that they require, and we as government will work with the Ministry of Education and Labor and put taxonomies on skilling, and we will provide you with the future youth based on the future jobs. Then it's going to happen, but none of it will happen without human experienced teachers setting the curriculum.
And so we step back in order to redesign, to rethink. I'll ask you all what we'd like to see more of, but His Excellency has rather set us up there, Your Highness, to put you on the spot, if you don't mind, about what your organization, the King Faisal Foundation, is doing in the future, particularly on human capability.
This is a good question because it will be measured within 10 years. Yeah. We have an initiative which calls the Mentor program. We might see a lot of attempts of mentor programs across the world. We've designed a mentor program that have the high achievers from the alumni of King Faisal School. Some of them are ministers today. To volunteer for free to mentor students in high school today for more than 10 years, 1 hour per year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. What we will get out of it? What we believe we will get that they will have specialized experience in the field that they're looking for. They might have a very good recommendation and solid recommendation to the university, a prestigious university they want to apply for.
Yes.
And they will have an insight to the experience from in the career that he plans to be in, and he will be there with during the university. If there is a high degree he's attempting to have, he will be under this mentor program, and also entering his career under the mentor program. And hopefully after 10 years from now, we can give you the results of that program.
Well, we will keep in touch on that decade. I've got another initiative I'd like to ask you about, but Jin, biggest thing you've learned about how to unlock the generosity of people's time? What do you wish you'd known?
I think it's really that, and it sounds a little bit idealistic, but everyone is willing to help. You just have to structure an intervention. I love when Dennis says a systems level change. Yeah. You need to structure an intervention in a way that it makes it easy for people to contribute. And so, for example, when we think of mentorship, we've done 15,000 hours. We don't need everyone to give 15,000 hours.
Right.
We just need everyone to give that 1 hour. And structuring that intervention in a way, a systems level intervention that allows individuals to contribute in the best ways they can easily, I think is something that would have helped us a lot if we had known that from the very start.
Yeah, things you wish you'd known. Okay, so I'll get some final reflections shortly, but Your Highness, a particular piece of work that caught my eye was the King Faisal Prize. Tell us a little bit more and what you hope it might stimulate.
King Faisal Prize linked to human capability enhancement. It's clearly just to inspire researchers and achievers to provide the right achievements in the global scale. So they are awarded just to enhance and inspire them. And this is a very good question because tonight we are celebrating our winners.
Oh, fantastic. And I'm being nosy now. What will the winner benefit from? How's it structured?
There is award of a monetary award. Yep. And they will be provided with a certificate, and it is under the honor of King of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Fantastic.
Since King Khalid until now, King Salman.
Yeah, well, congratulations in advance to the winner of that prize.
We have 5 winners.
Well, the winners, congratulations. We look forward to hearing about them and meeting them. Okay, so a final reflection from you each, and we only have 5 minutes remaining, so no more than a minute each. And it really comes back to the opportunity. How does philanthropy connect with human capability? What's your, it could be a word of encouragement, it could be a reflection or a call to action. Start with you, Catherine, and then we'll work around.
Well, I'm just going to give a very recent example. As most of you are likely aware, we just had horrific wildfires across Southern California. Our own institution was very much affected by them. But we realized within a matter of days that there were a number of people in arts education, artists, art practitioners, who had lost everything.
Yes.
They had lost the tools with which they worked, they had lost schools in which they worked, and we wanted to put together a fund to support them. And we realized these people were going to feel much more supported if the support was coming from a very broad base rather than from one sole source, so that they really have emphasized the fact that they are part of a community and that it is that community that's supporting them. And we worked with entities literally around the world and were able to put together about $20 million within a week. The fund is still ongoing and growing. Now that's an easy example because it was so immediate, but I think it really underscores the need to connect at a broad base level.
Right, to connect, to include, and also to move quickly when you must as well. Dennis, very briefly, a final reflection, please.
I think we have to understand we're living an era of global problems where we are connected. Could be the climate crisis, could be issues around security, around cooperation, around refugees. There are so many issues that need cooperation. And the human capability is a global problem. And I think we have to move beyond geographies when we are working and recognize that solutions that work in certain countries can help other countries. And if we share more, exchange more knowledge, and co-invest more, collaborate more, I think we'll have better results, more concrete examples, and this is what's going to drive philanthropy to be even more relevant in the future. We need concrete results. We need to step up to the game and face the challenges that are facing the world today.
And thank you for helping us think together at that systems level. Ijin.
I would say that financial capital is finite and it's competitive. The financial capital you invest in a project can't be given to another one. But human capital is infinite and it's non-competitive. Everyone seated in this room, the education you've been through, the work experiences you've had, there are young people out there who want to be just like every single one of you here. And human capital can be a huge enabler, and everyone here has a role to play in that, to bring that human capability and transfer it to the next generation.
Thank you, Ijin. We will share that message beyond this arena. Dr. Tariq.
Well, luckily we have launched a global framework on education transformation, and it has been attested by the UN. It's in the UN portal. So this framework is a guide to every single country, every single Ministry of Education in the world, to look at it as a guiding framework to change education systems, and we're guiding them for free, of course.
Amazing.
Now, to make this happen, we also launched a Global Education Solutions Accelerator, and I have all the global stakeholders from UN to development banks, to teachers, to academia, to agencies and teachers, supporting these countries on every single thematic in education, again, for free. And we, the accelerator, we will be funding all the salaries for these secondments from all these global organizations. And I ask every single Ministry of Education in the world, in developing countries specifically, to come and put their proposal. And we already have 10 countries which are stacked in line. And these countries are having population of 1.9 billion people.
Amazing. So if you're just tuning in, Dr. Tariq Algag leads Dubai Cares and that global education initiative we look forward to hearing more about. Your Highness, I wish we were going off for a sort of round table between us now. I feel like we could do another hour. A final reflection.
Yeah, I would like to add to my colleagues. Being in philanthropy can support human capability initiatives by, in addition to what have been mentioned, by setting up trends and by being a pilot to other projects, either from the government or to the public sector. And this will provide better scale for the globe.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic word and sentiment to leave it on, that sense of welcoming across different sectors, across different countries as well. Your Highness, thank you for setting the scene and for rounding us off. But to all of you, thank you for your work, Your Excellency at Dubai Cares. Catherine, thank you for all that you're doing in institutions that will last for centuries, but also responding so swiftly. Dennis, thank you for closing gaps in education. And Ijin, thank you for all the work you're doing and for getting us to think about the generosity of time and not just capital. Each and every one of you, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you as our guests leave the stage. Thank you. Thank you, Your Highness.
Thank you very much.
Thoroughly enjoyed that. Thank you very much. Well, everyone, our journey continues here at the HCI Summit, talking about the power of giving, thinking about philanthropy, but now thinking about the power of storytelling. Once upon a time, story matters just as much today as it did all of those centuries ago. So here we have a blend of ingredients for you where cultural values and belonging meet artificial intelligence. Well, I'll tell you something. Someone who knows a thing or two about the power of a good story is the person who's going to chair this next session. And just to remind you, sessions on this main arena stage, but all around our venue today. So the story matters today as much as ever. With his guests and in the chair, please welcome journalist and my brilliant fellow presenter, Mark Barton.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I'm thrilled to be joined by Robert Simons and Jumana Al-Rashid. I'm so desperate to squeeze every second out of this that I'm talking right now. Robert's produced, executive produced financed 140 globally distributed star films. Adam Sandler, Steve Martin, Dave Chappelle. His films include Happy Gilmore, Wedding Singer, Bad Moms, Cheaper by the Dozen. They've generated over 11 billion in worldwide revenue. That's the sort of figure you want if you're a producer in Hollywood. 11 billion. You can have a little badge made.
Let's make it 20.
Let's make it 20. Yeah, Jumana is the chief executive of the Saudi Research and Media Group. It's the Middle East's biggest organization, as you know, media organization. She's chairwoman also of the Red Sea Film Foundation, and since becoming the first woman to lead SRMG in 2020, she spearheaded its transformation into a global, digital-first media powerhouse. And as if that wasn't enough, she's a big advocate, strong advocate for authentic Arab storytelling, innovation, and the future of media in a connected world. I could spend 15 minutes on their bios, but I guess we should have a chat. One sentence only answers, Jumana first, because AI and storytelling, everyone freaks out. In one sentence, how is it reshaping the way we tell and preserve stories that define who we are?
Mark, thank you for hosting us today, and thank you everyone for joining us. One sentence is going to be difficult, but I promise I'll make it brief. But maybe one thought. I think AI changes everything, and that's the new name of the game. From the very start of how do you generate an idea, to how do you generate a story, to how do you fact check it, to how do you do your research around it, to how do you track its performance, to how do you personalize it and customize it to allow it to transcend borders and personalize it to different dialects and communities, it changes the name of the game. And I think we have a new formula with new outputs.
Yeah. Do you agree, Robert? Game changer?
Yes, eventually it will be. I mean, right now what Hollywood is really focused on when they talk about AI is glorified special effects, making Tom Cruise speak Japanese or having a dragon fly through New York City. But ultimately the biggest changes will come when we use AI to unlock human creativity, where it becomes the perfect inspirational writing partner. And that's not something that most of Hollywood has been focused on yet. And I think that's where the real change is going to happen.
And we're going to come to how we can unlock creativity via AI in the next section. First, I want to start with AI's role in cultural preservation and authentic storytelling. Jumana, how can AI preserve, amplify cultural narratives that might otherwise be lost in an increasingly digital and globalized world?
I think the fact that we live in a completely digitized world, I mean, we all live in a screen-dominated world where information is at the click of a fingertip. The fact that we have this very powerful tool allows us to further preserve, maintain, and amplify our cultural norms, traditions, perceptions, and narratives, only if we know how to utilize that tool. I mean, ultimately, AI or any technology is as powerful as you train it to be.
Yeah.
And I think if we are very aware and conscious about the inputs and about the data that we're entering into the AI and how we're training it to preserve our cultures through in our own perceptions and through our own lenses and through our own language, then I think this is the way forward. And it's a powerful tool to bridge cultures that never existed before.
Yeah, it's so, so true. How do you see it, Robert? How do you see it preserving narratives that ensure, because the B word's important, that ensure audience feel that they belong without losing any authenticity?
So I agree with everything Jumana said. And I think Saudi's at the forefront of addressing what I think is the most critical issue, which is bias.
Yeah.
So when you...
is this the number one issue with AI, bias?
Yeah, because what you have is a predictive data scrape, which is it takes the data and then predictively tells you what happens next.
Yeah.
So if that data is, let's say, completely Western-based, you're going to get a Western cultural bias on everything you do. And my understanding is that Saudi is in the process of addressing that very issue, because otherwise you're going to get this odd homogeneity, if that's the right word. And, you know, we used to always say MTV brought down the Berlin Wall, which is you get your culture in there and kind of neutralizes everything.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily a healthy way to go forward. And I think that there's a lot of richness and cultural depth that can be intensified through AI instead of washed out.
Come back to what you said, Robert, when you started about AI helping creativity. Let's get on to creativity and audience engagement. How can AI help human creativity? What new role can talent play in AI?
Well, look, we believe that art has a soul, and AI doesn't have a soul. It can be polite, it can be well-mannered, it can help your style, it can help your grammar, it can make you sound like Quentin Tarantino, but it can't actually take you through the emotional journey that is necessary in telling a story. That's how we communicate, through emotion. And what we believe and what we're working on is a story genome that will essentially help the creator, the human creator, pull that creativity out of themselves. And then you can use other tools like creating a synthetic audience to actually decide, is this a good idea? Is there somebody who wants this? And if they do, how do you make it better for them? And I think that's where the biggest changes will happen. They're not just happening there yet.
Yeah. Jumana, just the mention of AI can trigger wild reactions, and it's so important that AI is used for inclusion, not division. I know it's so important for you that we respect cultural values and sensitivities and enable cross-cultural exchange. How do we ensure all that is the outcome?
You know, I think, Mark, that the biggest threat to our utilization of AI is being intimidated by AI.
Yeah.
Ultimately, this is a technology and a tool that learns from the input that you give it. I mean, I completely agree with Bob. When it comes to the art of storytelling, and it is an art, and it requires human expression, and it requires having a vision, and it requires having a creative mind. But how do you enhance that capability? How do you enhance that creativity? Also, how do you reduce, the operational challenges or even the technical challenges? I believe that one of the biggest challenges that we're facing in terms of the, at least, storytelling value chain in the region is script writing.
Okay.
And I truly believe that with the power and with the technology that is presented by this very powerful tool, we can definitely shorten the times around it, and we can put together a more powerful script that can have impact, that can resonate, and that also entails of all the technical elements from a news creation as well. Ultimately, we are very much encouraging and motivating all of our journalists to use AI in the newsroom. It will not replace their jobs. It will simply enhance their outputs, enhance their creativity.
That's the message we need to get across, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, I think, ultimately there is a very big debate about whether AI is going to replace the human creativity or it's going to replace any sort of human element within the workflow. I don't believe that we're there just yet. A year, 2 years, 5 years down the line, maybe even tomorrow, that could become a possibility. But I couldn't agree more with Bob. Ultimately, everything that we do in terms of storytelling is an art.
Yeah. But it's interesting, Robert, you said it, art has a soul. Will AI get so incredible, so developed in 5, 10 years that we're almost saying AI is looking a bit soul-y right now? Is that possible?
Of course it's possible. I'm not smart enough to think that far ahead.
Yeah,
I'm just sort of playing with the pieces that are on the table right now.
Yeah, interesting. Let's look at the big challenges and the big opportunities for AI. Jumana, just give me, it's like a quick fire round. Challenges, opportunities. What are the ones that jump out at us when we're talking about AI, storytelling, but sustaining this cultural engagement and authenticity?
I think when it comes to challenges, it's definitely bias,
Yeah.
and it's also misinformation or disinformation. I see these two as the two biggest challenges, but challenges that can be overcome. And this is a conversation that Bob and I were having as well. Through
How can they be overcome?
Through blockchain technology,
Sure. Yeah.
through, several different tools that can also combat the very quick explosion of disinformation over the internet. But I think also when it comes to bias, it's having the right input. Ultimately, especially in the Arab world, I believe that only 6% of content on the internet is Arabic. And that is a very big opportunity for us to utilize AI to increase and enhance that output, to ensure that that narrative is there through different perspectives and through different voices. And when it comes to the opportunities, I truly believe that it's enhancing creativity and getting more out of the human capability.
Just those two words, enhancing capability, that's enough for me. Robert, challenges we mentioned, disinformation, bias. Give me the opportunities.
So I think the biggest, again, I come from a slightly different point of view, which is I'm in the business of telling stories to make money.
Yeah.
So the idea of using AI to help people like me from making terrible decisions, which I make on a daily basis, is a really, really good thing. I believe that AI can replace me, the guy who says yes and no to movies. It won't replace the talent who are creating them, but
you're going to be replaced, literally.
Hopefully.
You're not going to get to 20 billion if you're going to be replaced.
The way the movie business is built is you spend $100 million and then you test the product. It's crazy. We don't know what we're doing while we do it. It's the one industry where you make the product, then you throw it over to marketing and say, go find an audience for it. And the biggest change will come, the biggest disruption will come when we can verifiably test, is this idea good? Is this the right casting for it? What changes should we make? And if there's an audience for it...
All those decisions will be made.
When do we release it? How do we release it? Is this best on a phone? Is it best on a streamer? And then use the blockchain to essentially have IP management. Essentially decide how much of this was human, how much of this was AI, how does the human get paid? There's a lot of innovation that's going to come in the making, the marketing, and the distribution of content.
Final question for both of you. How long before AI-generated films win major awards? You know, we're talking the Oscars, Cannes, Berlin, the Yusser Awards as well. Is it going to happen? When, where, and what?
I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah?
And I definitely am keeping an eye on AI-assisted filmmaking and storytelling.
Yeah.
If it can enhance the creativity process, if it can enhance storytelling, then why not? I think we just need to understand how to regulate it and how to also acknowledge it and how to work with it, just so that we're not simply acknowledging, at this stage, fully generated AI films.
Yeah, Robert?
It's funny, I didn't know you were going to ask that question. I was just on the phone the other day with a couple of the board members on OpenAI, and they were aggressively saying that they thought AI would generate within the next 18 months a movie that would win the Academy Award. I violently disagree. Again, when I talk about the pieces that are on the table, I just don't see that happening.
Yeah.
But I would then say that it'll be easier to create a film with AI that wins awards than it will be to create something that applies to the rest of the world, because the Academy is a very small sample group.
That's right.
And you can look at the film and you can look at the pattern of what they vote for and essentially design it in a very contained way.
I could talk for hours. I love this subject. I'm sure you did too. Big round of applause for Jumana and Robert. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, the microphone is up. There you go. I'm introducing our next panel now. Looking forward to this. It's my turn to introduce Ollie. Ollie introduced me. I'm now introducing Ollie. Ollie Barrett, of course, our next moderator. And we're going to delve into beyond algorithms, harnessing human potential in an AI-driven world. Let's give a big round of applause for Ollie.
Thank you, Mark. Thoroughly enjoyed that box office performance over there. It got me thinking, honoured guests, and my guests are going to join us out on stage momentarily. What will humans end up doing? What will technology end up doing? Well, I'm going to put just those questions as we go beyond algorithms. If you'll give my honoured guests a round of applause as they take their seats to go to infinity and beyond, way beyond algorithms. Welcome. It's nice to see our final guest in real life. You'll know that joke means something in a minute, but actually, let me just go around and just show you who's who. Dr. Badur Alrez needs little introduction, the Deputy CEO of the Human Capability Development Program. Very nice to see you again,
Thank
Dr.
you,
Badur.
Eli.
Thank you for your hospitality. Now then, next to Dr. Badur is Professor Arturo Briss, who is the Director of the IMD World Competitiveness Center out of Switzerland. Welcome, Arturo. Dr. Kai Rummelt is the CEO of Udacity. So again, very well known, but this is about skilling up, isn't it?
Exactly.
Give us a sense of what's on the Udacity platform these days.
Oh, I mean, we have lots of new things. We obviously tons of content on AI. I think about 30% of our content that's being consumed on our platform today has moved to AI.
Right, so this is course central, basically.
That's course-centric, deep learning, hands-on keyboard skills.
All right, so meanwhile, Tammy Rosen is the Chief Development Officer and Chair of the Advisory Board and a board member of Pagaya, based out of the United States. But this is all things fintech, Tammy, really?
Definitely. Yes, we're in the consumer credit space.
Now, meanwhile,
using AI.
Using AI, right. Well, I want to hear how you're deploying it and how you're upskilling your humans as well in a minute. Gary Sorrentino completes our lineup. He is the Chief Information Officer at Zoom, based out of the United States, but coming to a screen near you. He completes our lineup. Well, why don't we put the script to one side, because this question's been bothering me. What's one skill or one thing that, however clever the technology, you think a human capability that AI will never be able to replace? Who shall I pick on first? Tammy.
So glad you did. So I would say resilience and the ability to grow through adversity. When you think about AI, it's really good at optimizing failure, but not growing through it. And humans have this incredible capability of dealing with loss and rejection and challenge and turning that into a strength, being more wise. And that transformation from going from struggling to strength is uniquely human.
All right, I'm warning you, honored guest, every answer here is going to make us want to dig more, but that's not the point of this round. Dr. Badur.
Human capabilities is values, skills, and knowledge. I don't think AI will combine these three together.
Fascinating. So it's that no one element, but it's the combination. Gary.
I think it's imagination. I mean, think about it. AI can take data, it can rethink it, it can repredict it, but only a human can imagine what has never happened before.
Love that. So it's not basing it on the past, it's that leap. I had a movie maker here who I'm sure would agree with that. Arturo.
I would say revolutionary mistakes. That is, we tend to think that the AI cannot replace creativity. But I think what AI cannot replace is our ability to make huge mistakes that lead to revolutions. I tell you one example. Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue, you know, I'm a musician, but Rhapsody in Blue was the result of a massive mistake made by a clarinet player.
Is that right?
This is something that AI cannot
It's fascinating. This is such a cool point, because when the AI gets it wrong, we call it out, we laugh, we roll around, we say, it's made a mistake. And yet in humans...
One of the largest innovations by Switzerland, Velcro,
yes,
you know, it's not very, but Velcro was the result of a mistake.
Right, I'm going to write this on a post-it note, but that's a separate story for another innovation session. Now, finally, Kai.
I think my response is going to be very close to what you've just said. Is I think what AI is not good at is breaking a pattern. And sometimes, you know, you see there's the rational response, there's what you would expect, and sometimes to make the conscious decision to go into a different direction.
Right, so the challenge is set, because I think that gives us a shot as a species, right? So the question is, and I'm going to deliberately move around pretty swiftly here, but Dr. Badur, just help us understand then how the Human Capability Development Program can prepare citizens, particularly for success in what I'm thinking of as AI-augmented industries.
Thank you, Eli. And I would like to welcome everyone in the stage and my dearest panelists. Really welcome you to HCI in Riyadh and Saudi Arabia. So Human Capability Development Program is one of Saudi Vision 2030 programs. The aim of the program is globally competitive citizen, or how we bring globally competitive citizens and prepare them. The way we do that by instilling values, developing basic and future skills, and also developing knowledge. And this is why we do that from early childhood to lifelong learning. And we base on 3 pillars. So we develop basic and educational base for the early childhood and K-12. And we move to prepare the future for long and for the future local and global market, and then the lifelong learning. So we do that through journey. And the important thing about it, it's where the AI comes. So what we do in the Human Capability Program, that we segregate, or we do differentiation between basic skills and future skills. Yes. Basic skills is numeracy, literacy, and digital literacy. And here is where AI comes. So, and we just not do that. When the future skills, we do the high order thinking skills, we do the emotional skills, we do the group, the leadership, and also we do the practical skills. But let me talk about maybe the basic skills or the AI where it comes. So we do 3 things. We do how people can recognize AI, how people can use AI, and how people can also, after that, learn AI. Yes. And what we mean, recognize AI, so the most population have to know what is AI, what is going on, what is the future of AI. And the people who, the secondary, it's how people recognize or use AI, which is where we use it everyday life, the tools we use in everyday, in education, and even in a job. Yes. The third one is how to learn AI, here where the specialists come, the AI specialist, the expert. So these are the 3 things we are working in the human.
Let's go on to that third one. Kai, I'm going to jump across, because in a sense, you've got a heat map of what's hot and how people are upskilling themselves. So just give us a sense of what those most critical skills are. What's your dashboard telling you?
So I think there's the range of skills that are really critical. I think the first one is the right interrogation skills. So how do I need to drill into an AI system? What are the different skills of different AI systems? How can I combine the models to drive the right results? And how can I dig deeper and further to get to where I want to be? I think the second aspect that's really important is, and we subsume it under a term that we call ethical AI, but I think it's much more than that, is understanding the shortcomings of AI models. Mm-hmm. And where do AI models get it wrong? Mm-hmm. And that can be because it relies on the wrong input data, or kind of there's mistakes in the data that it takes on. So I think really understanding what is the data that makes up an AI model, what are AI models good at predicting, and where are the areas where I need to be a bit cautious and make the right judgment calls in terms of results.
But on your first point, there's a parallel, because isn't it the case that the skills that lead us to be better prompters will also lead us to be better conversationalists and listeners?
Exactly.
And I think that connection is very profound. Now then, tell us, Arturo, how are countries tackling this? How are they positioning themselves to be competitive in this space? Because again, you've got the globe spinning in front of you.
Yes, and I love the use of competitiveness as a goal, because we always need to remember that competitiveness is prosperity.
Yeah.
So I think in that sense, when you look at the most competitive countries in terms of AI applications, including Saudi Arabia, I think they do 3 things. One is talent development, from kindergarten to senior executives, because that's one problem. Second one is capital provision. We need money. Actually, the US and China dominate today because they have access to capital. And the third one is regulation. Europe is dominating today on that front. We need better regulation, because some countries like the US regulate too little or too much.
Yes.
And other countries, like for example in China, they don't have rule of law. So we need to have good regulation.
So just remind us, though, the nub of your work, what do you have to be very good at the competitive center in order to know you've done a good job?
So you need to be extremely good at looking at what the ultimate objective of any technology is, which at the end of the day is to improve the quality of life of people. It's not about selling more products, or it's not about just making more money. It's about creating more jobs, for example. This is a challenge with AI. So to what extent?
Well, what's the ultimate objective of education in that case?
The ultimate objective of education is make sure that people live good lives.
Right, so this should be a separate panel. Tammy, no pressure. You're putting this into action in the workplace. So help us to join the dots, because we've got the global picture. We've got a sense of what people are doing to upskill. How's it working in practice?
You know, it's interesting because companies are based on much more rigid structures today, and they need to be more dynamic and skills-based. And you know, if you think about, imagine what that workforce is going to look like, and imagine what company structures are going to look like, very different. They're not going to have an org structure with boxes and jobs. There's going to be much more, you know, horizontal than vertical. Yes. And that's going to demand us to think differently. And so as I think about it, it's, you know, you can't foolproof jobs, but you can people. Right. So let's talk about examples from some companies that what they're doing. I love that Amazon's investing $1 billion with 300,000 people across data, cloud, and machine learning, and they're looking at it more as not skills for your job, but transferable skills.
Yes.
Then you have like Microsoft that's saying it's the tech intensity and this growth mindset, and they're creating through LinkedIn Learning and Microsoft Learn personalized skills training for people.
So this is fascinating. So I want more examples on this, Tammy. But Gary, it does get us thinking, doesn't it? This is about how we connect with each other. This is about how we communicate. So how do you think technologies can, what Tammy's saying is it can help, what's happening is a redesign.
We're actually seeing that redesign right now go on. One of the largest US insurance companies have lowered their levels from 15 to 5. So technology is just crashing through hierarchies. It's now flattening out organizations. But things are changing. Leadership is no longer coming from an org chart. It's coming from influencers. It's coming from where knowledge sits. It's actually employees are self-checking each other with social contracts between them. We're now seeing that we don't do work by org charts. We do work by projects now. Yeah. And they're happening on a global basis because where we're sitting doesn't matter anymore. As long as we all have the same skills and tools that we can connect. Look, if I'm in a building and there's a meeting 2 floors away, I probably joined from my office, okay? I'm still remote, but I'm in the same building. Yes. So it doesn't matter, I could be on the other side of the globe just working late from home. So we have changed that whole way that people work, and now it's becoming more about the work than it is about the org or the way we used to work.
So this is fascinating, isn't it? Going back to the humans technology point, because when it comes to communication, a meeting, what Zoom became world famous for, is just one form of communication. So what is the fundamental best point of a meeting? Obviously it depends, but it's a question we have to ask, isn't it? Because we don't want to waste time.
I think that the goal is to set the meetings up correctly. And I think it's all about architecting the way people work correctly. And I think that that's what companies are struggling with a little bit. There's still fear, there's still FOMO. All those words still exist in people's lives. Look, how many times have we been on a meeting? 9 boxes, 8 people don't talk, 7 people don't talk.
Yes.
And so it's, how do we change that fundamental feeling that, you know what? AI will give me the summary. I'm kind of great reading that summary. Probably I'm supposed to be in a meeting now, somewhere in the world, but I'm waiting to read the summary later.
You'll read the summary. It might have even polished it up.
Maybe. I might even learn more.
Well, I thought for the last 6 months that Google was offering to do something in Polish for me. Turns out it was Polish. There you go. Now, I do want, Dr. Padu, I'm coming back to you momentarily, but Tammy, close to home at Pagaya, is there an example where the technology has changed how you're structuring yourselves? Because we love it to come firsthand.
You know, I think it's, the technology is going to coexist with the humans, right? And I think the first thing you have to do is change your culture as a company. And so what we've done at Pagaya is we've centered everything around learning. Yeah. And we've thrown out traditional things like performance reviews and replaced them with learning cycles to teach learning agility.
Interesting.
How to work through failures and how to actually marry your goals with development and learning.
Right, so on this, something, Dr. Padu, that Arturo has hinted at is this sense of connectivity through the life cycle, through the generations. So what are some of the most effective strategies particularly for building that sense of adaptability, the continuous learning, so that individuals don't fall through the cracks.
Exactly, and the Human Capability Development Program is an example of that. So we take the journey from early childhood to lifelong learning, even after retirement. So what we do, we develop projects, and these projects, for example, in early childhood and K-12, how we develop curriculum, how we develop teachers, how we nudge the parents to take care of their kids in order to think them what they will do in the future. Also, when we go in the universities and vocational, we do the same. So it's a continuous journey. In the vocational and universities, we make sure that the demand and supply are aligned. So education is aligned with university of the JO labor market. When we go to the lifelong learning, we see that upskilling and reskilling is very important. Micro, nano degrees, small courses, Udacity, Coursera, and other skills, they have a good platforms to do that. So it's lifelong learning. But maybe, Uli, it's an important thing to say, doing a project itself, it will not benefit as monitoring that. So we have a KPIs to monitor all these projects, and we have KPIs, national KPIs, to see how the progress of these projects in terms of...
So this is fascinating, isn't it, Arturo? Because what we're seeing here, and actually, Dr. Padua, just help me understand, because in some countries, you just have a series of relationships between organizations. To what extent is there a relationship that underpins that stays by the learner's side? I'm just trying to get my head around that.
Yes, exactly. So you cannot, it's a unified journey. You don't see who's doing, but at the end, the human capability is the heart of that.
It does feel, Arturo, like a world leader in that sense. What are you seeing elsewhere? Who's doing well? And are there any particular milestones we should watch out for that you see coming down the track?
Yeah, I'm worried about two things that are related. One, and they're about inclusion. I think we cannot now, in the short term, we cannot leave some countries behind. I think I'm thinking of countries in Africa or other developing economies. Because we may end up creating a massive divide. But also within countries, and that's interesting as well, is that I'm afraid of leaving an entire generation behind. I think we do very well with the young, but the 55 plus and the 60 plus, I think we face the risk of leaving an entire group of the population behind.
Right, lifelong doesn't mean lifelong until you retire. And we're reconsidering what that word means, right? So who else is doing this well? Who could we learn from?
Yes, I think Saudi Arabia is definitely one country. I look at the examples of small countries, but it's much easier to do that in Denmark or in Estonia or in Singapore. So those are the countries that...
I don't want to lose that point about countries getting left behind, but if we're just imagining, Tammy and Kai, we've got ministers of education here. How do you think that we should be redesigning education? Because you're the education experts in a sense. Kai, then Tammy.
So I think when I look at higher education, like the comparison that I like to draw is higher education is built to research on the climate and really understand what are the long-term trends, where are things moving, and really dig deep into that scientifically. I think when we look at what's happening in terms of practical skills, I like to compare that to the weather. So even if we understand the climate, but you know what? At the end of the day, it might rain tomorrow. We still need an umbrella, and if it rains, we need that quick. And higher education is not built for that speed of training, just in terms of like content refresh cycles, like how, just the way that higher education is set up, that's just not what it's built for. So I think and we see this, that we work together with a number of universities around the world, where we actually bring that element of technical skills into the classroom.
Interesting. And we had on this stage yesterday, for example, the Dean of the London Business reflecting on exactly this challenge. Tammy, what would you add?
I think that higher education had an opportunity in COVID to really redesign itself, and they missed that opportunity. And back to what you were saying, it's how you work, not where you work. And they didn't change that fundamentally. I had the fortune of working with a school at USC called the Jimmy Iovine Dr. Dre School when they started. And what that school did was created multidisciplinary. They broke down the lines of how you get educated. You didn't have to have the 101, the 201. You didn't have to be just a technologist or a business person. They blended arts, technology, and business and called it a degree in disruption.
Right. So
and that teaches higher level thinking and teaches what we need in this AI revolution.
So it's that higher level thinking. I mean, Gary, I wasn't planning to ask you about the future of education, but I am going to, because listening to our guests, I wonder if there are clues from hybrid working, from new ways of communicating that you actually think could be cross-pollinated here.
Yeah, well, look, the way that we learn is going to change completely, right? Finally, in our world, technology is meeting the learner, which is we're not telling the learners how to adapt to our systems. Yeah. We're adapting systems to them now. And I think that's where we're going to see the change. Technology right now is something that's finding out what the right place to fit and finding its home there. And too many times before, we've always set the guidelines up, one size fits all, right? Yeah. Isn't it great that we finally have a technology where everybody can learn individually? And I think that's the secret going forward is we're all individuals and we all learn a different way. Some of us learn by reading, some of us learn by looking, some of us learn by hearing, some of us learn through TikTok at the end of the day. But since we all learn a different way, isn't it great that we can teach the same subject in a different way?
It is, except, Gary and Tammy, just briefly here, if Gary's onto something, which we think he is, and I say, well, actually, I'm treating Gary completely differently because Gary is different. In fact, we're all different. And Kai says, that's not fair. We should all be treated the same. Well, Gary, you're shaking your head.
Well, because the difference between equitable and equity, right? At the end of the day, we've always been, we want to be very equitable so everybody gets the same. Today, it's about equity, right? What do I need? And that's important.
All right, all right. Now, speaking of Dr. Dre, it is almost a wrap here on stage. Let's go back to this challenge of not reflecting in 10 years that we left too many people behind. A final word on what we need to do more of. And I'll finish with you, Dr. Badur. But Gary, let's pick up on that of leaving people behind. This isn't just about the privileged.
It has to be about being curious. We have to get over this fear. We have to set the guardrails up where people can feel that they can be curious and successful. And I think when we make people curious, we are going to get ideas we've never even fathomed before, right?
Curiouser and curiouser. Right. Thank you, Gary. Tammy.
I think it's about what makes us human and the superpowers we have of, creativity, curiosity, adaptability, all of those different judgment, and really embracing that as really the key. And learning, I'm all about learning, so it's learning agility at the end of the day.
Right, so that whole thought of taking risks with ideas, the power of making mistakes, the humility to go again.
And allowing to fail in a safe environment so you can actually learn.
On that thought of extending our connection, Kai, a final thought.
Yes, I think, look, we talked a lot about AI and the skills. I think the complexity of the human mind in pulling all of that together is still what's going to make us thrive in the future. Now, we're just going to be able to do that with the leverage of these incredible AI models and what they allow us to do.
Yeah, thank you for giving us a glimpse of that today. Arturo.
Yeah, even though it is difficult today, I think countries need to collaborate more. I think collaboration is going to be paramount in the next years to make good decisions at a global level.
Yeah, and we're very fortunate with this summit. This is literally what we're in the process of doing. So thank you for allowing us to do that. Dr. Badur and colleagues, a final thought.
I think the themes of the HCI is learn, belong, and act, if you use these. Yeah. Plus that we always think we will be beyond readiness. This is the future of humanities.
Yeah, and what would you say, just finally, Dr. Badur, to somebody who's not been able to be here or tune in yet, as a call to why they should join this summit? What would you say to the leaders around the world?
Yeah, I think even if you didn't get the chance to be physically here, the streaming online is available, so you can go online and watch it last year and this year. We're looking forward this year, and we have a lot of, it's a stage that every expert private sector, public sector, NGOs coming together, they share human capabilities issues, and they find a solution for that, either policies or solution, and they move forward.
First class. Well, we'll learn all about it on Udacity. Other platforms are available. We'll see all about it on Zoom. Other platforms are available. We're very grateful for your work at the Competitive Centre and, of course, all the work you're doing at Pagaya. So all sorts of pay it forward is the spirit of this forum. To each and every one of our guests, thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, as they leave the stage in this direction, thank you. A 60-meter stage to cover. I'd done my steps before 10 o'clock. We're going to continue in that spirit of good sportsmanship here with our discussion. Do you know, I thought that question of what's something that technology will never replace could be a good lunchtime discussion, but not yet, because we've got another conversation still to come. But I would like to know what your answer would have been to that question. We are continuing on a sporting theme, so doing their stretches and warm-up exercises backstage as we think about the power of sports and human potential. Well, Fully Limit Up is our host with the most. It's my brilliant co-MC. Please welcome with her guests, Anjali Rao.
Ollie, too kind as always, and a tremendous panel, might I add. Ollie's absolutely right. This next conversation is all about potential, what it means, how we grow it, and how sport reveals it, truly as the great unifier. So to explore these ideas, I am delighted to say that I am joined by three outstanding voices. Dr. Athina Michailidou, Minister of Education in Cyprus, Minister for Sport and Youth, and a visionary, might I say, at the intersection of education and policy. Hamad Al-Balawi, advisor at the Ministry of Sport and former CEO of Saudi Arabia's World Cup 2034 bid, with deep insight as to how sport contributes to national ambition and transformation. And Ralph Rivera, whose leadership in global sport, media and technology has shaped organizations from the BBC to Eurosport and continues to influence the digital future of performance. Welcome to all of you. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here today. So I'd like to pose a question to all of you to start with, just to briefly sum up how you see sport as a catalyst, not only for physical excellence, but also for unlocking broader human potential. So Ralph, perhaps we'll start with you.
I thought you were going to go in that.
Oh, I know. I like to mix things up a bit.
I love it. I love it. So first, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. It's an honor to be here and be part of this conversation. I come to it with a background across tech, media, sport, but I also worked at Pearson Education, and I'm on the board of the American School in London. And so this intersection of sport and youth development is very important to me. And I look at sport as a powerful platform for human development. I think it builds character, it encourages creativity, and it actually creates community. I grew up in New York. By the way, I live in London. I have not picked up the posh British accent. But I grew up in New York, in the Bronx in the 70s.
Wow.
And we used to have a phrase about being book smart. And over the last day and a half, a tremendous amount of focus on education, skills, and the impact of AI in terms of adapting to that. The corollary to being book smart was being streetwise. And to be streetwise meant dealing with the world as it is, the reality, sometimes hard reality. And you didn't learn how to be street smart in the classroom. You learned how to be street smart in the playground playing basketball, where you had to bounce back after a loss. You had to adapt to playing with different people, sometimes in different neighborhoods, and taking on different roles. And you learned that in order to win, you had to have not the best player or be the best player, you needed to have the best team. And so I think all of those things are the things that layer on top of the knowledge to give you what you need to succeed.
I see you nodding away fervently there, Hamad. It sounds like you certainly agree with what Ralph was saying.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having us. It's great to be here, and I firmly agree with what he said, because I believe sports is an enabler for many. We hear it even in meetings in different sectors. We talk about winning, we talk about success, we talk about teamwork. All of these attributes are things that you see in a sports environment. So sports is, of course, in of itself a great sophisticated sector with many opportunities, but it's also a very key enabler for the success of other sectors.
Where do you stand on that, Asina?
Yes, I totally agree with the previous speakers. I would like to thank you, first of all, for being here at the conference and at the panel. I see the tremendous power of sports, actually. It's not only physical activity, of course. It goes far beyond that. It's promoting mind, the mental health, well-being, creativity. It's promoting life skills, actually, and this is combined so much with education, and there is a lot of common ground there, since sports can easily be used as a tool in education, because our aims and objectives are common: to have resilient people, to have powerful and educated and informed youth in our countries. So later on, we can explain how education can help in all this.
Absolutely. Now, Hamad, I'm going to out you here because you told me only a few minutes ago that you're only 34 years old. My goodness me, how impressive that you've been able to achieve so much in just 34 years, because you've worked at the intersection of sports, national strategy, and government. So talk to us about what happens when those sectors collaborate as well as they possibly can.
Well, let me address the first part of the question, because in the last 10 years, we've been on an unprecedented journey, a journey that is like no other, a journey that I don't see anywhere else in the world. So the exposure that we've had to many opportunities, many challenges, and the scale of the ambition and the opportunity and enablement we've been given is a recipe that makes any 34-year-old in Saudi Arabia one that is ready for the challenges of the workplace. I'm honored to have been given the opportunity to represent my country in the World Cup bid, and the opportunities for men and women in many different areas, both junior and senior, are opportunities that we are living in Saudi Arabia today. So it is truly phenomenal. And let me link this back to the core of the vision, because when the Vision 2030 was launched in late 2016, there were three primary objectives: economic diversification, social development, and they're pretty clear what they aim to achieve. The third one was titled Ambitious Nation. And for this one, I must admit, at the time, I always wondered, what does this mean, and how does this enable the young people? And we see it and how it was implied in sports. Since the launch of the vision, we knew we needed to create opportunity for both men, women, juniors, seniors, in every space. We knew that there were challenges, and we had to overcome their challenges. We had to identify the opportunities. We had to set very ambitious targets, and we needed to achieve fast, because we needed to make up for lost time. And in sports, we've done this by many avenues. I would like to talk about event hosting as a major space that I've been involved in. And we hosted many events from 2016. Over 100 global sporting events have been hosted in Saudi Arabia since then. And what they've done is create opportunity across the board. One of the things that they have done is also inspire people. When we started to host Rally Dakar back many years ago, people questioned, why would we want to do that? E1 is another example. 4 or 5 years on from hosting the first event, both international sporting events have Saudi winners. The winner of the Rally Dakar is a Saudi gentleman. The winner of the E1 is a Saudi female. And those are international events. So the power and the enablement that has been created is phenomenal. But you don't need to win international global events to see the power of sports, because the power of sports is also in communities, as he mentioned. When we started in our football development story, we knew that we needed to unlock our women's team. There were people that played football in the women's sector or segment, but we didn't really have any organized football teams or football events or efforts. And when we started to scout to create the first Saudi women's team, we found a group of girls that used to play in their back garden, never in an 11-a-side pitch. And 2 of those girls were in orphanages. And when we started to organize the first events, they made the Saudi national team. And the first ever Saudi national team goal in the women's team was scored by one of those girls from the orphanage.
That's incredible.
The Vision 2030 is creating opportunities for girls like Al-Bandari, who came out of that orphanage many years ago, probably had limited opportunity. But because of the vision, because of the enablement, because of sport, she has written her name in history, and it will forever be there. So the opportunities are endless, and what we've seen in Saudi is nothing short of unprecedented.
You know, Ralph, what Hamid is saying there is, you know, and I think we all agree, that the accomplishments of Saudi Arabia, especially in the last 10 years, have been nothing short of utterly exemplary. And one of the things that I've really enjoyed seeing is how emerging tech and AI is being developed here and the attention that it's getting. How has technology reshaped, do you think, our understanding of human capability?
Oh, well, I look at it from a couple of different dimensions. I think in sport, there's the notion of performance, but then progression. And the best way to analyze that is set a baseline, track the critical indicators, and then see how different activities impact those indicators. That pattern sounds very familiar because that's the same pattern in education, right? Or how do teams work together and look at the film, right? In the NBA, every team after a win or loss, they're looking at the film. And these are superstar athletes, but yet every single day they're looking at film at how they get better. And there's another type of team that has film and looks to get better, surgical teams. So in robotic surgery, they're capturing all of the video. And there's a surgical team. It's not just the surgeon, but there's the team. And so now, getting that data, being able to analyze that video, and having AI bring that together and identify areas that can be improved, things that could be done faster. All of these things are about how do you maximize performance. Obviously, Formula One is another one. If you can just get one more second out of that, then that's the difference. And how do you do that? You use data, you use algorithms to understand how you can progress.
Perhaps, Ralph, maybe you move your mic a little bit down because you want to be able to hear every single word that you say properly. Athena, we will, we think of sport as something that's uplifting, that unifies everybody globally. But when you look at it sort of microscopically, actually, not everybody has equal access to that. What barriers do you think are still there preventing young people, from, particularly those from underrepresented communities, from really accessing their full potential when it comes to sport?
Yeah, that's true, and the research implies that there are still barriers and obstacles, and that's why our policies need to, and strategies need to make sure that we overcome these barriers, that we have inclusive and open strategies, and of course, going down to the practical issue, have programs open for all, making ways for everyone despite their problems or challenges. And that's why education can make the difference, because education is for all, for everyone, and we can introduce everyone into sports by investing on infrastructure in the school, by giving opportunities to everyone. Actually, I could refer to a program we have, Sports for All, and their age is not a problem, gender is not a problem, and we can see, evaluating it throughout the years, how important it is for everyone to have access to sports, and then we can use it in education, actually, because the values are there, the skills that we cultivate are common. We need strength, we need people that do not give up, we need them to have ambitions, we need students as well to go for their dreams without letting anything or anyone getting in their way. And of course, we need resilience. I will keep referring to this. And this is perfectly cultivated within sports. So we have this combination and policies that we need to build. Of course, I should mention collaboration on a national and international basis. Good practices are there. We should share this. And coming here, it's a perfect environment to have this collaboration. I already had communication with various people, and we will keep communicating in order to bring good practices in our countries and let people experience this sports activity.
As they say, time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah.
And we are almost at the end of our time, which I'm very upset about. But Ahmad, let me give you the last word. Because here at HCI, we talk about going beyond readiness, which is equipping people not just to survive the future, but to actually lead it. If there's one principle from sport in particular that you wish every leader or educator embraced, what would it be?
Oh, it's a great question. I think it's very important for you to be aware of where you are, where you need to be, what you need to do. And I think I'll pick up on Her Excellency's word of resilience, because there will be many challenges, and you need to face them, and you need to overcome them.
And that wraps us up perfectly. My goodness me, what an impressive panel, and thank you so much for being with us today. Weren't they fabulous?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, as we just heard there, sport just doesn't reveal human capability on its own. It stretches it, it connects it, and it inspires it across countries and across generations. But like every great athlete, we all do need to refuel, and it is that time, everybody. Time for lunch, so I hope this gives you a chance to catch up with friends, colleagues, make new connections, potential collaborations, and we will see you back here at 2 p.m. sharp for more insight and impact at the Human Capability Initiative. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. I do hope that you've had a chance to stretch your legs and enjoy some lunch and perhaps even spark a few great conversations along the way. So we're moving now into a session that reflects the power of international collaboration in building a future-ready workforce. So the Saudi-British strategic partnership is driving progress across key sectors: education, healthcare, sports and early learning, by investing in people and their potential, which of course is what we've been talking about for the last 2 days. In the next session, you're going to be hearing about joint initiatives, sector-specific milestones, and how both countries are embracing AI, inclusive learning, and lifelong upskilling to meet the demands of a rapidly changing global job market. Please welcome our next panel, chaired by Professor Sir Steve Smith, UK Government Special Representative to Saudi Arabia for Education, and UK Government International Education Champion, United Kingdom. Please make them welcome.
Assalamu alaikum.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this panel, which I think is going to be a great example of partnership in action, taking skills beyond readiness. I'm Steve Smith. I'm the UK government's special representative to Saudi Arabia for education, a post I've held for nearly 5 years. And what we're going to do today is we're going to look at the launch of the Saudi-British Strategic Partnerships efforts to establish a skills partnership. So today is about the skills initiative between the Saudi government and the UK government. We're going to look at the way in which we can use the skills initiative to advance human capability across sectors, including education, healthcare, sports, and early learning. And we're going to look at how both nations are responding to the changing demands of the global job market, focusing on skills development, the integration of AI into learning and training, and the importance of human-centered strategies to strengthen long-term workforce resilience. Now, the key thing to stress from my perspective is that Dr. Majid and colleagues asked us a year ago to come along with a group of colleagues to talk about skills, and I'm very proud to be able to say that such is the commitment of the UK government, to the Saudi-UK partnership, but also to this area of skills, that we've brought the largest ever delegation on education that the UK government has sent to any country in the world, 71 individuals. And we're very pleased to be here at EdX and at HCI. So what I'm going to do is very briefly ask the panelists in turn to introduce themselves. Then I'm going to ask them a main leading question each. So Dr. Majid, could you say a few words about yourself?
Majid Al-Qasabi, Minister of Commerce in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Al-Qadi.
Badr Al-Ghadi, the Vice Minister for Sport.
Minister Morgan.
Good afternoon, I'm Stephen Morgan, I'm the Minister for Early Education.
Professor Steve Field.
Thank you, and I'm Steve Field. I'm the UK Special Representative for Healthcare to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
And Dr. Faqih.
Thank you. Mazen Faqih, I'm the President of Faqih Care Group.
Thank you so much. So the first question is to you, Your Excellency, Dr. Majid. As Vision 2030 enters a critical delivery phase, and with Expo 2030 and the World Cup 2034 fast approaching, the Kingdom faces a unique inflection point. How is the Strategic Partnership Council positioning human capital at the center of national readiness? What new skill sets will be essential to support not only these global events, but also the long-term transition towards a diversified, knowledge-based economy?
That's a tough question. First of all, I'd like to extend a great welcome to everyone who made it from outside Saudi Arabia, and also a great appreciation to the people who are in Saudi Arabia who came and attended this session. Saudi Arabia today is moving toward action. We went from ambition to action. Vision 2030 is no longer a roadmap, is no longer a blueprint. It's transformation in a motion. And the first skill I learned by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed, our visionary leader, the creator of Vision 2030, is the will skill. Will is a skill. His Highness had a will to change and transform Saudi Arabia. So all this transformation started by a skill that was learned by everybody, and thanks also to the shakers and the movers and the history makers, the people who embraced the transformer, who embraced Vision 2030. But if I also, as you said, Expo 2030 is around the corner. The World Cup 2034 is, and things are fluid. And today the world is going from globalization to fragmentation. Things are going too fast. So again, we need future set with skills that we empower our citizens and our boys and girls with these future skills that they can be ready for the future. If you allow me to read some of the numbers we have, and tell me if my time is, I will. Yes, please. The tourism and culture and sports and creative industry are set to create 1 million jobs by 2030. The creative economy alone already support over 80,000 jobs, with a strong growth expected in film, in design, fashion, and digital arts. The digital economy is projected to grow from 4.4% of GDP in 2020 to over 19% by 2030. The healthcare sector, which is Dr. Mazen is one of our prominent business people in Saudi Arabia, we'll talk more about it, is projected to reach 250 billion Saudi riyals by 2030. The green economy expected over 2 trillion riyals worth of investments in the pipeline, like sustainable construction, renewable energy, circular economies, and so forth, and solution. And with having 65% of our population below the age of 35, this fueled with confidence and hope, this means that investing in life learning is a must-have, it's not a choice, it's a must-have. So developing the talent, we're still working. Saudi Arabia have worked. We've done a gap analysis assessment between what is the capability of the workforce now, what's the future need, set skills that needs it in the future, and these future skills have been embedded in all educational and training institutions, coupled with AI and technology and all the needed tools for our sons and daughters to, and also using knowledge and center of excellence like the one cooperation with the UK, bringing these knowledge to Saudi Arabia, sending our students to UK and America and all these great institutions will hopefully be able to design this future sets and implement it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Question now to Your Excellency, Badr Al-Qadi. As Saudi Arabia prepares to host major international sports events, 2027 Asian Cup, 2029 Asian Winter Games, and of course, the 2034 FIFA World Cup, there's a growing need to build rapidly a skilled, versatile, flexible workforce capable of delivering world-class experiences across the sports ecosystem. So beyond athletic talent, what strategic steps are the Kingdom taking to develop expertise in areas such as sports management, event logistics, fan experience, sports medicine, digital broadcasting? And, crucially, how can Saudi-UK collaboration help shape a legacy of innovation and capacity building that extends well beyond the final whistle?
Thank you, Sir Steve. Let me start by the second part of the question and then revert back to the first one about the Saudi and the UK collaboration. I believe that, as His Excellency Majid Al-Qasbi mentioned, that the Vision 2030 is the catalyst at which everything moves in Saudi. In the sports sector, we have the National Sports Strategy under the umbrella of Vision 2030. This national sports strategy have been built based on learnings from other markets, and the UK is one of those markets that we have studied quite well to learn the development path that the UK have been through and how can we gain from the learnings that they've done and avoid mistakes that they have done too. I'll give an example. The UK in 1996 in Atlanta Olympics, they achieved around 15 medals, which is a very mediocre achievement for a country like the UK. And obviously, with an ambition to host the Olympics in London in 2012, there was a lot of focused effort and work toward transforming the sports sector in the UK. And they succeeded on that and ended up achieving more than 65 medals in 2012. With that learning taken, we have worked on building capabilities in Saudis to ensure that we have the right talents, not only as athletes, but as physiotherapists, as psychiatrists, as sport managers, as coaches and everything around building the ecosystem. We learn also from the UK sustainability in the sports sector. The UK sports sector is 90% funded by the private sector. That's a great target and ambitious to achieve. In Saudi Arabia today, 15% of the sports sector is funded by the private sector. So a big gap and a big ambition for us to work on toward achieving. The Premier League in the UK is another example where obviously the most watched, the most successful league in the world. And there is a lot of commercial learnings to be captured there as we grow our Saudi League today and work on it. So in a nutshell, today we have in Saudi Arabia the national sports strategy. We have set of enablers. Human capability is one of the key enablers that works on developing that. From the number that His Excellency mentioned in terms of jobs created, the sports sector will contribute to 13% of those jobs that are being created by sport, entertainment, and tourism sectors. Obviously, sport is expected to also contribute to the economy. We aim to have sport reaching up to 3% of GDP by 2030. This is an ambitious target that we have for ourselves. Back to the collaboration between Saudi and UK, there is a lot of developed businesses in the UK around hosting events, and you mentioned hosting the World Cup here in Saudi, and before that we have the Asian Games, the AFC Cup, and many others. Obviously not only in football, but we're hosting the Formula One next weekend in Jeddah, and I invite you all to join us there. But UK companies like Populous, which works on building the best stadiums around the world, is one of our partners that is working with us on our facilities. On engineering and management of construction, Mace is another great example of a UK company that is working with us. And we ensure, as we work with those UK-based companies, that we work on the knowledge transfer toward our next generation of Saudis that works with these companies and build on that. With this being said, I believe that the potential is still huge ahead of us, and we're working together, and we look forward toward delivering on this.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, if I could turn to you, Minister Morgan. Given your leadership in early education policy, how do you see foundational learning as a key building block in the broader Saudi-UK Skills Initiative? As both kingdoms deepen their partnership through the Strategic Partnership Council, how can collaboration in early years education help establish a strong, future-ready talent pipeline, one that nurtures the curiosity, creativity, and core competences essential for lifelong learning and adaptability in what is a rapidly changing global economy?
Well, thank you, Sir Steve, for that important question. And may I start by thanking Your Excellencies for your hospitality in the last few days. It's a real privilege to be here and strengthen the reciprocal relationship between our two kingdoms, especially on that really important topic of education and skills. I'm delighted that we have such a large delegation from the UK. We promised to deliver on that, and we have done, and I'm really pleased that we have had the opportunity to share learning and also develop partnerships and work at pace to deliver the actions that we've agreed as a result of this summit. It's the UK's mission, government's mission, to break down the barriers to opportunity so that every young person can succeed, whatever their background and wherever they're from. And that's absolutely vital that young people get good jobs in the future economy. But to build the skills capacity later in life, children must have the opportunity to thrive and develop during their early years. And that means we must open up opportunities to good early education to give all children the best start in life. The evidence shows us that early years are pivotal to children's futures, their health, their development, their educational attainment, and how well they do in adulthood all depends on that first start, that early start in life. And investing in this sector is crucial if we want to build a talent-ready workforce for the future. That's why by 2028, we want a record proportion of children to be ready to learn when they start school age 5. And this will be demonstrated by a 75% commitment to achieve a good level of development by the end of their first year at school. Now, as a government, we have a range of policies to help us achieve this milestone. This includes offering parents more hours of government-funded childcare support, and we're also building an early years provision to meet demand, and we have a national recruitment campaign to grow the workforce. We're also recruiting and expanding nurseries where they are needed most, using spare capacity in primary school. Evidence shows us that investing in early years workforce training drives up the quality of early education. That's why in England we're working in partnership with the early years sector to reform workforce training, and this will help staff to support young children to build core skills such as curiosity and resilience. These are essential to adapting to formal education and hold benefits right the way through their learning journey. And I know that early education is also important to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. For example, the Ministry of Education has set out plans to make early years education equitable and inclusive for all children, broadening access to lifelong benefits of foundation years learning. And for example, by sharing knowledge and best practice through policy workshops, we want to build on that approach, working collaboratively, and that means improving the quality of teaching and how to attract and retain early years staff. In England, we are developing programs to make better use of the skills of early education practitioners, and we want early years staff to feel valued and respected, to provide a rewarding career path through the sector. And we'd like to start by sharing that work with the Kingdom and in turn learn from the Ministry of Education's initiatives to upskill and retain early years staff. We could also share our experiences of introducing new modern teaching methods, and these include educational technology that tailors learning to individual children and produces data-led results to measure impact. It's through the sharing of our practice and resources and knowledge that early education can become a key building block in our partnership on skills training for older students. And I have absolutely no doubt that the UK-Saudi Skills Education Partnership will be a success. And we've already had notable achievements in our work together on education, such as increasing the number of UK independent schools in the Kingdom, and we're working really hard to deliver more important higher education partnerships for the future. So we already are, I believe, in a good position between the kingdoms, and we acknowledge the need to fund and resource early education. We agree that when children have access to good quality provision, they build the core skills needed to thrive later in life. So I'll just end by saying I know that the Ministry of Education shares my passion for early education and the benefits that it brings. And I really look forward to working with the Kingdom to establish an early years system that's a real crucial building block for the future skills initiatives that you're planning to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. Professor Field, as Saudi Arabia ramps up efforts to build a future-ready healthcare workforce, how is the UK-Saudi collaboration, especially under this skills initiative, helping shape new models for education and training? And with promising initiatives like UK-affiliated nursing schools on the horizon, what impact do you see on the professionalisation of healthcare talent in the Kingdom?
Thank you, Sassid. The first thing, I'm so proud to be here as part of the UK delegation. We've brought a number of Russell Group universities, and some of our leading nursing schools have been here a number of times now. We believe that your 2030 vision for healthcare is the biggest mobilization and transformation of healthcare in the world. We own the objectives you've got and really want to continue to be part of the work with you to develop in very close partnership, partly because we can also learn from how you're transforming your healthcare into how we take our NHS forward, which has been running successfully since 1948, but is constantly evolving and is under the same pressures that you are on the demand and the aging population. If you can transform your care along the lines of 2030, skills development is going to be absolutely crucial. And for me, nursing is at the center of all of that. You have a large number of nurses, majority of which are currently working very effectively in the hospital setup. You've got some brilliant hospitals, but to deliver the vision, you will need to focus on prevention, on primary care, and on mental health, in addition to your hospital world. And of course, if you can do that, you can move care out of hospitals, reduce the cost of healthcare, and also prevent illnesses before you have to treat them. And just going back to the early years education, because this is an education conference, I'm absolutely committed to this 0 to 5 period, because if you can put a lot of effort into health prevention, education, we know through Michael Marmot's work at UCL that that will give you longer, healthier lives than just spending your money on training doctors and nurses who have to pick up the pieces later. It means reducing the impact of diabetes by preventing diabetes in the first place. And so we're here to help you. Our universities are really keen to partner with you to develop more nursing schools, to support you in your faculty development, in your leadership. And we want to be on this journey with you. And finally, just to reassure and assure you that the UK government are right behind this and are with you right till the end and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Steve. Dr. Farker, as Saudi Arabia advances its healthcare transformation, how is the Farker Care Group leveraging strategic partnerships with UK institutions to strengthen the Kingdom's talent pipeline? In particular, could you elaborate on the new collaboration with a UK university to establish a nursing school and its significance within the broader national skills development agenda?
Sure. If you'll allow me, I'll just begin by a short description of our ecosystem. We're an integrated healthcare platform that has 3 pillars. Healthcare provision, and this is done through 4 hospitals in 4 different cities, and 5 mega ambulatory care centers focusing on primary care delivery. So most of the care is being delivered outside hospitals. And we're adopting an academic care delivery model. So we have more than 30 residency and fellowship programs. So postgraduate training and human capital development in healthcare is key in our operations. The second pillar is education, and we've established the Faqih College for Medical Sciences in 2003, beginning with nursing, bachelors of nursing. That grew to 14 programs today, including bachelors and masters and PhDs in nursing, MBBS, medical laboratory sciences, and PharmD. The college has very strong collaboration with UK universities. The name of Dundee University is on the building. Actually, it's supporting the medicine program, medicine and surgery program, providing the quality assurance, the external examiner, faculty development, research initiatives, and collaborative research programs with Dundee University. That's the second pillar, which is the education. And the third pillar is research. And this is something we have committed to support and develop very aggressively. And of late, we have signed arrangements with agreements with RIDIA and NIH. And we have secured funding for several research programs as one of the first private institutions to work with the government on that. And without the government support, this could not have been achieved. Nursing nursing shortage is a global issue, actually. It's not just specific to Saudi Arabia. Nurses constitute 40% of the workforce required to provide care across the globe. In Saudi Arabia, we have about 6.2 nurses per 1,000 population. In the OECD, it's about 9.3. So there is a big gap in the number of nurses, let alone Saudi nurses, which they do not exceed 23% of the total nurses workforce in Saudi Arabia. The current intake in nursing school is about 5,000 a year. For us to meet the gap, the existing gap and the future gap between 2030 to 2040, we need to increase that intake from the current 5,000 by 150% every single intake. So there is a huge demand on nursing and nursing training and education. For that, the government had the initiative to reduce the number of years without compromising the quality of training. From the current 4 years plus 1 year of internship to 3 years, which is the expedited nursing curriculum in the UK. And that's why our college has actually established, forged newly new engagements with both Coventry and Queen's University to work on delivering those expedited programs. And actually, we've made a lot of headway. Now we have developed collaboratively the program the British institutions helped us with the quality side of the program, and the arrangement would allow training, further training and support. In addition to research, we're also focusing on certain areas like mental health and pediatric and palliative care, as well as specific training programs. So we're very proud of this collaboration, and to build on a long history of collaboration with UK institutions. Mind you, our college is one of the first, maybe the first in Saudi Arabia, to have the recognition of the GMC, the General Medical Council, for its quality.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wonder actually if I could just, before I turn to Dr. Majid to sum up, I wonder if I could turn back to Steve Field. I mean, Steve, that picture that's painted of the pressure in nursing is really interesting, and I think we may have some similar pressures back in the UK. Could you just say a little bit about the picture for those kind of nursing skills in the UK and what the UK generally is doing to deal with that gap?
Well, thank you. I mean, it's a very, very good question. We import a large number of nurses as well, as do Saudi Arabia. So when we're talking about training, we need to, and we are, increasing the number of students going through our programs. I think this is about professionalism of a nursing career as well. So in Saudi Arabia, what you want are lots of young girls and boys applying to be nurses. And you don't have that at the moment. And so the work you're doing is exemplary. But the whole of the kingdom really needs to look at what we have successfully done with what we call Agenda for Change, which is a series of capabilities and skills highlighted in a ladder or escalator, where, for example, at grade 8, you have to have a master's degree for nursing to proceed into management or into research or into education. And each band has a pay scale. So that means you can progress, and it's a career of choice for many people now. And many of our leaders running our hospitals as chief execs have come through that nursing ladder. In some respects, they make better managers than doctors do. Being a doctor, I can say that. But it also means that you want Saudi girls and boys to go into nursing, but many will want to have families and need to be able to come on and off the ladder at particular points. So it's the aspiration of nursing as a fantastic career. It's about career progression and appropriate pay. And we'd also like to see some Saudi nurses and UK nurses working across both countries as joint programs so that we can develop the faculty to train those nurses and to develop the leaders of the future. I've benefited very much from opportunities of working in Boston the last 5 or 6 years here. You can see the world is different, and I've picked up and stolen so many ideas that you've got to take back to the UK. I'd like to see more of our nurse leaders doing that as well, and vice versa. And I think that would also help going forward with a better understanding of each country and how we influence the future globally. So I'm absolutely thrilled to be part of this. It's absolutely wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. Well, our time's nearly running out. We've got 5 or 6 minutes. Dr. Majid, could I turn to you, Your Excellency? As we look ahead, what bold and emerging areas of collaboration do you envisage under the Saudi-British Strategic Partnership Council, particularly in advancing education, training, and human capital across priority sectors? And finally, how can both kingdoms transform today's momentum into a lasting legacy of innovation, opportunity, and global leadership in skills development?
First of all, for you who doesn't know that there is a strategic council between Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom. It's co-chaired by His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed and the Prime Minister of the UK. This was established officially 2022, and since inception, we had 80 initiatives, including this skill initiative, which is, I think, is best as last, as they say. And the council has been very effective, and it's been impacted on even our bilateral trade that have reached in the last 4 years almost to 270 million Saudi riyals. But if I may suggest that we need to collaborate and cooperate and coordinate, and all the C's in the world, communicate, and in 3 areas. I think for the United Kingdom being the center of excellence in education, hosting the best universities and best research, best vocational school, track A, we create a Saudi-UK Center of Excellence for future skills, where we can bring bureaucrats like me, policymakers, private sectors, opinion leaders, educators, all the stakeholders to co-design future skills. That's track A. Track B, we know that the United Kingdom have they're the center of excellence for vocational training. And we desperately need vocational training in Saudi Arabia. We just heard from Dr. Mazen that nursing, we're in need of technicians, electricians, carpenters, plumbing, and the list goes on. So the second track, we create a center of excellence, or academies, vocational academies jointly, UK, Saudi Vocational Academy, where your software, your brain power, your experience can be added to our, can be transferred to our boys and girls, because this will also used in the health sector and the newly developed sector, the sport sector. We have the Expo 2030 around the corner, the World Cup 2034, logistics, the list goes on. Tourism, culture, the list goes on. So, and last, how can we leverage digital platforms to accelerate learning and life learning and continuous life learning, because things are going too fast. So we create maybe joint platforms for have continuous education, for even in service sector. You know, the United Kingdom is the second largest exporter of services globally. How can we learn through your experience? So the list goes on. So this is how I see it. And I also would like to thank Minister of Education, Dr. Yusuf Al-Bnayan, and thank you, Stephen, and thank everybody, and Dr. Iman Al-Mutayri, and all the team that have brought this together. But the hope is bigger, and we look forward to really go from negotiation to implementation. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Majid. I mean, I have to say in conclusion, I've been working here for a number of years, and the vision's always been there. And the commitment from both sides has always been there. But we're now into that very crucial phase of actually delivering on what we've jointly agreed to do. I think the potential collaboration is just enormous between our two countries. And crucially, Your Excellency, the trust that you and your colleagues have built with us, and I hope vice versa, means that when there are inevitable bumps in the road, we can work together to overcome them. So I'd just like to ask the colleagues in the audience to join me in thanking our excellent presenters today. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Professor Smith and his esteemed panel. It's an absolute honor to hear about all of the information there on human capital and indeed the launching of the Saudi UK Skills Initiative. What an honor to be in their presence and to hear such a great initiative taking place here today on the panel. We're going to move on to our next panel today, and we're going to delve back into those labour markets and talk about enabling alignment and readiness. Now, it's going to be a session focusing not only on policymakers, but education experts and going through to the private sector as well. We're going to look at basically strategies for the future-ready workforce, but also how to align the education investments to the evolving labour demands that are out there at the moment. The focus is very much on young people, as we've heard many times today, because tomorrow's workplace challenges are greater than ever, and we need to prepare now. One of the most fundamental connections we're going to make is that between foundational learning and successful skill acquisition, and also those targeted educational investments which will support career readiness. So, without further ado, I'm going to introduce my panel with me today. To talk about this, we have a scene setter from Laura Frigenti, the CEO of Global Partnership for Education, all the way from the United States. His Excellency, Dr. Mohammed Abdel Latif, the Minister of Education and Technical Education in Egypt. The Honourable Leila Mohammed Musa, the Minister of Education and Vocational Training in Zanzibar. Followed by Ahmed Al-Andawi. He is from the UK from Save the Children International, a regional director. And finally, Dr. Ibrahim Saeed Al-Majel, the founding partner of Karazi Holding in Saudi Arabia. But before we start with the panel, Lara, please take it away with a few words.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Excellencies, ministers, and distinguished guests. It is a real privilege for me to be here today in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which is setting a remarkable example on how education and skills are at the heart of economic growth. The Human Capability Initiative, aligned with Saudi Arabia Vision 2030 and Learning to Earning model, serves as inspiration to countries across the region. Today's conversation comes at a critical time. The Middle East and North Africa face some of the world's highest youth unemployment rates. In many countries, up to 30% of young people are not in education or employment. 2/3 of these are young women. At the same time, 40% of employers in the region cite skills gap as the main barrier to business growth. Now imagine the challenge in 10 or 15 years, as new technologies, particularly artificial intelligence, rapidly reshape our economies. This raises an urgent question. How do we equip young people with the skills they need for jobs that do not exist yet? I believe that the only answer is through quality education. Indeed, when harnessed well, a $1 investment in education and skills can generate $10, $15 in economic growth. But to drive growth, education system must impart the knowledge and skills that young women and men will need to contribute and thrive in the economies of the 21st century. The most in-demand skills in today's world are analytical thinking, creativity, and flexibility, in addition to digital and technological skills. Yet more than half of 10 years old in the Middle East and North Africa cannot read or understand a simple story. And this constitutes a learning crisis, a major barrier to building the human capital needed to harness the opportunity of the 21st century. Addressing this challenge requires government to transform their education system. And that is the very mission of the Global Partnership for Education. GPE is the only partnership and fund that brings together all actors, governments, donors, the private sector, foundation, civil society organization, teachers, and young people on equal footing to drive large-scale education reform in 90 low and lower middle-income countries. Saudi Arabia has been a member since 2021, contributing a generous $38 million and lending their vision and expertise to our mission. And it is an honor to see other GPE donors and partner countries in this room today. Together, our achievements as a partnership have been impressive. Since 2021, we have supported over 250 million children with better education. 70% are in countries affected by fragility and conflict. And with ever-growing pressure on resources, we have leveraged the power of our partnership to pioneer innovative financing solutions, to crowd more investment into the education sector. In collaboration with the Islamic Development Bank and the Arab Coordination Group, GPE has introduced an innovative financing tool, ACG Smart Ed. Together, we have mobilized $850 million to provide quality education for children across 37 member countries of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. So far, $410 million have been allocated to Uzbekistan, Cameroon, the Kyrgyz Republic, and Chad to support national priority reforms, from building data systems to training teachers to strengthening early childhood development and to include children with disability. GPE was created through a shared belief that only by working in partnership can we drive the progress in education that we need to create more peaceful society and prosperous economies. That commitment is more relevant than ever today. With GPE's experience in transforming education system and Saudi Arabia's leadership in developing human capabilities for the world of tomorrow, there is great potential to learn from each other. And in that spirit, I look forward to learning from all of you here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Please join us on the panel. You gave us a lot to think about there, right? And the scope of that work is absolutely huge. And I wanted to start with His Excellency because obviously part of that conversation is the digital transformation that we're seeing as well. Obviously working with multinational corporations and platforms such as GPE, how are you managing to scale those efforts over such a massive country such as yours?
Okay, Egypt has indeed made impressive progress in digital transformation, particularly in education. Whether through national platforms, smart classrooms, or teacher training programs, but as I emphasized in past engagements, such as my address at the Literacy and Writing Skills Initiative, transformation must be both inclusive and sustainable. Multilateral cooperation through platforms like Global Partnership for Education can play a catalytic role here. With Egypt now eligible for the GPE multiplier, we have a unique opportunity to not only scale digital skills training across our public education system, but to attract both bilateral and private sector co-investment. The 3-to-1 and 1-to-1 matching mechanisms are powerful tools that can multiply the impact of existing programs. Enabling expansion into under-resourced regions and marginalized communities, ensuring that digital transformation does not stop at urban centers.
Yeah, so a lot has been going on, and we know from everything that we've heard today that technology has been a huge part of this leap.
Right.
And Your Excellency, Leila, if I can bring you in on this one, I kind of alluded to it in the beginning of my introduction to this panel, and maybe some in the audience don't realize that connection between pre-primary education, those foundational level outcomes, and the impact they have. I know it's something you're very passionate about, and you've been working hard, and you actually have the hard results to prove the success of all of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for having me chance in this panel discussion. It is obvious it was hard to start, and the first thing that we have done is to make sure we mandated pre-primary in our educational policy since 2006. We make compulsory for every child in our country to make sure they attend pre-primary compulsory. So we have a special campaign to make sure that we enroll all children in all areas, whether town area or remote area. And we faced a challenge at the time when we started of shortage of classroom. So we mobilized community with development partners. Thank you very much to UNICEF, GPE, World Bank. They supported us a lot. So we have a special school called DAY2. That was a community school established in a remote area where maybe it is very hard for students to travel from to follow the nearby school. So it was just sometime we have individual house, we use them as a starting point, we call them DAY2. We train teacher, local people in the villages to train and to nurture literacy skill to children, and is where they join to school. So this campaign, after few years, helped us a lot. First, to increase the enrollment of children in primary school by 22% compared before. And it helped to enhance the readiness of children emotionally, physically, and enroll the interest of students to learn in school. That is the first step as a government we take to make sure. But again, we strengthen training to teachers. Through teachers centers we have in every district in our country, we have teacher center. So we train teachers regularly. Those who are informal employed by the government who support this community school, because community school we didn't have formally employed teacher. We have voluntary teachers from the community, their parents, their sisters, their mother, retired teacher, they were using in those school. So now we legalize and formally recognize those tutor school as a formal school. We employed those teachers after long training given through by government and the development partner like UNICEF. We have a long training for teachers for many, many years. We nurture them and then we employ them. And some of them, they are in retired time, but we give them contract employment because they have a lot of skill gained through training.
Don't lose that expertise out of the system.
Exactly, to make sure that they have. And a part of training now, we strengthen infrastructure to minimize overcrowdedness. We want the international standard every class to have 45 to 35 students in primary. So that is the effort that we make. And greatly we succeed to make sure we meet the basic foundational learning for our students.
So if I summarize that, because there's so much to get our minds around, I always think it's great to create tick lists of what a successful framework looks like. And as you're saying there in Zanzibar, it's inclusive, it's from community all the way through. You've kind of gone back from an informal system, but pushed back into training and providing structures on top of that, and that constant training and inclusion of every stakeholder, if you like, in that decision, and starting people incredibly young. I'm fascinated by this huge impact that the very early learning is having. So thank you for that, giving us a really good guide of what success looks like. Ahmed, no surprise that Save the Children have children at the heart of everything they do, and placing young people in the center of development strategies is been one of your major priorities. So how are you seeing this education and enablement working out?
Yeah, if you allow me just to bring the conversation a bit to the impact on children, young people in conflict zones and a fragile security situation where you'll find their access to quality education, or in fact, even access to education emergencies. My colleagues will testify to that. One of the most underfunded areas in emergency response is funding education emergencies. You see the gap moving much faster, much bigger, much wider, because on one hand, those who are attending normal education systems are lagging behind with the accessing to the skills that are required today. So you can only imagine the impact for kids and children, young people who are even deprived access to a normal facility and normal education infrastructure. I think where things are coming to me now, and I've been practicing this field for 20 years, and let me share with you a story from my undergraduate degree. I studied computer information system, and we studied for 4 years. By the time I graduated, the coding language we were using was obsolete in the market in 4 years. Now, it's been said that the average life of a new skill you acquired is 5 years. So things are moving extremely fast, and even faster now. I think the bigger question that we find ourselves into now, whether in Save the Children or across the sector, is how you can do that bridge and bridging the divide between what kind of wiring for the formal education system you have and how you can deliver hopes for young people who are graduating or trying to engage in the labor market. To tell you the truth, I believe, and I'm going to be controversial a bit here, when it comes to formal education system, we'll continue playing catch-up forever. We'll never be ahead of the game. And if you look at young people today, I think some of them are learning in spite of formal education, not because of it. Because when you have a very poor quality formal education systems, then young people will have to innovate and find alternatives ways of learning. The kind of trends, the kind of technologies available to them will make the gap much wider and much bigger. In fact, I'm a huge admirer to the work carried in Egypt. I mean, it's quite revolutionary about putting tablets and deciding that there's no shortcut. You really have to move and cut almost all corners in order to innovate the formal education system. In Save the Children, the commitment the organization has across 100 countries is trying to continue deliver quality programs that would bridge that divide, but also trying to make sure that those who have been left behind in complex settings will be able to bridge some of these skills gap by offering quality training. And the key formula for us, we believe quality training could compensate for poor education.
Okay. Yeah, and there's that common thread through what you're all saying there, and we'll come back to that. Of course, Ibrahim, Dr. Ibrahim, you're on the corporate side of the fence. You are the person that is looking for talent within your organization. And when we think about candidates and their skills training being in line with what you need in the end and what industry needs, we had an interesting conversation a while ago, about a week ago, and you were saying that you've actually boiled it down to 3 core skills. And I think it's really useful to share that with the room, because simple is often best. We get confused about sometimes being too fancy about things that we need to do for future employers. So give us your list, and then you can all reflect on that and see where you get to.
So it's a privilege to be here, and I want to second what you said. Like, formal education will continue to play catch-up. And the idea of learning, we used to say everything is available at your fingertips. That was before AI. Now with AI, actually, I compared my comments to AI's comments answering your questions. They were better than mine. But if you think about the speed of change, we really look at 3 things. And if I want to focus children education specifically, because by the time they graduate from high school, everything has changed. The whole labor market has changed. I want them to learn first how to learn, or how to search for the information. Second, how to think. And third, how to communicate. The knowledge itself is getting less and less relevant. That piece of information and that fact is less and less relevant. Of course, for now, if you are a surgeon, we need you to have practice, but I think within 10 years that will not be relevant as well. But the ability to learn and critically think and then communicate and influence others is what matters. So if I would look at the formal education system, I would focus on those 3 things. And when we assess at Khwarizmi, whether it's in our VC arm, PE arm, or real estate arm, we look for people who have grit, discipline, and are able to quickly learn. Because even within the 5-year span of a startup, the ecosystem completely changes. And if they are not able to critically analyze what's happening around them and learn and find the right information and right point of view, and then communicate it well, whether to their clients, investors, or team, they can succeed. So how to think, how to learn, and how to communicate.
Yeah, which keeps you flexible and adaptable to the changing environment. And talking about adaptable, Your Excellency, Latif, if I could bring it back to you, really building also what Ahmed said about this regional equity. Through in Egypt, it's digital skills, but making sure you don't widen the gap with the most vulnerable, that they're the ones that lose out in this equation. So how are you doing that to bring in these digital skills?
Okay, I also underscore this in Egypt's National Literacy and Writing Skills Initiative, where we noted that in a system with 25 million students, AI is not luxury, it's a necessity to deliver differentiated, responsive learning at scale. It's not replacing educators, of course. It's existing their reach, it's extending the reach, enabling them to connect with every learner, even in the most remote and overcrowded settings. You know, we have one of our big challenges in Egypt was overcrowded classrooms. Now we're over it. And we don't have one single class in Egypt with over 50 students, which is an achievement. So now we can use, you know, all our students in Egypt in high school, they are granted a tablet, as Dr. Ahmed said. And we have all our classrooms are equipped with internet. So that's something helping to do this paradigm shift to students, teachers, and parents. Most of our teachers, hundreds of thousands of teachers, are well trained on how to use tech in education. We're moving right now to a blended learning model where we will use flipped classroom in our classes with students with gadgets, teachers well trained, and using AI informative assessments. That's our approach, and that's how we can differentiate. That's differentiate in education. That's how we can personalize, even in rural and urban and underserved areas. So that's where we're moving. We've been doing this for 10 years. We've reached very successful results till now. And what's going on is we're using AI as well to scale our big data, because we have very big data with our 25 million students.
So I want to come back to scalability, because not just for Egypt, but the learning's beyond your boundaries as well from what you're saying there. Ahmed, I want to come back to you because you alluded to it, but I think it's really important that we delve into empowering the vulnerable youth that we were hearing about there from His Excellency in those crisis-affected contexts. So how can you work in that context to try and bridge the gap? What are you doing?
Yeah, I mentioned earlier the need for increased funding, and that's an obvious need, of course. But beyond that, I think if you look at traditional humanitarian response, you look at providing shelter, food, medication, and then I was trying to expand that to go and say education is a necessity, and that cannot wait 2-3 years while children in refugee camps or transition. So you need to provide that early to them. But what we are finding out now is that actually connectivity is a necessity. If you don't connect them early, you will be losing out as well on the opportunity of getting them some of these shortcuts in terms of accessing to skills and training. So connectivity is definitely at the top of the list. Increased funding from the 2-3% stand to be corrected there of the funding available for education emergencies would be another one. But the third dimension is also about, I think it's needed in this forum and this conference for us to say it. What we're seeing today in terms of how many are turning back to the need of appreciating and honoring the needs of this generation of children, young people, to live in dignity and access their rights, seems the right to live is being compromised today. And so therefore, I think the need for us to speak out for the children and their rights is of paramount importance. I would also argue that a collaboration in the sectors today we see in the response from Save the Children. We need to work with others, and that's why we've been championing in the cluster system, the humanitarian response, a more coordinated approach in the way we can deliver support, equality and access to education and training, psychosocial support for children and young people who have been impacted by conflicts.
And I think it's an important point, and one I've heard across many panels that I've been lucky enough to chair during HCI, is that the world is too complex to navigate alone now. You know, these public-private partnerships or any form of partnership is needed, even in a normal situation, shall we say, a normal corporate situation. So when we're in a fragile state, I guess more than ever, that is required. Your Excellency Leila, I wanted to bring now in another theme which sometimes gets a back seat, but certain countries are prioritizing. I used to live in Switzerland, where it's very much a priority in the agenda, and that's vocational training. Sometimes it's seen as a second runner, but it's increasingly becoming so important again, the old apprenticeships that we used to have in the UK. And I believe it's something you're really pushing in Zanzibar now as a way forward for people to rejoin the workforce.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. It is true that within the reforms that were taking place in our education system, vocational education, ICT integration, and industrial collaboration is a part of the parcel and is our priority as a government. And to make sure that we have taken a number of strategies to make sure that first, our curriculum now in basic education, we integrate vocational education as a basic education. For the student from pre-primary, primary up to secondary school. In pre-primary ICT, we are using through playing, as a part of pedagogical. They use this tool to make sure they become aware with digital skill. But in primary, there's a specialization now of ICT and vocational education. Our aim as a government is to make sure that when students, they graduated from their basic education, they have some skill for them. It will be easier for them to engage in groups and to employ themselves, or easier for them to be employed. But more important, apart from integrating curriculum, ICT, vocational to be part of the curriculum, we have a collaboration with international organization, international institution. For example, we have signed memorandum of understanding with the government of India. And in Zanzibar now, we have Indian Institute of Technology, Madrasa, satellite campus in Zanzibar. Part of artificial intelligence and data science program are offered there to make sure we strengthen internal capacity of local people in Zanzibar, as ICT now is a compulsory skill to be nurtured in our education system. But again, we have collaboration with private companies, where we give a chance to our students in school to have place for internship and practices. When they're studying in school, in their classroom, in secondary level, at college level, we have number of companies where they go for practical, so they become exposed to the skills that are nurtured in school. And we are believing that through this, we will have the competent graduate from our education system. That is what we're doing. But again, as we did for pre-primary, also in this part of vocational, because it's a new thing in our curriculum. We train our teachers. And we design the curriculum teacher, educator for vocational education, because before we didn't have. We just trained teacher for general subjects, science subject, social science subject, so but for vocational education we didn't have. But now we have introduced a new curriculum of teacher framework where vocational education will be offered. So we'll have teachers who will specialize in vocational education and who will teach in secondary school.
And it's incredible how you're pushing it back down always to foundational level, because you always think of sort of apprenticeships as something for teenagers. And I can see Dr. Ibrahim there at the end nodding away, you know. And of course, these partnerships between the corporate sector and, of course, education is essential, so that the skill set that comes out at the end is something that you can use. And vocational training, on-the-job training is only going to be good news, I guess.
Yes, and it's very important to really incorporate that within it, not have it as an afterthought. Many educational systems build the education system, then incorporate the private sector, and at the end, if the goal is to increase productivity and allow people to really contribute to the economy, it needs to be in line with the private sector. And one thought here, when we are building, let's say I'm building a mine or an export hub, the government is okay subsidizing me with building a port or a road with hard infrastructure. But when I'm doing a development, AI development center, why don't I get subsidized the same way? Where instead of either reducing the cost by saying, I'll subsidize your labor, which is the wrong incentive. You're saying the people you're hiring are not worth how much you're paying them. If the education and upskilling is subsidized, then I know they want to get paid X. Let me make them worth X or X plus 2 for you. That's a different way of thinking about alignment between the private sector and the government sector and the public sector. And here there's no downside. The worst outcome, even if they don't continue to be employed by that entity, you end up with 1,000 better trained AI engineers. So I think being more agile and more willing to really invest in the productivity of the labor force, not reducing the cost, instead increasing the productivity, and having the private sector involved from the design phase is very important. We're seeing some initiatives in Saudi on that. For example, when Lucid, Seer, and others announced that they're building factories in Saudi, the government subsidized people going to be trained in their factories overseas to be ready by the time the factory is open here. When you talk about vocational training, whether it's Switzerland or what's happening in Zanzibar, I think that's a good way to incentivize the upskilling without really making it a shot in the dark.
Okay, time is always too short, so we're going to have to be quick on the roundup here and reflections. And I sat in a Lucid yesterday, very nice car. There's some outside if you want to check them out. Lara, maybe we started with you, and I'd like to start the closure with you. And the same question really to everyone is, what's the single most important thing that needs to be done now to basically increase this human capability, to increase this ability to be available to the labor market? So Lara.
So I would say that it is to reform the curricula. Children learn so many things that in a way are unnecessary to their future or not applicable. And so reform the curricula thinking about two things. The first one, that education is not a process that is completed by the end of secondary or tertiary education. You have to continue building and you have to continue learning. And so maybe you should invest less in the formal process and create some kind of lifelong learning that supplements that as the knowledge evolves. And the second, I like very much what Minister Leila was saying, grounded into what is local, grounded into the society in which the children, the students are then going to operate, make it relevant.
Okay, quickly, we've got time for about a line each, Your Excellency.
Okay, I'll talk beyond national scale. Egypt also recognizes its role within the wider region.
Yeah, and the scalability is going to be a big one.
Yeah, by working with GPA and regional partners, Egypt can contribute to a pan-Arab digital educational framework, supporting knowledge sharing, open access to training platforms, and regional upskilling initiatives. This would extend the benefits of Egypt's transformation to neighboring countries, especially those facing educational disruption due to conflict or limited infrastructure. In essence, multilateral cooperation isn't just about funding. It's about vision alignment, equity, and regional solidarity. Egypt is ready to lead on that front, and GPE is a trusted partner in making that vision a reality. Thank you.
So that's going to happen now. Leila? In one line?
Okay. On this matter, I'll say only 2 points. First, we have to recognize the prior knowledge that our people in our communities, they have. Some people, they are experts, but they don't go through formal education. They learn from their family member, from group they have. So as the authority, we have to recognize. We did it in Zanzibar through ILO, International Labour Organization, and it became a very successful program where local people who have knowledge, we recognize, we give them certificates, so it is easier for them to be employed in some private institution as well as the government. But another issue is to give more access for skill and vocational skill without the consideration academic criteria. We need give them free. If you have interest to learn something, you go and learn. Thank you.
Ahmed.
Go beyond formal education, and it's not only there, it's also about non-formal education. Yesterday, there was a partnership signed and announced between the Scouts and the Ministry of Education here, and that non-formal education makes all the difference. I see it. You build the skills for life. What used to be called soft skills are existential skills now, and you don't learn it in a classroom only.
Yeah, soft skills, hard results, as my friend Karina says. Finally, Ibrahim, Dr. Ibrahim.
So most of the initiatives we have are playing catch-up and working about the challenge we have today. Would be great if there is a team everywhere we go that is focused about 15 years from now, that is not bothered with the challenges today, but we have no excuse that the outcomes of education 15 years from now are playing catch-up.
Fabulous. Well, thank you so much. You hit the button, and thank you for your contributions today, and thank you, audience, for listening. And we make our way off the stage. Thank you. Thanks, Lara. So we are super excited about the next panel discussion that's coming up. We have Laura Buckwell, and she is going to be talking about the great skill shift. So she will be welcoming her panel right on stage now. So Laura, welcome to the stage.
Well, a huge thank you to Sarah for that very kind introduction. Please do take a seat. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, in a world shaped by AI, the skills that we rely on today are changing faster than ever. And staying relevant, of course, means constantly upskilling and reskilling. However, of course, that comes with real challenges, not professionally, but also personally as well, which is why in our next session, we are going to take a look at how we can balance adaptability with deep expertise and what all of this means for the future of education, for work and well-being. And I'm absolutely delighted to be welcomed by our panel. Very quick introductions. To my left, I have Lamine Abdul-Malik, who is Nobel Peace Laureate and CEO of Honest Management. Wonderful to have you here. Thank you so much. We have Dr. Beth Allering, who is here, and she is the Regional Managing Director of the MENA region at Duke Corporation Corporate Education. We also have Dr. Dima Alathal, who is the Executive Director of Global Strategic Initiatives at IBM, followed by Alberto Cavallo Neto, who is the President of June, which is the Young Entrepreneurs Organization of the European Union. Wonderful to have you here too. And rounding out our panel, we have Nassim Tufaha, who is the Chief Business Officer for Pearson. So as you can see, a brilliant lineup here to tackle our next dialogue. So in fact, I wanted to start off with Dr. Dima, if I may, because I was wondering whether you could give us some perspective in terms of how exactly the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is very much responding to the global skills shift. Is there anything that any other countries can be inspired by? What can they learn from? And also, in the age of AI, what skills do you think matter the most?
Absolutely. Thank you, Laura. So the kingdom is undergoing an ambitious transformation, when it comes to upskilling, not just in upskilling overall, but, one of the cornerstones is the Human Capability Development Program. And based on that, we're seeing a national push for agile learning, lifelong learning, credentialing, certification programs, and partnering with global tech giants like IBM in order to establish sustainable educational programs that, that links between the classroom and, the career, the workforce needs in order to ensure that we've got sustainability for the years to come. Now, when we're talking about other markets and other countries around us and what they could learn from this, definitely the lesson that comes to mind is the power of, starting with a clean slate. Because with emerging markets, the advantage that they've got is that they can leapfrog the outdated models and jump directly into tech-led and agile learning ecosystems. We've seen it in the kingdom. We've integrated AI, micro-learning, micro-credentialing, and we've seen upscaling done at scale. And that has been done at a pace which is much faster than most of the developed countries around us that we've seen around. So I think that definitely sets a live use case, for everyone to follow, where you can see that strategy with government backing and a clear direction onto workforce upskilling and how that would work. Now, to address your last point in which you asked what kind of skills do we think that we need, a lot of people think that mostly it's going to be technical skills. However, in my opinion, it goes beyond that. Definitely, you need to have emotional intelligence. You got to have, ethical reasoning, in addition to cultural fluency, in order to navigate, in the new AI world.
And the pace of change here, as you mentioned, really is incredible, and starting off with that clean slate is an advantage. Really interesting. Lamine, over to you. Now, of course, we all know that skill sets always start from education, from when we're young. So when it comes to enhancing skills-based learning, how do you think new skill sets such as AI need to be used? And what do you think sort of scares you the most about implementing AI into our curriculums?
All right, thanks a lot, Laura. First of all, I want to thank all the organizers for this wonderful event. I think it's very important at this time of the world. So just to go back to your question, so when you want to enhance something, you're looking at improving on it. So if you look at the theory of learning, it basically looks at how you learn something, how you know about something, and how you practice that. And in fact, in 2023, there was a report in the US that said any AI or machine learning tool that ignores the theories of learning should actually be rejected. Now, how do we learn? We know that human beings are social beings, so that means that any new technology should enhance our social capabilities, not put us into silos. Also, we also very focused on trust. So we now know things like Gen AI, like ChatGPT, for example, has a hallucination problem. And there's a famous quote that one of my friends said, do not confuse competence with confidence. Basically means that, whenever you put something into Gen AI, it comes out like, yeah, this is the truth. But you need to basically employ critical thinking to think, actually, is this really the truth? Are these statistics correct? Are they biased in a particular way? The other thing about how we learn as well looks at specialized learning. Now, I remember when I was growing up in Nigeria, when I was 5 years old, and I just wanted to draw. I used to love drawing comics. And back then in Nigeria, if you did not, they gave us tests at 5 years old. If you did not pass the test at 5 years old, you basically not move on to the next class. So I actually failed my first class, I'll be honest, I'll just let you know, because I just wanted to draw. And I thought in terms of specialized learning, why wasn't there some kind of tool that would foster what I was interested in? Creating more artists, for example. Does everybody really need to learn algebra, for example? So that's kind of specialized. Now, going to some examples. Based on that one of specialized learning, there's actually in South Korea now, they've actually released interactive textbooks. So for example, it basically ties with the student, how they're learning. So if it's taking you 4 weeks to learn algebra, then it takes you 4 weeks. Whereas when we were growing up in school, it was like, algebra is 1 week. If you don't do it in 1 week, tough, you're gonna fail the exam. So in terms of the concept of specialized learning. And then going into that, there's some other examples even from the kingdom. There is the AFACA program, which is launched by Saudi, where they want to train 3 million people in AI and programming. And also at King Saud University, they've run an experiment where they've had some kind of generative tutoring, and they've seen a 20% increase in students studying mathematics and also science-based learning. Now, in terms of what scares me the most, I'll give you some statistics. The first one is 67% of secondary school students in the UK admit to using AI for their homework. In the US, it's 43%. Now, Cambridge University, definitely top 5 university in the world, apparently 50% of the students are using Gen AI. And the last one is that apparently more men than women are using Gen AI. Now, what does that tell you? There's some kind of exclusivity here. First of all, gender-based, and also in terms of the global north. So if we're saying we want to introduce something like AI, it should be something that's inclusive, not exclusive. For example, we know, for example, Gen AI uses a lot of energy, whether it's ChatGPT. So that means that in developing countries, they're not going to have the same access to these kind of tools. So what scares me the most is definitely exclusivity. So I'm a little bit worried about that. However, I do have one statistics that was just released recently. I actually made a comment on LinkedIn. It was one of my most liked comments. That in Saudi, they actually bucked the trend, and there's more women using AI than males. So that's an interesting statistics for Saudi. Now, what is how can we come out of this? I wanted to advocate for a concept of AI ethics in education. Now, I must confess, it was based on Isaac Narimov, who was one of the guys when robots were created back in the 50s. He came up with these 3 rules, and I basically merged it into AI. So the first rule in AI ethics should be, for example, we should only employ AI if it does not harm a student's learning capabilities, the first one. The second one is that the AI should respond to the teacher's instruction if it does not hamper the student's learning. And the last one for AI ethics in education should be AI should be functional, but it should not hamper students' learning capability, and it should not go against a teacher's instruction. So that's what I wanted to advocate for AI and ethics.
Thank you so much. That is such a worry, though. We've got all these students using ChatGPT, but it's essentially like cheating on your homework.
Yes.
But I think there was uproar when the calculator first came out, wasn't there?
Yeah.
And people aren't going to be able to do maths anymore because of a calculator, but people use it as a tool, and it's the same concept, essentially, really, isn't it? Dr. Beth, over to you. Really fantastic to have you here. Now, you do a lot of work with lots of different leaders across very diverse markets, navigating rapid disruption as well. How do do policymakers and companies then need to adapt their skill sets? And what is becoming a non-negotiable today for them?
Yeah, thank you so much, Laura. And just to say, it's an absolute privilege to be here. Wonderful topic and panel and set of events that have been organized. We're really pleased to be here. So at Duke Corporate Education, we are active across the Middle East and Asia and globally. And what we're seeing is really that there is a growing skills race that we think will rival the space race of previous generations. And that's affecting all of us who are in the learning provision market and sector, but also it's affecting employers and companies and governments. So just to speak about a few of those in turn, I think what we're seeing from the provision point of view is, to Lamin's point, we're no longer just teaching individuals, we're teaching who will become future adult AI-augmented humans with learning that has also been disrupted and changed through AI. So it's a really different world that we find ourselves living in as educationalists and education providers. And I think there's a lot of adaptation that we have to do and are starting to do to really trial that. I think that the most exciting piece of that is that some of the hypotheses that some of this wouldn't catch on or it would only be deleterious to learning is actually false. And what we're finding is certainly digital native learners are really attracted by and enticed to use these types of tools for learning. So really exciting on that front. On the employer and company front, what we're seeing is that those previous capability frameworks that used to be quite static and changed maybe once every 5 or 10 years are now changing rapidly, almost in 6-monthly increments. And that's a real change just in terms of the rapidity with which we have to meet new needs and reskill and retool. But I'm very hopeful, again, that there will be a positive impact of that and that reskilling will become the new restructuring for this generation of corporations. That is much less disruptive. And then really finally for governments, we're seeing some very interesting practice, including here in the Kingdom, around very thoughtful skills investment. And governments creating the incentives for individuals to continuously upskill. We do a lot of work in Singapore, and it's really amazing there. At every life increment, the government provides an incentive for people to continue to learn, to keep learning, and to keep reskilling. So I think we'll have to think in those ways, and I couldn't agree more with Dr. Dima that we're seeing some of the most amazing growth, but also experiments in this part of the world, the Middle East and Asia, where the market for education is growing phenomenally. So
speaking of upskilling and reskilling, we're going to be talking about the well-being around all of this as well, because it adds so much pressure to people that are so busy anyway in their work life and careers and things. But Alberto, wonderful to have you here. Now, you're the president of JUNE, as we mentioned earlier, the Young Entrepreneurs Organization of the European Union, and you support around 1.6 million young people that are interested in entrepreneurship. But you're also, in fact, the MD of the Beijing Water Group. So you've got two different perspectives here, one from an institutional standpoint as well as a professional standpoint as well. So how do you think we can best prepare and balance this new skill set needed for the jobs of the future, and how do they differ as well?
So, first of all, the GEN is an organization that's born in 1994, so it's one of the biggest organizations of the European Union. And of course, we aim to provide also in the discussions of everything that is related to entrepreneurship, from the education level till the end. AI is one of our task force, so it's one of the most important task force that also combine with the social environment and also education. As a BWG, marketing developer, and also CEO of some of the companies from the group, we are a group that is specialized in circular economy, but mostly on the water recycle. So everything is water recycle. On that case, we also use the maximum of the technology, and if we think about the water sector, it was a very basic sector 10, 20 years ago. We start with the meters, then we start with the smart meters, and nowadays, of course, we go to improve on the technologies to get more data or much more efficient that goes from the energy sector till the end users. So we need to be, of course, understanding that the tools are amazing, but we need to be very careful on using that. So not as a judge, but also mostly on the tools. We have lots of cases that sometimes providing the wrong data even as human beings can be complicated to go back and to disinform again, nowadays we have a lot of fake news. And now imagine when we are giving the program wrong information. So that is something that we and Jen, we are trying to speak more loud, most of the European Union Parliament, to give this information to people be aware on the way that we need to always be with the women, being mostly on the soft skills, because we have, of course, the cultural things, we have many things to judge, and there are many cases that we already saw mistakes. So we are here also to try to get that perception that we need to give always the best for the human being to become the best version of themselves, using the tools with the most efficient way.
Really impressive to see what you're doing. Over to Nassim, I'd really love to get your perspective. You're Chief Business Officer for Pearson. What is your view then on the global skills shift, and how can we close this learn to earn gap?
Yeah, thanks, Laura. That's an incredibly important question. If we think about what's at stake here, there is over $1 trillion that is lost around the world every year in this learn to earn gap. At Pearson, we actually studied 3 transition points where people are getting new jobs. One is from work to school, the second one where there's a job displacement, and the third one when there is automation that is creating a kind of job replacement. And so when we think about the opportunity to reduce this amount of economic loss, if we can just shorten this average transition time, for example, from 24 weeks to 18 weeks, then there's over $100 billion around the world of economic value that can be recaptured. So there's tremendous opportunity, and that really will take a kind of shared interest between public and private institutions. Now, to do so, we need to shift our mindset a little bit because we often talk about, for example, career paths and career ladders. And it's very important in this day and age to really, instead of just thinking about a defined linear career path, to think about skills pathways. We should be thinking about skills paths. And these skills paths are much more dynamic. They're constantly evolving. And so with that, we need to, number one, have a kind of framework that's very dynamic. Sometimes these job categories, as was said, become outdated incredibly quickly. And so we need to have a dynamic nature to how we understand the skills that are in need at a given time. That can be done, in fact, by leveraging AI, by looking at job descriptions on this very day to get a very dynamic sense of what the needs are. And that means we also need to adapt our curriculum in a much more dynamic way. It means we need to adapt the kinds of modes for learning. Adults will learn maybe at night while they're working or while they're not working. It's not always under the constraint of formal institutions. So the way that we think about reskilling and the kinds of reskilling that we need to do have to evolve very quickly. So instead of thinking about, for example, a career ladder that is very defined, that people try to climb, we should be thinking about a different kind of model, one that has multiple exit points, one that has multiple entry points, more like a web rather than a singular ladder. So it will really require a mind shift for all of us and a real focus on skills that are much more dynamic at their core.
Really, really interesting you said that, because that leads me perfectly back to Dr. Dima, because I wanted to get your take on how do we deal with the pressure of this all. As we mentioned earlier, people have got a lot on their plates, and we're constantly upskilling and reskilling anyway, and then suddenly you throw AI and this new era of disruption. How on earth are we meant to manage all of this?
Absolutely. I mean, that puts a large psychological toll on anyone, not just in AI, in any, in any industry, but let alone when you're talking about AI and emerging technologies, that multiplies it 10 times even worse. So I think it starts by redefining the narrative, from fear of irrelevance to empowerment through adaptability. So when one is trying to upskill themselves. They are redefining who they are, and that's, again, in relevance to what Nassim has just mentioned. So I believe that employers should start focusing on not just providing the content, but providing like coaching and support groups and psychological reforms within the work environment in order to enable those individuals within the workforce to provide the upskilling needed and the environment needed for them to flourish. So again, it goes back to redefining the narrative in everyone's mind.
Very well said. Limin, I don't know whether you wanted to add to that, because I have a bit of a different question for you, but if you wanted to add to that, please do. But I'd be interested to know, as the job market is constantly changing, is there one subject that you would add to the modern curriculum today? What would it be?
Yeah, I'll probably advocate for, based on what Nassim was saying, what I call entrepreneurship mindset. But what I mean by that is I think that it doesn't mean that everybody should become an entrepreneur, but in terms of what I mean by a mindset is looking at how do you link what you want to do to your purpose in life. I think we're trying to move away from the concept of just start a career and it's divorced from what really matters to you in your life. So I shared with you earlier on that a few years ago I had a pause in my UN career and moved to Cape Town and opened up a coffee shop for about 3 years. As a way to get it out of my system, but I'm still learning, even though that was like about almost 15 years ago, I'm still learning from that experience. In fact, I've even designed a course on that experience, but the idea was like, what's Entrepreneurship Mind teach you? It teaches you a lot of self-awareness as well, and it also teaches you about how to interact with the people around you, because we don't exist in a vacuum. So if you think about Entrepreneurship Mindset, you're thinking about what are the skill sets that I need? I need soft skills because I need to interact with different people. I need hard skills because I need to do the job. But I need to develop self-awareness about what do I really love. When people come sometimes and ask me, can you give me some career advice? I say to them, what did you love before you were 10 years old? And they always look at me and think, that's strange. I was like, yeah, because you should always keep that fire burning with you in some way or the other. So even when I had my coffee and cake shop, I always used to bake on the weekends, and I've been writing about coffee for about 18 years now. That's my hobby. But just that concept of linking your purpose to what you want to do in life and have an impact, I think it also creates that kind of concept about being entrepreneurship and thinking to help yourself develop self-awareness and also look at how you can support other people around you.
Very brave of you to branch off into something so incredibly different. That's absolutely amazing. Really inspiring, in fact. Dr. Beth, back over to you. Sadly, we are running out of time. But what do you believe is on the horizon for the future of skills in the age of AI and reskilling? And where globally do you see the different kinds of countries with the most compelling types of reskilling models? Is there anything you can share with us?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the question. It's a really interesting time, and certainly in our work in executive education, we're just seeing this new era, I would call it, where people have learned the technical skills. We went through a whole era of soft skills development, and I think we're entering a new pioneering phase of thinking what's next. And part of that is absolutely understanding the technology trends and how that's going to change, but the other part of it is much more psychological, and I think that's the other pioneering terrain, certainly in leadership development, but beyond soft skills that we need to start introducing at a much younger age throughout the lifelong learning landscape. So I think it's a very exciting time to really see how that comes together and partner that also with the efficiency of AI and effectiveness of teaching. I'm always reminded as well of the 20% of learners globally who don't react or learn well in a traditional classroom environment. So I think we have a lot to learn and a lot to offer from the changes that we're seeing.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Alberto, over to you. We spoke about entrepreneurship. We've heard, an entrepreneurial mindset, is actually quite a good thing in all of this. So how do we make sure that the right talent is in place in order to lead AI and to make sure that people are always in control? It's very much a tool, and that's how it's got to sort of stay going forward.
So I believe that we should keep investing in human capability and humanity. If we put that as a leadership, will also help us to make the best decisions, because we need to keep improving, like already the panel discussed a little bit about the soft skills, and keep investing on training and giving the right tools. I think that is the key words. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yes, back to Nassim, most workers, they're not prepared at all for this skills shift at the end of the day. No one's really that prepared. So how do we build a future-ready workforce? And is it, do you think, a one-size-fits-all approach?
It's a great question. I think we've all seen with the pace of change, it is incredibly difficult to predict the future. A year from now, never mind 5 years from now. And so if I were to say, what is the most important thing? I think the fundamental skill is learning how to learn. Mm-hmm. In a world where we can't predict the future, learning how to learn becomes the most essential thing. There was a great quote, and it kind of takes a little bit to internalize, but we often think of, we learn to work. But really now the work is learning. That is the fundamental thing that we do. But when we think about how are we taught how to learn, at the core, it is a very metacognitive thing. So for example, we're taught regulation of our emotions when we think about soft skills. We mention that frequently. Since I've arrived in the kingdom, I've had to regulate the amount of food that I eat. It's so delicious. With a plate of kapsa, I have to regulate my consumption because I understand the impact of food and exercise on health. But what about the regulation, our own self-regulation around learning? We learn about our emotions, we learn about our bodies and our health, but how about the time to learn about our brains, each of us, and how we can best learn, and really investing in that. For example, with a difficult task, because we often learn best by doing, well, persisting through a difficult task reflects a metacognitive aspect to our learning. But if we look at our primary and secondary education systems, these are not built in. So we're often trying to do it with adults, often in a corporate environment. And so we need to think holistically about this concept of learning how to learn. And that is a shared responsibility. It's a responsibility for governments, it's a responsibility for educators, it's a responsibility for employers, but I think ultimately it's a responsibility for each of us to consciously think about how we learn, how we can best learn. And I'd say maybe the final message to all of us as leaders here in this audience is we have an opportunity to role model this behavior, to be the best learners that we can be. And so when we talk about the impact of AI, we should all, for example, ask us, how have we utilized AI today to improve ourselves and improve the way that we're learning? Ultimately, that can set the tone for the kind of change that we're seeking to implement across the kingdom and really across the world.
Very well said, and I think that's the perfect way to end for our session, because sadly we have run out of time, but we cannot thank you enough for sharing with us here today. What an interesting conversation. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our panel. Thank you. Yes, a brilliant conversation there. We've got people running around here. Excellent, hello there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, right, we are now going to continue the conversation on AI and its impact on teaching and transformation. And I'm now absolutely delighted to throw over to Dr. Amin Marai, who is a lecturer at Harvard Graduate School of Education. Please welcome him and his panel.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our session today about how we can transform education, and more specifically teaching, through AI. My name is Amin Marai. I'm a faculty member at the Graduate School of Education at Harvard, where I focus on how can we use technology to create accessible learning experiences. We won't have a lot of time, so I would highly recommend that you check our distinguished guests and speakers' amazing bios on the brochure of the event. But I'm going to ask our speakers to please introduce yourself briefly, just your name, your affiliation, and anything else that you'd like to share. I'm going to start with Professor Eleonora.
Hello, my name is Eleonora Villegas Reimers. I come from Boston University, the School of Education, and happy to be here with all of you.
Hello, Munira Jamjoom. I'm a partner in PwC Education Skills and Practice and the founder of ANAB, which is an online platform for teacher training in MENA.
Hello, everyone. My name is Christian Kelsen. I'm from Aarhus University, Denmark. I'm also chairing the IEA organization, which is an old research organization that compare educational systems, and we cover more than 80 systems at the present. So I'm very delighted being here.
Hi, I'm Fadia Saada. I'm the Regional Director for Human Development at the World Bank, covering Middle East and North Africa.
Good afternoon. Dr. Stefan Sommer, I'm the Director General of MIST Schools here in Riyadh.
Thank you all. So as you can see, a super impressive group of panelists that, again, I highly recommend that you check their bios in the brochure. So I think it will be really important for us as we begin this discussion for us to set it up with Professor Eleonora's expertise on where teacher education is and where it's headed. So Professor Eleonora, this floor is yours.
Thank you. I will try to be very brief so that we have time for a discussion, and I'm going to cover 7 points. The very first thing is that teachers are professionals, and we should not forget that ever, that teachers are professionals. Their preparation begins when they enter the teacher preparation program in college, and they finish when they retire. Professional development is a lifelong learning process. The second thing is that teachers and the teacher profession is informed by research. We do a lot of research on how teachers learn and how teachers need to learn how to teach. And we are based on information that comes from neuroscience, from psychology, from human development, from economics, from sociology. We really it's a multidisciplinary profession. The third one is that teacher preparation is constantly and in a process of evaluation and transformation. So AI for us is one new tool. It's not a substitution, or at least that's my point of view, but it is a really excellent tool that we can use to do our job better. The fourth one is that all professionals are prepared by the profession of teaching. There is no professional in this room or anywhere in the world that has become a professional without teachers behind them. Even the people who develop AI had teachers preparing them so that they could develop AI. So think about that and the power and importance of teachers. The fifth point, teaching happens in a context. It's a social context, it's a political context, it's a cultural context. And we have to remember that currently our context, except in very, very few countries of the world, put teachers down. Teachers are not thought of as the professionals that they are. Everybody thinks that anybody who has had a teacher knows how to teach, and we know, those of us who are teachers and prepared teachers, that that is not the case, that teachers really are professionals. You would never think about having a surgery from a doctor who has not been professional prepared. We should not think about having teachers teach if they have not been prepared as professionals. The sixth point is that if we go back full circle, if teachers are professionals, they also are researchers and practitioners of CEOs of classrooms. They are practitioners. They know everything. They need a seat at the table. When we're talking about teachers and AI, we need to hear from teachers. Teachers should be here talking about their experiences with AI. The seventh point, AI is it's not a substitute for teachers, it's really just a tool. And it is something that we hope that we discuss today. So I'm reminded of 2 questions that were asked yesterday as the conference was opening. What do students need to learn that AI is unable to teach? And I hope that we can answer that question. And the second one is, what qualities make us human? Well, I think that those two questions are connected. We are humans because we are not AI. We use AI as a tool. And I think that teachers and children specifically, especially the younger children, need teachers who are human and who remember that brain development and the research on brain development has demonstrated that learning happens more effectively when there are human emotions involved in the process. And AI cannot reproduce the human emotions, no matter how wonderful the bot is. So with that, I hope that we can have a good discussion and that helps set the tone for what we're going to discuss now.
Thank you, Professor Eleonora, for such a powerful and rich, I highly recommend, I know that everything's being recorded right now, for anyone who is interested in teacher preparation and technology, broadly defined, to check what Professor Eleonora just mentioned. The 7 points, I think, are incredibly valuable and rich. And obviously, was obvious in your points that AI is at the core of a lot of those discussions. It's forcing us to have very important conversations about the present and the future and teacher preparation. And AI is already transforming teaching and learning through platforms, adaptive platforms, personalized learning, and curricula at the same time. And I think for all of you, as education systems continue to evolve, what do you think will be the role that you see AI playing in shaping the future of teaching and learning? And Dr. Stefan, I'm going to start with you.
Well, I just want to respond to what I've just heard, and thank you, Professor. That's very interesting. I'm not so sure, actually. I agree. With human interaction, of course, we emit oxytocin and we form a relationship, and that improves learning. However, I have just been at a conference where one of the main speeches was given by an AI, and you could hear a pin drop in an audience of about 500, because people were just absolutely mesmerized by this. Because it's new and we like new things, but I'm just not so sure that at this early stage we can say that we will never form a relationship with a machine. At the moment that's difficult because we're simply not used to it. We don't do it enough. But this next generation, or maybe the generation after it, maybe that will be there. Now, coming back to your question, I think what is the biggest problem that we have in teaching at the moment is that the current generation of teachers are novices. Many of us are novices to AI, but also to the use of technology. But of course that will change, because now with the new generation of teachers coming in who were educated, who grew up with technology, there's a different approach to all of this. I just want to make a general point there. We know, and of course we are all people who are working in education, and we know what the view is on AI around the globe. And we know that in some European countries, it's been declared illegal to use in many schools because, it's cheating. I completely disagree with that too, because things that present us with a challenge should not be excluded. We shouldn't just say, oh, well, that's difficult, we can't include that, there you'll be cheating, and therefore let's not use it. Because it's like the wheel of history. The wheel of history is spinning, and you're either on it or you're not on it. And it's still spinning, even if you're not on it, and you will only end up running after it. So what I think is we need to embrace it. And even those teachers who are not used to it and who are not natives, digital natives, need to use it. And that is where teacher training comes in. At MIS schools, we are the Crown Printer School, and we are Beacon School here in the Kingdom. We do have our own teaching and training academy, and we do that. And we do make sure that teachers are constantly staying up to date with what the current thinking is in their profession. Now, that's not common in many other schools. And I know that the Ministry of Education here in the Kingdom have only recently launched the Institute for Professional Development for Teachers, which is really, really very important. But a lot of that time needs to be made available, time in the timetable, and it needs to be an expectation, it needs to be part of their appraisals and all of that kind of thing to make sure it is also happening. The students are fully up for it, and I just want to make a comment on that. The necessity for us as teachers is to live with AI and with technology, because otherwise we will simply be overtaken by time. Now, while I firmly believe that education is no longer monodirectional. So it's not the teacher who knows everything and the students who know nothing. Actually, there's quite a lot that we learn from students every day, and it's a giving and taking. But I still believe that we will not be doing our students a service, a favor, in the 21st century if we know so little about technology and AI that we simply don't incorporate it. Because we need to meet our students in their world and not try and drag them back into our world, because that's gone. The 20th century is not coming back, at least not to my knowledge. And it's very important that we bear in mind they are going forward, not backward. So we need to move ahead and train them for the skills that they need when they start their professional lives.
And to this point about like looking ahead, I think it's also really important for us to think of like it from a systems perspective too, not just from like a schooling perspective. I'm curious, Dr. Saada, like how do you see some of the initiatives that are currently happening with the integration of AI or with technologies in general within the MENA region, and whether there are any lessons learned from it from a systems perspective?
Thank you. As mentioned, I think it is actually happening.
Yes.
So the question is how to make best of it. And we have seen a lot of important opportunities that could be used from AI as well as risks. So let's look at both sides of this. First, I see that actually we're not moving at the same speed for embracing AI. And that's important because especially education, the saying it takes a village is true. It takes a family, it takes the teachers, it takes everyone. And yet now we see the AI mostly being embraced by private sector. We don't see everyone embracing it at the same time. What happens, we become reactive instead of proactive, instead of setting the tone of the agenda and embracing it moving forward. So the first call would be for us to really embrace it, all of us, to have multi-stake thinking and visualizing what will this be like in the future. And that will really probably different uses and different results. So that's why it is important, especially in education, as we shape the future generation, to do that. The second is really the opportunity. AI does have a lot of opportunities, and given the education crisis we see across the globe, why not use it? We know that there are a lot of statistics, but one just to illustrate the point that we have in low middle income countries, more than 70% of kids less than 10 don't have proficiency in reading. AI could be a quick tool for remedy, for catching up, for more personalized learning. And we're seeing now pilots of this happening across the world. There's one in Nigeria that showed huge potential of kids catching up in 6 weeks, what could have taken them 2 years. So there is opportunity there to personalize the learning, to really have better outcomes. But let's not forget what we need to think about in terms of risks. We have to think about the whole issue of equity, of distribution, the issue of privacy of data, and also the skills that cannot be done by AI, especially social, emotional, and critical thinking. So we may need to evolve with it, because then we can have much better outcomes for the future generation.
100%. And speaking about outcomes, I think that's a great segue to Dr. Christian. And what are we learning about how AI is being used in assessments with data to understand learning, and also to try to create and cater learning experiences for students?
First, allow me to make a little excursus and take up the note by Dr. Professor Leonora. Before entering and answering the question about AI and its impact and how to deal with it, let's step one step back and ask what is actually teaching and learning. And for me, it's you could call it the dew point between a teacher who is willing to teach and a student who is willing to learn. And that's within that sociability that learning starts. And the teacher cannot, when there is a fight in the classroom, go and consult the AI and say, what to do now? My competences do not reach to solve this. They need to use what is, with a Kantian approach, called professional judgment, or if you like, a more Greek philosophy, Aristotle way of thinking. They need to use their professional reasoning. And professional reasoning comes and is developed over time, teacher training, by experiences, but most and foremost by research and knowledge about children, pedagogy, didactics. And there are studies which are international large-scale assessments that compare different educational systems come in handy because it provides the knowledge base on how students, react on particular teaching practices. For instance, open classroom climates, it turns out that it fosters better learning, and these things. We learned that by comparing different educational systems. And one of the studies we have is the International Computer and Information Literacy Study. And we made a follow-up with a questionnaire for the principals there in 12 countries. So it's kind of, it's not our largest study, but at least 12 countries. And the principals, the students have principals saying that they are very positive towards that AI will support better planning of lessons. They're also very positive about being able to make tailored individual learning for particular students. But they also see some pitfalls. And I'm very positive towards AI. I use it. I build models and these things myself as a researcher, so don't misinterpret me. But still they say, okay, they have a 90%, 9 out of 10 have a concern that the teachers will not be able to differentiate what the students have done and what they have just got from the AI. And one could say, is that a problem? It's a problem because they cannot follow the progression of the students anymore. If they cannot rely on the homework, what the students do in class. And I think there's a lot to learn there. We have the data, it's available, and I think the sociability and the need to understand what is teaching, then it becomes a powerful tool that can support it. But we should not blindly just go into using it. And that's one of the last points. The principals, they are afraid that the teachers rely too much on it. And think about it. It's probability models. It gathered information from all over. Also information that is not true. So they are really, thinking about it. Thanks.
Thank you. That's super powerful. And I think understanding also how practitioners are using it, because we shouldn't wait for research, because research tends to take time. And I think a great lens, and a person I know offers a great lens to how practitioners are using AI is Dr. Munira, through your experience with Anab and Can, and also as a current partner at PwC. I'm curious, how are you seeing AI being used in teacher training or being used by teachers in general?
Okay, so I'll go back to, the point we mentioned in the beginning in the scene setting, which I think is critical, is that teachers are professionals. And like all professionals in the world today, we are all in a moment of learning about AI. And I think in education specifically, we are in a very interesting duality. We are asking people to learn with AI, but we need to also ask them to learn about AI at the same time, if not more. So when it was a decision specifically for one of the companies I founded, Anab, to start introducing AI to teachers, we said we will start by talking about what is AI, the history of this technology. We cannot expect a lot of teachers to understand. I don't understand the technicalities of how this technology works, the benefits of the technology, etc. So it's a very interesting duality. We should maybe remember that we are still in a research and development phase. And I find that a lot of the countries today are establishing funds and pilots basically to test AI at smaller numbers with students and teachers. And I do believe that this gradual rollout is the right approach. You want to see how practitioners are doing it, but also how teachers are using it. How it could change the system, I think for teachers, we're seeing them use it to maybe support them with administrative work. It's making life easy. Let's put it this way. We all use it. It makes our life easier. With students, we're seeing a lot of adaptive learning and supporting with adaptive learning with content, which is a very interesting area because content is being disrupted by AI. So a lot of the curriculum is going to be personalized through AI, AI-adapted content, and that would be an interesting thing to see in how different countries start to develop curriculum and start to develop personalized curriculum. I tried to bucket how teachers are using it to finish quickly AI in 7 areas, or where, because I do weekly, I try to make it a point where I test a different solution. So there's the personalized learning platform where there's tailored PD to teachers at their different level, different subject matter. So that's been there for a while. It's the Coursera's of the world, and that is going to continue to be there. Then there's the AI coaches, which we see is really increasing, having that co-pilot teacher with the teachers to support teacher work. There is the support with lesson planning, and I don't want to name certain solutions, but there are a plethora of solutions to support lesson planning today is so much easier than it was before. The interesting thing I'm seeing is the data analytics of classroom insights. How much teachers are talking and how much students are talking. That's new, and that's something that I think is very interesting to research. And finally, AI simulation, again, where in training, where they simulate a real-world classroom. How effective are these tools? We don't know yet. There is some research here and there and different opinions, but we don't know yet.
And I appreciate the honesty, and I think it's really important also to reflect on that. I mean, one of my colleagues, she's also one of the prominent figures in AI in education, and she keeps telling me, like, no one knows its impact on learning right now because we don't have sufficient time to measure it. Professor Eleanor, obviously, I think all our speakers today reflected on your setting the scene session. So is there anything else that you want to add about like how AI is also engaging with teacher education?
I was going to say that one of the things that I focus on teachers, but when we think about how we're using it in teacher education, at least in Boston University where I work, we are using it in many ways, and we always begin to talk with the teachers or the teachers-to-be as begin to think about AI as a thought partner. Play around with ideas with AI, present an idea, and then wait to see what it says, and enter into a discussion similar to what you discuss with a partner in real life. And one of the things that we're asking them to do, because we are learning and collecting data, is, but you need to show us, what did you produce first? What did you ask AI? What AI gave you as a result? And then what meaning did you make out of what AI gave you? And it's a good way of beginning to engage with AI as adults, and then think about, okay, but if you are getting prepared to teach science in high school, it's different than if you're getting prepared to teach science in kindergarten. And how do we use AI also to think about that? So there are many, many ways in which AI, I think it's a really wonderful tool, but I don't think, my concern is when we begin to talk about substituting teachers. Because after the pandemic, we know in most countries of the world, teachers are abandoning the profession. So we don't need to add one more thing that would say, oh, actually, we don't need them. They can go. We have AI. And that's the wrong message to send. Teachers are professionals that deserve all the tools that we can create, but also deserve our respect and good professional preparation so that they can use it effectively.
Absolutely. And I think like this begs the question, everyone right now is talking about like how we should reimagine education, reimagine learning, and also reflecting on that is also reimagining teacher education. And I'm wondering, A, whether we should reimagine it as a general question, and if we do, how does that look like? I'm going to open this question to everyone just for the sake of time, but I want to begin with Dr. Fadia, because I know that the World Bank has developed a report on this very topic. So I'm curious, from your perception, how do you think we should reimagine teacher education and teacher preparation based on all the advancement, the fourth industrial revolution, if you may, and just make sure that it's adaptable to all the changes that we're experiencing right now?
Okay, thank you. We have a lot of reports. I'll just reflect on one that you mentioned particularly, but that was actually prepared not just for AI, so but some of the lessons are generic. First, what's most important probably is that this is a report that looks at teachers and teacher preparation. And that in itself, I think, is very important because worldwide we have a shortage in good teaching. Not always in teachers, but in good quality teaching, there's a big shortage. And that's, when you look at the data across, that's a big problem. And you need to have the quality. We talked about the poor statistics of education outcomes, and we all know that the teacher is one of the critical ingredients for good outcomes. So why is that? If you look again from a macro picture, you see that there's been a lot less research and a lot less evaluation and a lot less focus on teacher preparation, which is why this report focused on it. Why is that important? Because we have on many things, you need evaluation, you need to look at the methods of teaching, you need to look at the placement, you need to look at many aspects of the teacher training. So there's a big call for action for much more focus on teacher training and the preparation of teachers in general. There's also a request. I'll mention 3 points that struck me as well. One is, again, the point of involving more than one stakeholder in teacher development. Teachers in the old days used to be part of a community and how they engaged. So the essence of it is still there. They have to understand the kids, where they're coming from, how they interact, etc. So this teaching preparation needs to be involved in looking at different parts of government. You have to look at local community, local governments, families, etc. The second point is really about the need for better research on efficacy of some of these training programs. Which ones work? I hear many countries and governments ask me for a teacher training center because they know they have a problem, we will have a training center. But is that going to solve the problem? We don't know which ones work and why and how, so we need a lot more work, and maybe we can start with colleagues here and others. The third point is on the need for practical, not only theoretical learning and placement in schools. So there's a lot more to the report. I'm sure it's available. It doesn't get as much into the AI yet because this was completed now, but I think some of the same essence could be taken as we evolve with teacher training. They will be more facilitators. They need more of these skills for the future than now. Thank you.
Absolutely. And Dr. Christian and Dr. Stefan, I saw you both nodding, so if you want to reflect in 1 minute.
And I completely agree with that. But when we reimagine education for the digital age, not only with AI, but for the digital age, I think it's very important to bear in mind that the human interaction will always be important, because our children, and we're not teaching robots, we're teaching our children, we have to role model. And they need to see what is right, what is wrong, how do I need to behave, what do I do, and that kind of thing. But also, I think it's important not to forget what makes us human. What makes us human is the imperfection. And the machines, as I have heard in that talk that I just referred to at the last conference when AI spoke, and it was a brilliant deliberation. But it doesn't leave much room for discussion. So we're at risk of actually becoming very plastic and turning our human beings into an equivalent of what the machines are. So that really is very important, that we do keep the upper hand. But when it comes to reimagining education, I think it's very important that we bear in mind that our children, this generation, needs to function very differently from the way we function. They need to be able to conceptualize much higher order thinking skills than we had to do. Because this AI that helps us in all sorts of ways of life, when the next generation is our age, there'll be more AI. There will be AI that programs other AI, and then that AI again programming other AI to a higher level of sophistication. But somehow we must make sure, for the reasons that I said at the beginning, that humans stay in control of all of that. That's what our children need to learn from a very early stage, that what the essence is that makes us human, of what actually is it that we want to stay in control of, so that the machines just don't keep programming each other in the future. And for that reason, I just want to mention one more thing. At the moment, we are too much based on the 20th century. We are teaching our children too much stuff that they could look up in 2 seconds on their phones. And that needs to be thought about. Why are we teaching all? So what it needs, a complete curriculum reform, not only in the kingdom, and that's what's done, it's being done at the moment anyway, but generally around the world to think about, well, actually, what are the skills that our children need when they enter the job market or the university market? And what type of things? Knowledge will always be needed, and there needs to be tests of knowledge, and all of that that's quite clear. But I think we need to be much more precise in what kind of things do we actually need children to have, that we know AI can help them with, the computers can help them with, but they still need that as a stock of knowledge because it makes them human and part of their community, part of their nationality, part of their identity to know all those things. For instance, it's important that we know our history of who we are, where we've come from, however much we use AI, and that kind of thing. What disturbs me a bit, and at MIS schools we have a lot of opportunity to do that, but generally it's not being thought about. And although it's being researched by a lot of institutions around the world, governments per se that have responsibility for making sure that education is available to the students.
So I just want to make sure, because Dr. Christian, you wanted to comment on something. So just to give you, because we only have like around 2 minutes. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly, one key take-home message from my side. We need to investigate and to invest in teachers becoming aware of AI possibilities and the pitfalls. We need to support informational literacy in teacher training programs and among existing teachers. And I'll tell you why I know this. It's because across quite a lot of countries, we see that students, when they are asked, where did you learn about, for instance, how to assess the reliability of information on the internet, they say they learned it more outside of school than inside school. When we ask them, how did you learn about scams on the internet, they say, we learned more about this outside school than inside school. When we ask them, how is it about privacy and the internet and AI? Well, they say we learn more about it outside school than inside school. How come? That's because teachers, in order to teach these things, will have to learn it themselves. So that's a key message. We need to address that point.
I think with this same lens and acknowledging also the time that we have left, Dr. Mina and Dr. Eleonora, just if one sentence, if someone asks you, what's a bold vision that you have for improving teacher preparation, transforming teacher preparation, what would you say, Dr. Munir?
I don't think we need to necessarily reimagine teacher education. Sorry for being underwhelming.
No, I agree. I actually agree.
Because I think there's a lot of good practice around the world, and I think we need to learn from that good practice. And I totally agree that it's not about establishing a teacher training center. The governance is very important, but it's about setting the right policies for teachers across the board, from selection to preparation, to entry into the workforce, to enabling them after the workforce, AI and more, and digital literacy, and then even to retirement, and really supporting them as contributors to a very important system.
Thank you, Dr. Mia.
And I support that fully. I agree completely with her. One thing that I do want to know, and I know that we're past time, is that none of us have addressed the issue of teachers also have to think about how to develop the conscience of the students, the moral development, the values of the students. And that is something that I don't know. We don't have any information about what is the role of AI, if any, in that role. And that's part of teaching too, and part of teacher preparation.
Thank you, that's super important. And I mean, I wish we had like the rest of the day to continue our discussion. I highly recommend for all of you to continue the discussion with our distinguished panelists today, but please help me in thanking our distinguished panelists for such a great discussion.
Thank you very much, Amin. We are racing through today's content, fantastic content, and we are now approaching the final town hall, the closing town hall. Hasn't time gone very fast today, but thank you so much for that panel, that teaching transformed, AI partnerships, and the evolution of educator preparation. We've heard so much about education and training and AI and partnerships. It's been such a fantastic couple of days to learn, to listen, to be informed as well. It's been an absolute honor. Okay, let's get it on. Let's get to our closing town hall. Our future workforces, reimagining for peak performances. Let's get our guests in, and then I'll introduce them when I'm sitting down. Thank you very much. Right. This is a big panel, big topic. We're going to finish on a high, aren't we? We certainly are. Quick introduction, then we're going to get this ball on the road. Ahmed Al-Ablani, Group Chief Human Resources Officer, National Bank of Kuwait. We've got Ahmad Al-Ghamdi, Group Chief Human Resources Officer at STC Group. David Bearfield, Director, Office of Human Resources, Bureau for Management Services. Ray Gamal, CHRO, Riyadh Air, Saudi Arabia. And Dr. Christian Schmeichel, SVP and Global Head of People and Culture Services. I like Christian's surname. I'm a Manchester United fan, and probably our greatest ever goalkeeper was Schmeichel, Peter Schmeichel. So I can say Schmeichel, it's an easy one. And also, I call her Jen, but for the formality, let's do Jennifer Moss, who's my co-moderator, by the way. We're doing this together. Jennifer Moss, who is an award-winning author and a global recognized workplace strategist. So Jen is going to just give you a little overview of this panel, what you can expect from us, and then we're going to get the show on the road. Jen, take it away.
Thank you so much. It's been so much fun working with Mark, and I am thrilled to be with everyone here in Riyadh. It's been exceptional. I think we all can agree. And we only have so much time together, so I just want to set up this panel. We're really talking about beyond readiness when it comes to HR and how we're going to think about the future of AR and what we're dealing with right now in the present. I wrote this book, Why Are We Here? And the reason why I named it Why Are We Here is because it's an existential question for existential times. I think a lot of people across the workforce have had in the last few years this question of, what am I doing? What is my purpose? Why am I here? And that has been a result of a few things that I have found through my interviews and research, working with Fortune 500 companies and talking to CEOs, but also I interviewed 100 Uber drivers, over 100 Uber drivers. So everyone in between this group. And what I kept running into when people were talking about these major career pivots, they were talking like life is short. They were making these big choices because they felt like something had happened within the pandemic that changed their sense of motivation and purpose. They wanted to leave more legacy. They wanted to do something with impact. The workforce went through this massive disruption where they went from 4% of the global workforce working remotely to 37% of the workforce working remotely. We had, these investments in DEI and well-being, and we felt the sense of agency and purpose, and we were all together on a mission to get through this acute crisis. Today, it's 5 years later, and we're still in a state of polycrisis. There's still a lot of uncertainty. The workforce is feeling extremely burned out, stressed, and we need to address it. And these incredible, talented, brilliant HR leaders are here to talk about what they are doing to motivate a workforce that is feeling a state of stress. We're going to tackle, what I tackle in the book are these 8 strategies that I believe that we need to be thinking about to work within this novel framework of work as we know it. We're going to focus on hope, purpose, and community, the fundamentals of work, what that looks like. And then we're going to focus on the big business challenges, how we're dealing with massive AI adoption and this acceleration. How are we dealing with different polarized opinions? We have ageism and generational gaps. We're going to talk about flexibility, return to office mandates, what all of that flexibility actually means in 2025 and beyond. And then finally, how do we have a collective vision? What is this going to look like? How do we pull people together right now when we need it the most? So let's really dig into that. I hope you'll all be excited. I cannot wait for us to get started and hear from these folks on the panel that are going to give us terrific insights. And I think Mark's going to kick that off for us.
Let's start with the fulfilling part. When do we stop believing that work could be fulfilling? Emma, if I could start with you, what are you doing, you and your organization, to manage uncertainty and reinforce a sense of hopefulness to increase future readiness for your organization?
Well, first of all, I'm privileged to speak to the audience today about such an important subject. And it's very simple. Things that should go with communication. If you have an effective communication channels and you reach out all the workforce with the right message, with the right strategy and direction, and then you tell them and share with them actually what is going on. There is no ambiguity. There is no, let's say, something hidden agenda. You keep them as a part of the team. Your success actually depends on the all workforce success. So if you have an effective communication, then definitely the elimination of uncertainty, as well as the anxiety, high-level anxiety among the people, it would be extremely easy. Also, to create champions, because most of the, let's say, initiative that organization like National Bank of Kuwait, when it's will go live, actually you need change management plan for it, because you might have a great strategy, but you don't have the implementation plan for it. So when you communicate that and create a real purpose for everybody and share with them the vision, definitely that will be reduced. You cannot eliminate it, but it will be reduced and tuned down.
So, David, I want to ask you a question. We actually had a chance to chat earlier, which was great because one of the things that we talk about often is just that, this idea that you love what you do, you never work a day in your life is a myth, right? At the UN, you have such purpose-driven individuals. They're intrinsically motivated. But how do you manage them, from potentially, feeling that gap in purpose when there's so much uncertainty in our world right now? Are there different ways of motivating? Are there things that you can do that help them eliminate some of that stress of uncertainty in your organization?
Yeah, well, I work for the United Nations Development Programme. We have 23,000 people in 170 countries. And I think given the places where many of our staff work, uncertainty and volatility and living in sometimes very arduous circumstances kind of goes with the turf. And I think it's what people sign up for. So people are already quite resilient. But what we see in contrast to much of the what you read about the workplace cynicism and burnout is very different in our organization. I came to the UN 7 years ago, and after a long career in the public sector, but I have never worked in an organization where people are so purpose-driven. It's actually difficult to get people to stop. Right. People really believe in what we're doing, and we launched, as part of our HR transformation, a real rebrand of us as an employer under the tagline, "Join a life-changing mission." And we really found that resonated with people. Before we started with that, we only had around 13,000 followers on social media. Within 3 years, we've gone over 1 million, and this year, topped over 1 million on LinkedIn alone. We launched a graduate program as a pilot in 50 of our least represented program countries, in developing countries. We just wanted to test the waters and hire 18 people for a couple of years. We had 38,000 applications. So people are really keen to come, despite the fact that it's difficult, despite the fact that there's uncertainty. People are working in difficult places. There are many people, I think there's a huge shift I see in Gen Z and now Gen Alpha compared to when I left college back at the end of the 80s. It was all about money, money, money. That's what people were interested in. There's a massive shift. People want purpose. And I think if people are aligned to the purpose and see that, that really is a great driver, will actually help overcome the anxieties and the difficulties of working in a very fast-changing environment.
But still, and I'm going to steal a stat from Jen's book, a Mercer Trends report suggests that 81% of the global workforce is at risk of burnout in 2025. 81%, that's incredible. So it brings me to you, Ahmad. You've done studies in burnout, so you're the perfect person to talk to. What have you discovered? What is burnout? What are its attributes, its behaviors? And of course, how are you and how should we tackle it?
Yeah, thank you so much. And I guess that was a good introduction, as uncertainty becomes a way of doing business right now. It's not something new for us. And I guess back to the way that you deal with uncertainty and the outcomes of uncertainty is the way that the company or the organization is dealing with its employees, which we call the culture. An STC, SEC by nature is a very dynamic organization. We work in telco. Telco never sleeps, so we don't sleep. And it's growing bigger and bigger. We're getting into the banking industry, so we're getting here and there. The outcome of that, many uncertainty, and we've noticed something that is around what we have before. We didn't know that it was a burnout, but we discovered that this is what we call a burnout. So the characteristics of a burnout was unknown for us. But then we started to discover something like people who behaviorally and constantly, for an example, come late on certain days. The sick leave, for an example, is sick leave numbers are increasing in certain days. Performance is inconsistent. People are good at 1 year, good at 1 month, then become lower in the following month or the following year. We're starting to put all of these behaviors into one engine, and we have a lot of data. We're at around 30,000 employees in terms of population as a group. And we came up with our own analytics, what we call it the employees heat map. It's not only the burnouts. And out of this, we've started to notice the people who are subject to leave, and with an accuracy of around 70 to 80%, which is a very good accuracy rate. Yeah. But the characteristics of burnouts was very obvious for us. And we started to tackle it as early as possible before people leave or before even they know that they are burned out. We started to communicate those to their managers, and managers started to tackle this by speaking to them. The most obvious thing is that people, they did not know that they are already burnt out. They felt that they're doing good at their job, but they did not know that they're already getting into the feeling of burning out. So I guess it's something that we need to tackle as people working in HR, and it's not something scientific. We want to make it scientific as much as possible so we can deal with it and manage it. But we need to work around things to make sure that people understand it, managers understand it, not only HR, the whole organization understand that it's something that is an outcome of the uncertain world and uncertain circumstances that we're living in.
That's great. That's a really important topic for me. My last book was The Burnout Epidemic, and I was really advocating for change, and it's really exciting to see that people are spending the time measuring it, so I love hearing that. So one of the other things that leads to burnout is loneliness. We've seen this epidemic of loneliness. One of the things that we've
recognized is that we're all time-starved. So we have seen increase in meetings, even Teams meetings alone between 2019 and 2020 increased by 252%. And so we talk a lot about remote work and hybrid as being the reason for loneliness and lack of community, but I think it's just that we're working so hard, we're not taking time for each other. So I just really wanted to ask you, Christian, what is one thing that you're doing to bring that social energy back to work? How are we bringing community back to work? And are you noticing this rise in loneliness? And what do you think is causing some of that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's fair to say that we are living in times of unprecedented change. That's a no-brainer. I think it's also fair to say that the world around us is changing at a breakneck speed. So we need to do something as HR practitioners to provide this kind of support system for our organizations, for our leaders, and for our employees. And what we've seen is that as part of kind of more or less a people agenda refresh, we've put a particular focus on our health, safety, and well-being activities. And in the past, we have very often looked at physical health. In the meantime, we are seeing that this mental health element is becoming more and more important. And we have put a conscious focus on setting up a mindfulness practice. And this is very interesting in the tech space, and I'm working for SAP. A couple of years ago, this was rather put into the category of an esoteric activity. Yeah. In the meantime, a huge demand. We're having 5 or 6 people who are doing nothing else than providing mindfulness trainings for our 100,000 people across the globe in 70 countries. And there's a high demand, a waiting list of 5,000 people, because everyone would like to learn more about it. Everyone would like to strengthen the resilience muscle. Everyone would like to make sure that one is part of this journey. And that's fascinating to see for us. Yeah. And touching on loneliness, I think getting together and kind of working on a joint culture evolution, I think can help also big time. Yeah. Maybe one other example, which is fascinating, as part of our hybrid working model, we have come up with a special program which is called Moments Together On-Site, MOTOs, if you will. So we were asking the entire organization to come up with examples. What matters most for you if you come to the office? What matters most for you if you get together as a team? And what is it? And please document it so that we can share it with everyone else. And I think this kind of bottom-up initiative was helping us big time. So sometimes it's simply important to ask the entire organization, and the organization will help themselves.
I love that. That's excellent.
Can I comment briefly on that? I think what's really important as well is this balance. We've developed a people index in UNDP, which is a measure of inclusion and engagement. And we're just not looking at delivery alone, but these things together. So where we want all of our offices to be is what we call sustainable high performance. So not just chasing for results at the expense of people, because that's only time limited. People will get burnt out. So ensuring that we perform with people, that people feel included and engaged at work. And then we find actually not only is delivery of development aid higher, but it's sustainably higher, and that really works. And I think benefits both the people and the organization.
That is so great to hear. I love hearing this. It looks like it's this hopefulness, I think, for the future of work. One of the things that we have seen, and it's present day, so it's good to see that we're looking at the future, but Gallup is calling this the era of the great detachment. I'm sure you've heard of this. It feels like people are kind of this ennui at work. They're not connected to their purpose and their mission. I'd love to ask you, Ray, just what are you doing to motivate people and re-engage people right now? And have you noticed this sense of detachment? Maybe it's not necessarily in your workforce, but just in general, what are you doing to tackle that sense of ennui?
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer, and good afternoon, everybody. I think at Riyadh Air, being a startup, we are a digitally enabled organization to enable travel, not to be confused with a conventional airline. Our intention is to take the concept of amazing customer service, incredible Saudi hospitality, and in a digital way, create an airline that's never existed anywhere on the planet before. Now, what we find is people are committed to purpose, and the purpose of a startup is very different than the purpose of, say, a more mature organization. We're blessed to have high levels of commitment, high levels of retention, and huge attraction. We've 1.4 million applicants from a standing start of 0 after 12 months from launch. And on the inside, it's about creating that sense of purpose. We have a strong value set, and the traditional way of building an organization, starting with a strong sense of values, really, really works. We use a phrase called hafawa, which is a wonderful word meaning welcome, hospitality in that great Arab tradition. And that word hafawa is what we give to our people when they come. And that is the beginning of their connection with us. And in a startup where we have this incredible task to connect this wonderful city to the world and this wonderful country to the world, people can be forgiven for saying, look, we can come back to these things later. Values are important, but let's do it later. Later means never, and it is a huge mistake. So you do it right, and you do it the first time, and you do it from the beginning. So for instance, as we onboard people, and we measure it, and everything you measure gets done. And everything that gets done can improve when you're measuring it. So for people on our onboarding, going through our Hafawa program, they're scoring it at 96%. For our values that we've launched, again, scoring at 95%. So when you ask people who've come from 60 countries all over the world, when you treble the size of your workforce and you increase your connection with the organization and you measure it, you can prove that you're on the right track. This is a fundamental building block of any organization, and we don't have the sense of detachment. I have visuals of when our first aircraft was coming in past the building, our headquarters. You'll see it there. All of the locals will see our lovely headquarters building right beside the airport, and all of our staff, employees, the teams were at the windows filming the aircraft coming in to land. This wonderful sense of pride. And when we asked the question about being inspired, 91% is the score around being inspired. So people want purpose and they want pride. And David was talking about the younger generations. Younger generations are motivated by pride. Saudis are motivated by huge pride. And the number one theme we get in feedback is proud to be part of building a great nation, a new window to the kingdom, to the world. And this is, in my mind, what motivates and moves us forward.
Nice.
That's great. So now we're going to go into part 2, which I think is really interesting because we're talking about the business challenges now. And what I think we've gained from this is a real sense of understanding what are the barriers to people being purpose-driven, and also helping people to feel that sense of pride and purpose is my big takeaways from this. But I think now we're getting into some of these questions around, AI and really what's happened over the last, I would say the last few years has been this rapid acceleration, and we're seeing on the CEO's list great research that looked at the biggest disruptions, and technology was down the list. It was always a disruption. We always talked about technology, but it moved on this scale from sort of 6 on the list of the biggest disruptions, and then the last 3 years it moved up to number 1. The biggest thing that CEOs are really dealing with is AI, how to integrate it, what is the why of AI, and also this new term that Gallup has come up with, which is called FOBO, the fear of becoming obsolete. And Microsoft Trends and LinkedIn report says that 1 in 2 global workers are feeling AI anxiety right now. They don't really know what the plan is. I think, one of the other things that we're starting to wonder is the promise of AI. What is it actually, is it actually delivering on the promise? And one of the promises is that it's supposed to save time and efficiency, But does that actually mean that we're getting our time back? It's supposed to be focused on upskilling and reskilling so we can go from data gathering to actually being someone that can deliver on insights. I think it's really important for us to think about AI and how it's going to fit into our HR strategies. And our panelists are going to talk a little bit more about that right now and how they are tackling this big conversation around the unknown of AI.
So Christian, to you then, has the promise of AI been a lie, as Jen alludes to? Do you think that it's delivering on its promise, or did we maybe walk too fast, move too fast to communicate its value?
Well, first of all, I say that AI is certainly a game changer. I think from probably everyone's perspective here in the room. What is interesting is, from my personal point of view, AI on the short term is probably a little bit overhyped. Over the long term, it's still completely underestimated. I feel that we're just scratching the surface because we're just learning what this may be all about, and therefore I feel it's too early to tell. But what I can tell you already now is, in the HR space, this is probably the silver bullet many of us have been waiting for quite some time, because it's hopefully helping us to, I don't know, drive a completely different level of operational excellence. Just think of shared service centers, just think of data analysis and all of that. You can really, really drive efficiency and operational excellence, and thereby you can free up time that you can reinvest into employee experiences. So I think we have been all struggling, right, to find that time, that capacity to focus on what matters most, people. And I think AI will help us big time on that front. And of course, now speaking on behalf of SAP, this is of course a big lever for us as well. So internally, we're trying to showcase what we do. And it's fascinating. I was just coming across an employee engagement survey, and I think some of you mentioned this. Usually you get around about 35,000 open comments in such a survey. It takes maybe a team 2 weeks to analyze all of this. Now with AI, you do a prompt. After half an hour, you have probably a perfect analysis of these 35,000 comments. And then you can talk about it, you can think about it, you can do something with that. So I think that's a completely different way of working with these kind of data fields and making sure that we can really deliver value for our people. And I think that's exciting as an HR practitioner. And looking here at what's happening right in Saudi here with this human capability initiative, this is what we need. We need to have time for people to grow. I think this is what this is all about.
Yeah.
I love that you're talking about it specifically from an HR strategy. I think that's really important, in how we've embedded AI. Ray, would you say that there's anything that you've built in that you're using specifically from an HR strategy where AI is being implemented, and how are you doing that?
Yeah, look, I'm laughing a little bit inside about, as a dinosaur, I'll call myself, looking at AI. I remember back to when I worked for Intel Corporation years ago, and the internet was launched. And the reaction, and this is Intel Corporation, the chip manufacturer, leading technology firm, and they restricted the use of the internet to all employees on the basis that it would be a distraction. And I think we're at a point with AI similar, because it's a similar revolution. And I think we look back at the times we were questioning, was it the right thing, and smile a little bit, because the same way we smile a bit about the internet today, it becomes part of who we are. And AI is here to stay and here to grow. It is a game changer of huge proportions. And the wonderful thing is that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is one of the most tech-literate populations on the planet. The usage of iOS is the highest per capita anywhere in the world here in Saudi. And the young people, 75% of them under the age of 35, engage technology. And I think they smile a bit at dinosaurs like myself questioning AI, because it's just the way it's going to be. In Riyadh Air, a digitally enabled organization, AI will be at the forefront. But AI does not mean no people. AI means people doing different things. People doing the real value-added people things, engaging with other people. And when you have a lot of tasks that no longer need to be handled by people, those people can do a lot more rewarding things, a lot more beneficial things, and a lot more customer-facing skills that will make a difference, both to the individual team member, but also to our customers. So we see it as a huge opportunity. And we're in a very lucky point in time where we're starting an incredible hiring ramp, and we know what the technology can do, and we build it in. And we're building it into services. If you can imagine being at an airport, one of the biggest challenges you have is the movement of information around that for you as a customer. You're standing in front of a counter, and an agent doesn't have the information to help you. And it's not their fault. They've been put there without the information to help you. You may be with your family. You may be pressured, stressed, and you're trying to figure out what you do next. AI is an incredible tool to bring that information to the person, and that's linked to empowerment. Without that information, the person can't be empowered. Without AI, the quickest, swiftest way to get it to them is to use these tools. You've all been there when the phone is rung, and you're standing there, they're ringing, and nobody's answering on the other side, and they hang up, and you're frustrated. Information movement is key. When it comes to HR, you have all of these processes that are easily automated, and our people can move up and engage in other activities, wonderful activities, engaging the business. To me, it empowers people, and it allows people to grow and develop.
Nicely said, allows people to grow and develop. Ahmad, for you, AI is actually a product. Yep. So you're perfectly placed to tell us how you're making your employees AI ready.
Yep. So allow me, before I answer this, I just want to remind everyone that 10 years ago, the trend was digitization. 5 years later was advanced analytics. And now we have artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
And I guess the story is not going to be ending here, and I guess it's going to be evolving more and more. We're going to be having a lot of, let's say, development when it comes to the technology. And the message here is that we need to be ready for that change. And I guess everything that we have talked about here was about the culture that we want to make for the company and for our employees to be ready for any change, especially around technology. A fact of STC being a technology company pushed us 10 years ago to start by putting the mindset and instilling the mindset of digitization in every corner of STC, not only in the people who are working in the core business, but even in HR, even in finance, even in procurement or shared services, because digitization was a necessity at that time and it will remain necessary for any business to grow. And I see the same thing that happened with digitization. Also, advanced analytics will continue to work with artificial intelligence. So we had made sure that at the glance, at the beginning of the trend of advanced analytics and also artificial intelligence, we started, and thanks to our academy, started to do what we call how can we make our employees ready for this change. Not because it's a core business, but we know that this is a huge disruption of the way that we do business in every corner of SCC. And when this thing happened, ChatGPT and the other stuff and Gen AI coming in, I guess, I cannot just claim, but I guess our employees were more ready than others because they were already familiar with the types and likes of artificial intelligence. And the key word here is not to make them ready for only artificial intelligence, but for any disruption that might happen coming out of technology. Because, again, artificial intelligence is not the end of the story. Things will come up, and we're going to see things accelerating, and even in a faster manner, in a way that we cannot imagine. And I hope that we can cope with artificial intelligence right now, because it's moving so fast in a way that we need to move faster, at least, or otherwise people will be living in an anxiety. Our uncertainty will be up high in the sky, and we need to make sure that our people are ready. So it's a many way of doing it, but I go back to culture, the way that we deal with our employees, making them ready for the changes that are happening in the technology, not only for artificial intelligence, but for anything else.
That's great. So we want to talk a little bit about this new, I want to say it's a new old term, but we're talking about flexibility. You know, in 2019, if we had summer Fridays off, it would be considered the greatest place to work. Here today, 2025, flexibility is a right, not a perk. There's an expectation around flexibility, and people are making big life choices, career pivots to be able to have flexibility. But we've really focused on flexibility as only being about where. It's like these three questions around flexibility. Are you remote? Are you hybrid? Are you in person? But flexibility can mean so many different things, especially because 60% of our workforce is not remote enabled. So we need to be thinking about that. We need to be thinking about what people do, with whom they do it with, where they're doing it is part of the question, but not all the question. And so, I really want to talk to Ahmed about this. If you could tell me kind of what you've been considering within your organization about what flexibility looks like with a diverse workforce. How are you handling this question? Is it Ahmed? Ahmed, yes. Ahmed?
Well,
okay, sorry. Yeah,
thank you so much. MBK actually operates on 13 countries across the globe, starting from New York, ending to Shanghai. And I think every geographical location requires solutions that really adapt with the competition there, as well as to be an attractive employer. So what works for New York, London, and Geneva and Paris doesn't work with GCC region. And what's worked for the Far East definitely will never work in the Western area. So we always actually touch base with the best researchers, that whether it's from Gallup or Gartner and so on, and try to design a culture. Although we have let's say a unified culture, but there is definitely subcultures that really strengthen the whole group in a one entity, if I may say. So looking to the specialty, or let's say each area that requires special treatment, we provide them with that flexibility. So flexibility, definitely, it's a general term, but it has a different type or natures as well.
That's excellent.
Just a point maybe on that, if I could. I don't think we talk enough about the psychological contract with people as opposed to the piece of paper. I would ask the audience how often they've waved their contract around in the office. And if you have, it's probably a poor reflection on the culture that you're in. We don't wave a piece of paper around. To me, it's the psychological contract of not putting the right to flexibility in a contract, but having the person feeling they have the right to flexibility if it's the right thing to do. And if the employee can ask and a company views it as the right thing to do, then it should be supported. And that psychological contract shouldn't be an irrefutable right. It should feel like the right thing to do.
Yep.
And we just don't have enough of that common sense, in my view.
You're absolutely right. We have a social contract, not a transactional contract with people today. It's very different.
Can I build on that, Brie? I completely agree with that. And I think what we see is, in a way, the move towards more flexible working, about do I work in the office or at home, is actually a fault line, and perhaps really about something different.
Yeah.
And it's about what's the management style and the leadership style. And I think there you see this sharp divide in reality between the old school command and control. I want to see what you're doing. I don't trust you.
Yep.
So actually I'm empowering you. And to link back to the discussion about burnout, actually I think what makes people burnt out is not necessarily the hours that they're working. It's people working for organizations they don't believe in,
Yep.
for people that don't trust them.
Yes.
And that's the real problem. And if people feel empowered and trusted and they believe in the purpose, actually you have much less burnout, because actually it's that misalignment between what people feel inside and what they're giving.
Jen, because we've only got a couple of minutes, why don't you, with your brilliant brain, come up with a quick fire round which everyone can answer, that wraps up this excellent discussion with a lovely bow and sends you all to our final speaker.
I'd love to find out what you think right now, if we're thinking of beyond readiness. What is the most important future skill that everybody that's just either looking for a career pivot or they're just entering the workforce. What is that skill that you think is most important for the future of work right
20
now?
seconds each. Look at the timer. 20 seconds each. Go.
Shall I start?
Yeah, let's go round.
I think agility, adaptability, and flexibility.
Oh, good one.
Brilliant.
I echo that. They're not going to be technical ones. They're going to be all behavioral ones. And I really echo what Ahmed mentioned.
I think the most important thing is we want people that have a learning mindset.
Emotional intelligence. I think the future is not about AI and not about technology, but about people, and emotional intelligence will be the game changer.
Yeah.
And for me, it's a combination of everything that was said. I think we need to learn how to learn, and I think we need to see, for example, how all of these things club together, because this is, I think, what makes us humans then stand out and be successful for the future.
Yeah, continuous learning. Continuous learning is very much needed, yeah.
Yeah, and Jen, you are worthy of giving your final thoughts and answer your own question.
I feel like these brilliant insights are exactly what I would say too. It is about emotional intelligence. It's about feeling like you want to be where you are. You have the answer to why are we here. That's what I think that you need to go into work thinking with that kind of clarity.
Yeah. I want to give our panel a massive, massive round of applause. What a fantastic closing town hall. Thank you so much. Right. Come off stage, follow me. Thank you so much. Come up. Big, big thanks to our panelists and to my co-moderator, Jen. Thank you, Jen. I'm staying on stage for a little bit, just to keep you all occupied for the next minute or so. But wasn't that a fantastic discussion about so many important things? Burnout, flexibility, AI. We didn't talk a lot about DEI, but that's obviously something that's very topical. In some provinces, political as well right now. But so many important topics were covered there, which really ties into the Human Capability Initiative. So it was a really insightful panel, and I think a really important panel to end the day of panels. So I was thrilled to co-moderate that. Right. It's my enormous pleasure to introduce the closing remarks. Lovely to see the room so full. I'm going to introduce and invite to the stage His Excellency Yusuf bin Abdullah Al Benyan, who of course is Minister of Education and Chairman of the Executive Committee of HCDP. A big round of applause.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the close of this extraordinary global gathering, I'm grateful for the support and leadership of His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince, Prime Minister, and the Chairman of the Human Capability Development Program. I also extend my thanks and appreciations to all ministers for taking the time to join us at this important conference. A special thanks also to extend it to all sponsors and partners and participants for joining us at this second edition of HCI. With your support, we have made this event success. I am honored also to reflect the remarkable 2 days we have shared, and we would like to highlight 3 key takeaways. From our 2 days gathering, I would like to share with you maybe More than 3, but at this point of time, I think you have too many speakers and you had enough. So I will make sure that I only share with you 3 takeaways. The first one, we cannot underestimate the economic and social benefits for human development activities. Second, innovation and technological advancement can be leveraged to help capability grow. And finally, early and smart investment in human capability are essential to drive long-term economic growth, and this is where HCI demonstrated the sustainable human capability development and meaningful impact requires cross-sector and partnership. Your Royal Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we close the HCI 2025, let's carry forward the momentum of these collaborations into meaningful actions. Between now and our next edition of HCI, I encourage you to take bold steps, whether it's deepening your investment in capability development or forging a new partnership, piloting innovative solutions, or simply starting very important conversations with your partners and communities. Let us use this time to enjoy the insight and move it into action and build the momentum needed for lasting impact. Thank you very much.
Excellency, thank you so much for such an uplifting closing address, bringing us, sadly, to the end of an absolutely tremendous 2 days. You know, it has been such a privilege for Mark, Ollie, and myself to host you. We've learned so much as well from this absolutely incredible event, from all of the world-class experts who have graced this stage. For me, it's really been about, rethinking education and policy, to looking at how storytelling and sport even are such key drivers of motivation and innovation. And, building capability, it's not just about skills, is it? It's about vision, collaboration, creativity, and courage, which everybody in this room has in spades. Wouldn't you say, Mark?
100%. And as is my mic on? 100%. And it is on now. As we're throwing words out there, inspiring words out there, I did an entrepreneurial panel in the lab studio, and by the end, I was drowning in words because it was just so brilliant. So I wrote some of them down, and it encapsulates everything about HCI. Try it. What if? Constant learning. Find your tribe. Imagination. Just do it. Recognize that one. Tenacity. Problem solving. Resilience, speed, communication. That discussion itself just encapsulated, and those words, everything that we've been bringing together and discussing and trying to promote and get inspired by in these last 2 days.
Absolutely, it's just such powerful messages across the 2 days. Wouldn't you say, Ollie?
Yeah, it is that combination, and as Mark was speaking, the word variety came into my mind, and that's what I've encountered throughout the arena and all around the venue. And back to the sporting analogy, the power of not just staying in our lane, the ability to take risks with ideas, to cross-pollinate, to listen to those we might not otherwise have met. And it's that combination. And the thing that struck me, meeting our Teacher of the Year for the Varkey Teacher Prize, the power of education. And a final thought on this stage came to me earlier, which was when a machine makes a mistake, we say it's a bad thing. And yet we all know that when a human makes a mistake, it opens a door to a future success. So having the confidence to make mistakes would be my paradox that I'm struggling with. Anjali, you're not getting away without a reflection. How about you? What did you take away?
You know what I think really stuck with me? As I mentioned, just all of the different facets of human capability, but also something that's intangible, and that is just the whole feeling and the dynamic in this room and on this stage, the feeling of collaboration, of togetherness, and that we're all here to share in a common purpose. That's something that really, really got to my heart.
100%. And it is that sense of belonging, that middle B word, which brings us and will keep bringing us together. Anjali, if only we had a neat way to summarize all the good stuff.
If only we did. But you know what? I just want to say, if we weren't ready before, we're definitely beyond ready now.
We're beyond ready.
We absolutely are. So before we bring HCI 2025 to a close, as Ollie said, let us take a look back at some of the key moments that moved us, that challenged us, that maybe even changed our mindsets in some way. Excellencies, honored guests, it has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for welcoming us into your midst and for being part of this tremendous event. Safe travels home, everyone.
Thank you.
The future isn't awaited, it's created. Today, innovation meets ambition. HCI, this isn't just the next step. It's the start of something greater. Together, we embody what it means to go beyond readiness.
Our world is evolving faster than ever. Driven by technological leaps, environmental sustainability, challenges, and also demographic shifts and global uncertainties.
The future is not approaching, it is already upon us. The time for preparation has passed. Now is the time for collective action.
We turn now to the first of our special announcements here at HCI.
Technology like AI to make sure that we're preparing people for the jobs of today, but also the jobs of the future.
AI is not a disruptive technology that you can map out. It is a paradigm-shifting technology.
We are spending a lot of money to create the infrastructure to build AI, to build data centers, to allow also the investors to come.
Let me first begin by thanking the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for this expansive conference on Human Capability Initiative.
Today, we continue to invest and we continue to believe in our people, their capabilities, and in their ability to go beyond readiness.
Building the character of the individual is something that we as parents need to do. Let us strive for a world where every child learns, every youth thrives, every individual lives with dignity. Together, let us build a stronger, more resilient global safety net. One person, one opportunity at a time.
I have worked in countries around the world with General Motors, and I can tell you that nothing compares to what is going on here in the kingdom.
Fundamentally, we're living in a time of change, where business is questioned, where society is an enabler for that change.
Potential and mastery is that really of knowledge and impact.
Learn how to learn all throughout their life.
We need to be really open-minded.
To get the proper education.
Expects the individual to have, if you wish, the curiosity.
Today, we are proud to take another step forward and announce a new initiative, the National Skills Platform.
We believe that teachers, they are the most important factor in the education.
The very exciting thing about this conference is of thinking about how we rethink human capabilities in the workplace.
Entrepreneurs can be not only architects of their own lives, but people who improve the communities of which they are a part.
Rate of change accelerating beyond imagination. Resilience is the key.
First, by harnessing the way we learn. Second, honoring the way we belong. And finally, harmonizing the way we act.